Chapter 5024. I'm guessing that the Hell of Destruction has been sealed and the entire underworld is searching for you there. Guang Chengzi said. He was afraid that if Lin Ling was sealed in the Hell of Destruction, he would be captured by Lin Ling sooner or later. It's troublesome to not have a body. Lin Ling felt extremely lucky to have encountered the maelstrom. Otherwise, he would be like a trapped beast. Flying like this took a long time. After a long time, Lin Ling finally felt tired. He landed on a sand dune and slowly recovered his soul force. Where do you think you're going? But at this time, two figures flew across the sky, one in front and one behind. It seemed like the former was fleeing and the latter was chasing. Their speed was very fast, and in an instant, they passed through the yellow sand and flew towards Lin Ling's direction. Most importantly, Lin Ling sensed that they both had bodies. They seemed to be gods from the underworld. The god in front was an old man wearing a large cloak. The one behind was a woman with long arms and a strange appearance. But Lin Ling had a feeling that he had seen this person before. Oh right, someone from the underworld South Tomb. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Back then, he had offended the underworld mainly because of the underworld's demon sealer. Following the demon sealer was a woman who claimed to be from the underworld's South Tomb. The underworld's South Tomb people were probably a tribe from the underworld. Their characteristic was their very long arms. Hand over the map. The woman at the back let out a sharp cry. Nan Wan, do you really want to force me? If you make me unhappy, don't blame me for destroying the map. The old man in front shouted coldly. He seemed to be very afraid of that woman. The two of them gradually approached from afar. The old man in front seemed to have seen Lin Ling on the ground and hurriedly flew over, attempting to use Lin Ling to attract Nan Wan's attention. Bang bang. The two slammed into the ground one after another, causing yellow sand to fly up into the sky. Sir, help me. I have a map of the Dizong Palace. As long as you help me, I'll bring you there. After the old man landed, he immediately rushed towards Lin Ling. However, after taking a few steps, his expression changed. Soul. Previously, he had only taken a cursory glance at Lin Ling and thought that he was a god. However, when he got closer, he discovered that the other party was actually a soul. It was just that this soul was very powerful, causing him to misunderstand. Die. Lin Ling activated the three extremes of the universe and directly obliterated the old man. The reason why the old man flew towards Lin Ling was to bring danger to him. If Lin Ling could not defeat these two people, he would definitely die. Therefore, Lin Ling directly killed the old man. Boom. In just one exchange, the elder stopped moving. His soul had been torn apart by the universe's three extremes destruction. You. The girl called Nan Wan's expression changed drastically. She had thought that it was some powerful cultivator, but it turned out that it was just a soul. She had wanted to kill it, but who would have thought that this soul would be so powerful? Now, she was extremely afraid of Lin Ling. She even felt that if Lin Ling wanted to kill her, it would only take a moment. Lin Ling ignored her and searched the old man's body. He found many treasures, some for cultivating souls, and some for cultivation. Among them, a palm-sized stone appeared. There were lines carved on it, and it seemed to be a map. However, this map was only one of them. What's this? Lin Ling sized up the map fragment and looked at the girl. Senior, this is the map of Dizong Palace. In 10 days, everyone who has the map will gather and enter Dizong Palace. The girl did not dare to hide anything and quickly said, Dizong Palace? Lin Ling's eyes flickered. When he looked at the girl again, there was a hint of killing intent. The girl knelt down directly and kowtowed continuously. Senior, spare me, spare me. She sensed that this man was very cold and murderous. He was probably going to kill her. I know where to gather. If you kill me, you will miss the trip to Dizong Palace. The girl spoke again, knowing that she would die without a doubt if she did not give him some benefits. Seeing that, Lin Ling pondered. He urgently needed to find a physical body and escape the pursuit of the underworld. Dizong Palace was probably a good place. Lead the way. Then Lin Ling said coldly. He knew that the girl was definitely not a kind person since she could chase after the old man. However, Lin Ling was not afraid of her. It was hard to say who would kill who when the time came. Yes, yes, yes. The girl stood up hurriedly and flew into the sky. Behind her, Lin Ling took a step forward and followed slowly. Who is this person? Why is his soul power so strong? Could it be a dead soul who is going to reincarnate? But how can there be such a strong dead soul? Moreover, I can't detect any underworld mark on him. He's probably an old monster who is cultivated for tens of millions of years and just happened to come out of seclusion. We're unlucky to meet him. He's cold-blooded and heartless. Now, he still thinks that I'm useful, so he didn't kill me. But when I'm finished, he'll definitely kill me. The girl's thoughts were running wild. She wanted to get rid of Lin Ling, but she did not dare. In the end, she could only take one step at a time. Not long after, a valley appeared in front of them. Outside the valley, sand rushed into the sky and whistled. However, the valley was very quiet. There was a small courtyard inside, and it looked very ordinary. After the girl landed, she led Lin Ling into the valley. Along the way, Lin Ling also noticed that there were many strong people in the valley. However, Lin Ling also saw that there were corpses outside the valley. They were souls that had been obliterated. It seemed that these souls felt that reincarnation was fruitless, so they simply stayed here like mortals and lived an ordinary life. Unfortunately, they encountered this group of people. After they were killed, they occupied the small house in the valley. It could only be said that they were too weak and their lives were not in their control. Lin Ling had cultivated for many years and was already used to such things. He did not care. He put on the cloak he obtained from the old man and followed in. Who is it? Just as they approached the valley, a cold shout was heard. The people with the map fragment. Nan Wan seemed to be familiar with the rules. She shouted at the valley. Then, the two of them entered the valley without any obstruction. When Lin Ling and Nan Wan entered the small courtyard, they found that there were a total of 12 people standing there. They were all existences with physical bodies. There was an old man who had lost his legs, a mysterious person whose body was full of eyes, and a white-haired person who looked like a deity. A Taoist. In general, these people were strange of all shapes and sizes. However, Lin Ling guessed that these people should be the owners of the map fragment. Lin Ling also noticed that they were very strong. A few of them had the strength of a high-level deity, but there was also the strength of a giant god of the universe. They must be the gods of the netherworld. The two of you? At this moment, everyone's eyes were on Lin Ling and Nan Wan, full of evil intentions. He has the map fragment, but he doesn't know the rules, so I brought him here. He also agreed to bring me to the Dizong Palace. Nan Wan said immediately. Lin Ling did not agree to this at all, but he did not reject Nan Wan's participation. Everyone looked at Lin Ling. They were powerful and instantly realized that Lin Ling was just a soul. This meant that Lin Ling was a person waiting to be reincarnated. Chapter 50-25. Seeing the old man attack Lin Ling, the others did not say anything. Some sat cross-legged, some leaned against the wall, and some closed their eyes. It was as if the old man was killing an ant. Wait! Only Nan Wan shouted anxiously. Unfortunately, it was useless. Instead, the old man sneered and attacked as if he was going to kill Su Ke. Don't you want the map? At this moment, Lin Ling finally spoke. The moment he spoke, everyone in the courtyard was stunned. Elder Xie, wait. One of them said coldly, telling the old man not to kill Lin Ling. If anyone dares to touch me, I'll destroy the map on the spot. Lin Ling's cold voice floated over again. The old man finally stopped. He was less than a meter away from Lin Ling and was standing face to face. He said coldly, "Young friend, you are really bold. If you don't want the map, you can attack me." Lin Ling took off his cloak and revealed his white hair. He looked at the old man indifferently. He could sense that the old man was very strong. However, if they were to meet force with force, he might be able to kill the old man. However, there were still many strong people present who could not kill him. You are just a spirit and you dare to threaten me. You are really bold. The old man laughed angrily. He had killed countless spirits like Lin Ling. Since when was it Lin Ling's turn to bargain? However, Su Ke had used the map to threaten him. If he were to destroy the map, the consequences would be unimaginable. Young friend, what is your name and where are you from? At this moment, a man dressed like a scholar looked at Lin Ling and smiled. You do? Lin Ling replied coldly and did not reveal his origins. However, the scholar did not mind. He smiled and said, We are looking for Dizong Palace. Only those with the map can enter. Why don't you come with us? Although he did not want Lin Ling to interfere in this matter, Lin Ling had found their weakness and forced them to agree even if they did not want to. Sure. Lin Ling nodded, causing everyone to relax in their hearts. Now, the Earth Treasury had finally been gathered. However, before they could even smile, Lin Ling's voice sounded out once again. I will only go to the Earth Treasury Palace if everyone gives me a treasure. What? Everyone's eyes narrowed. He wanted them to give him treasures? Yadu, you should know that the Ksitsagarba Palace is the palace of Ksitsagarba Bodhisattva. Countless treasures are sealed inside. It's your fortune to be able to enter, and we don't mind. You actually want to ask us for treasures? One of the men who was completely black said coldly. This guy is really bold. Nan Wan secretly sucked in a breath of cold air and even blamed Lin Ling. She was afraid that Lin Ling would kill her. After all, if these old monsters did not agree, she would definitely die. I'll only go if you give me a treasure. Lin Ling still said the same thing, his face as cold as ice. Damn it. Everyone is going to the Earth Treasury Palace. Why should we give him a treasure? That's right. Don't tell me we have to beg him to go. Everyone was even more furious. Is the Earth Treasury Palace dangerous? However, at this moment, Lin Ling asked indifferently. It's dangerous. If a higher god enters, there's only a slim chance of survival. If a giant god of the universe enters, the danger will only be reduced to 70%. Even so, it's possible for all of us to be wiped out. The scholar who spoke first answered, not understanding why Lin Ling would ask such a question. Since it's dangerous, why should I go in? Lin Ling looked at the scholar and said, If you want me to enter this dangerous place, you have to give me something in return. After all, I'm just a soul. You also know that you're a soul. Since you know, you still dare to open your mouth? The old man who had lost his legs roared. He felt that it was a humiliation to have to lower his voice to a soul. The choice is on your side. Lin Ling ignored the old man and said indifferently. Although he was a soul now, he was also a powerful god in the past. If he still had his strength, why would he care about the gods present? Moreover, would they even have the right to bargain? If they were dissatisfied, he would kill them directly. But everyone looked at each other. Although they were quite angry, they didn't want to complicate matters and agreed in the end. This is Duanmu. It can recover souls. This is Hell Sandalwood. Not only can it recover souls, but it can also improve one's divine energy. Hell Datura Flower. They all reluctantly gave up their treasures and handed over a large number of treasures. Lin Ling also accepted them one by one. His expression was still cold, but there was disdain in the depths of his eyes. Seeing this hidden disdain, everyone was even more furious. They had handed over such precious treasures, but this soul actually looked down on them? He was just a soul. Did he really think he was a god? Of course, although they were angry, they all held back when they thought of the harvest in the Dizong Palace. Unfortunately, they didn't know that these treasures were not worth mentioning to Lin Ling. Back in the Dao Pagoda, he had obtained treasures that were thousands of times more precious than these. However, the current underworld was not like the Dao Pagoda, so he had to make do for the time being. When do we set off? After collecting the treasures, Lin Ling looked at the man dressed as a scholar and asked. Tomorrow. The scholar looked deeply at Lin Ling, as if he was very curious. Lin Ling nodded and walked toward the house in the small courtyard. It seemed that he was not afraid of the gods at all. Seeing Lin Ling's appearance, although everyone was angry, they couldn't help but think more highly of Lin Ling. They could feel that Lin Ling's indifference and calmness were not faked at all. This made them very curious about what this soul was relying on. He was not afraid of them. Wait, I want to ask, are you a reincarnated soul or a god of the underworld? Suddenly, the man dressed as a scholar looked at Lin Ling and smiled. A god of the underworld. Lin Ling was silent for a moment, then said casually and entered the house. Nan Wan panicked and hurriedly ran over. She felt that if she stayed in the small courtyard, she would be devoured at any time. After entering the house, she saw that Lin Ling was already sitting cross-legged. He had actually taken out a treasure to cultivate. This made Nan Wan feel a wave of admiration. Did this guy know where he was? The one who attacked you before was Elder Xie. He is incomparably famous and kills people like scything flax. You provoked him before, so he probably already holds a grudge. When the matter in the Dizong Palace is over, he will definitely attack you. There is also Yuan Wenbing. He is an existence that cannot be provoked. He is extremely famous in this level of the Yellow Sand Hell. The others, Han Yongyan, Weeping Ghost Commander, and so on, are all incomparably terrifying existences. After Nan Wan sat down, she immediately said to Lin Ling. Lin Ling opened his eyes and looked at her indifferently. Are you worried about me? Me? Nan Wan was speechless. Why would she be worried about Lin Ling? She was afraid that she would be implicated by Lin Ling. However, although she thought this, she said, Yes, after all, I am familiar with you. They can't kill me. Chapter 50-26. Time passed quietly. On the second day, Lin Ling's soul power had recovered by 90%. The price was that he had used up all the treasures to recover his soul power. The remaining treasures were all used to increase his cultivation. This was what Lin Ling had prepared for the future. When he found his physical body, his strength would immediately increase. Fong Du, are you ready? A voice came from outside the house. It was the scholar called Yuan Wenbing. Lin Ling did not answer. He stood up and strode out of the house. Nan Wan followed behind him. She naturally did not believe Lin Ling's words. Those old monsters could not kill Lin Ling. That was a dream. However, she was still surprised by Lin Ling's courage. She felt that this white-haired man had interacted with these old monsters many times. In the small courtyard, more than 10 people stood there. Yuan Wenbing smiled and said, Now there are 12 people. 6 people are on the way. After saying that, he took the lead and walked out of the courtyard. The others followed one after another. Outside the valley, yellow sand filled the sky. The storm was extremely wild, and it was mixed with a chilly wind. Everyone took a step forward and shot into the storm, flying into the distance. They flew like this for a total of 6 hours. As for Lin Ling and Nan Wan, they were following behind in silence. They didn't say a single word. At this time, Yuan Wenbing suddenly smiled and said, Fong Du is a soul body. Since he can travel for such a long time, I guess he has cultivated a soul technique. When he said that, everyone looked at Lin Ling in shock. According to the souls they had seen, they were afraid of wind, cold, and heat. It was the first time they had seen a soul as condensed as Fong Du's. Lin Ling looked at Yuan Wenbing and did not say a word. Along the way, they encountered many gods. However, they seemed to know that this group of people was powerful, so they avoided them. Lin Ling even saw 1 or 2 yakshas. However, the yakshas also avoided them. This meant that there must be an extremely powerful existence in this group of people. You're really late. After an unknown period of time, 3 people appeared in front of him. They were floating in midair, surrounded by a sandstorm. They couldn't get close at all. That's Xin Yu, a powerful expert. He's a god who cultivated a fleshly body out of his soul. He's incredibly famous in this level of hell. Remember, he might seem like a nice person, but don't ever provoke him. He can kill you when you least expect it. All of a sudden, Yuan Wenbing's voice was heard clearly in Lin Ling's soul. When he heard this, Lin Ling couldn't help but take a few more glances at the 3 of them. Suddenly, his pupils constricted because he sensed a familiar aura from the god called Xin Yu. It was the aura of the Silver Moon clan. Clearly, this was a god that had cultivated in the underworld after the death of a Silver Moon god. Thinking of this, Lin Ling's eyes flashed with killing intent. The Silver Moon clan was absolutely irreconcilable. We're still missing 3 people. Is everyone here? Xin Yu laughed heartily at the crowd, but no one paid any attention to him. Only a few people greeted him. Everyone knew that this Xin Yu wasn't someone to be trifled with. We're still missing 3 people, Xin Gu. Yuan Wenbing replied with a smile. There are more people than I expected. That's the Southern Tomb clan of the underworld. That's actually a soul. Shen Yu's gaze swept over Lin Ling and Yadu, and suddenly fell on Lin Ling because he noticed that Lin Ling's gaze was extremely cold. It was so cold that it penetrated his heart. Moreover, he could faintly sense a murderous aura. This made him feel very strange. After all, this was the first time he had met this white-haired man. Why would he have such a murderous aura towards him? This is? Xin Yu couldn't help but ask Yuan Wenbing. Yuan Wenbing frowned. He had also sensed Lin Ling's murderous aura. This made him speechless. He had just said that Xin Yu was very strong and ruthless. In the end, Yadu looked at Xin Yu with such a gaze. Wasn't he courting death? He didn't know that Lin Ling had actually suppressed his murderous aura. Otherwise, his murderous aura would have been even stronger. Yadu has one of the map fragments. Yuan Wenbing hurriedly explained. He seems to be very hostile towards me. It's just a soul. Xin Yu said with a smile. What he meant was that there was no need to give face to a soul. That's his temperament. He's cold to everyone. However, don't underestimate him. He'd rather die than live in dishonor. He'll destroy the map fragments at any time. Yuan Wenbing explained. That's a character. Xin Yu laughed. It sounded like he was praising Yadu, but in fact his murderous aura was rising. However, he understood Yuan Wenbing's words. Let's go. After a short conversation, the group set off again. Elder Xie and the others sneered. Yadu was like pulling a tooth from a tiger's mouth. Unless his strength increased greatly in the Dizong Palace, he would definitely die if he came out. Even in the Dizong Palace, if there was a chance, someone would probably kill him. They secretly admired this soul. It was like a lamb in the company of a wolf. Unfortunately, how could Lin Ling not know what everyone was thinking? He sneered in his heart. He couldn't kill all of them, but if there were 1 or 2, he could kill them all with the sword of faith. These old monsters thought that Lin Ling was just a powerful soul. They didn't know that he was a soul with memories. As they continued forward, a sand fog appeared in front of them. It was impossible to see the path ahead. However, in front of the sand fog, there were 3 figures standing on the yellow sand. They seemed to be waiting for something. Xin Gu. Seeing the 3 of them, Yuan Wenbing shouted. They're here. At the same time, the 3 people in the desert stood up and looked at the group calmly. Xin Gu is easy to talk to. As long as you don't provoke him, he's very strong. Yuan Wenbing also introduced Lin Ling secretly. This made Lin Ling a little curious. Why did this person keep introducing him? The other 2 are Yi and Heita. They are very strong. No one has seen them use their full strength because those who have seen them are all dead. Yuan Wenbing continued to introduce. Lin Ling's gaze swept across and suddenly fell on one of them. His pupils trembled violently, and he felt an inexplicable excitement in his heart. If not for the fact that he had killed so many souls over the years, his cold emotions would have been exposed. He would have lost his composure long ago. This was because the person called Heita was someone familiar. Although he had become very cold and didn't recognize him, Lin Ling still recognized him at a glance. He was none other than Saint Yi. Saint Yi had died before Lin Ling. To think that he had condensed a physical body now. There must be some secret behind this. Moreover, Saint Yi was very strong now. However, when he entered the underworld, everything on him should have been washed away. Lin Ling had many mysteries in his heart, but he didn't ask. After all, if Saint Yi didn't have his memories, asking too many questions would make him an enemy. Chapter 5027. Dizong Palace is in the sandstorm. If you want to find it, you can only look at the map. Without a map, even 10,000 people will die. At this time, Elder Xie suddenly said, indicating for everyone to take out the map and check the route. Hearing this, everyone looked at the rolling sandstorm and knew how terrifying it was. Legend had it that if one did not have a corresponding route, entering it would be a narrow escape. They would enter the labyrinth of hell and be killed by the king of hell. In the underworld, the king of hell was a god. He was not someone they could fight against. Everyone took out their map fragments and pieced them together. However, they found that there was still one fragment missing. They could not help but search for it and found that it was Yadu. Yadu! Elder Xie suddenly laughed sinisterly. Lin Ling ignored him and walked forward. He took the pieced-together map and held it in front of him. What are you doing? Many old demons frowned, afraid that Lin Ling would snatch their map fragments and run away. However, Lin Ling also took out his map fragments and placed them on the map. It turned out that Lin Ling was worried about them, so he wanted to piece the map together himself. After all, if he handed over the map and it was robbed on the way, he would have no one to rely on. How cunning! Elder Xie secretly cursed. He was gloating because he knew that as long as Yadu took out the map, someone might snatch his map fragments. However, Yadu was not stupid. He took everyone's map and placed it in front of him, then pieced it together. In this way, as long as others acted rashly, not only could he destroy his map fragments, he could also destroy others. This white-haired man does not seem to be a newcomer. Some old monsters secretly muttered, very curious about Lin Ling's origin. After all, Lin Ling's every move was experienced. Only after going through many dangerous situations would he be able to do things so flawlessly. After the map was pieced together, it turned into a stone slab and clearly carved out a path. Lin Ling's soul force was strong. He immediately memorized it in his heart. Then he clapped his hands and the pieced map scattered. Why did you scatter the map? We need to use the map to find the right direction. Seeing Lin Ling's actions, all the old demons were shocked once again. I've memorized the map. Just follow me. Lin Ling said coldly as he slowly put away his map fragment. Hearing this, the old demons narrowed their eyes. Originally, after the map was pieced together, one person only needed to hold the map and follow the direction. During this process, if someone wanted to harm Lin Ling, it would be very convenient. But who would have thought that Lin Ling would actually remember the direction of the map and retrieve his map fragment? As such, they could only follow Lin Ling. Who is this person? He's hostile to me, but his personality is cold and his actions are strange. Shen Yu narrowed her eyes as she looked at Lin Ling. In the end, she remained silent. It could be considered that she had tacitly approved of Lin Ling's actions. Now that the Xitigarbha Palace was right in front of him, he didn't want to complicate matters. He had plenty of chances to kill souls like Lin Ling. Then let's go. Yuan Wenbing took a deep look at Lin Ling as he spoke. He memorized it, but we didn't. Why should we listen to him? Elder Xie and the other old monsters were very dissatisfied. Let him lead the way. However, at this moment, another person spoke. It was He Ta. Shen Gu looked at He Ta strangely, as if he was curious why He Ta, who had always been silent, would take the initiative to speak. However, he nodded and said, as long as we find the Xitigarbha Palace, everything else is trivial. With him speaking, although the other old demons were angry, they didn't say anything. Lin Ling took a large step and entered the sand fog. Behind him, Nan Wan hurriedly followed, as if she was afraid that if she left Lin Ling's side, she would be killed. Everyone didn't say much and followed Lin Ling into the sand fog. Then, they realized that the sand fog was extremely terrifying. They could only see 3 meters in front of them. Any further was blocked by the sand. Moreover, they used their divine abilities, but they still couldn't see through the sand fog. Moreover, they were flying in midair and couldn't see the ground at all. This is the legendary Xitigarbha Sand Fog Sea. TSKSK, this is my first time here. 7 Emotions Ancient Emperor, can you see anything with your abilities? I can't see anything. The sand is too powerful. It has the power of Buddha and prevents me from seeing anything. As they walked, they whispered to each other. Have you memorized the map? Elder Xie asked. No, the map is too big. It looks simple, but it's actually very profound. I took a few glances and only knew the general direction. Me too. I only remembered the starting path. However, after entering, I have no idea how the path corresponds to the sand fog. How is it that Yadu knew with a single glance? Could it be that his soul is stronger than ours? This Yadu is a little mysterious. When he's done with his use, we'll capture him and interrogate him." They stared at Lin Ling in front of them, their eyes filled with malice. Lin Ling continued to lead the way, as though he didn't know what they were thinking. In fact, he had already guessed what these old demons were thinking. Unfortunately, even if they knew, it didn't matter. At least they wouldn't dare to touch him for the time being. "Look, the palace." Suddenly, someone pointed to the front and said, amidst the hazy sand fog, a huge shadow faintly appeared. Although the shadow wasn't very clear, it was still the shadow of a palace. "We're here. Let's go in." Elder Xie and the others laughed. However, Xin Yu's eyes flashed. She suddenly asked Lin Ling, "Yadu, have we arrived?" He looked like he was talking to a friend, but those who knew him well knew that he didn't have any friends because his friends had all died at his hands. "No, that's fake. After entering, we'll probably enter the Hell Labyrinth." Lin Ling pondered for a moment and said indifferently. Originally, he didn't want to warn these people and send them to their deaths. However, he thought about it again. They only knew the route. Who knew if they would need the map fragment next? Therefore, these people couldn't die for now. What? Hearing Lin Ling's words, the old demons' faces changed. They frowned at Lin Ling and asked, "How can you be sure?" "The map said that the palaces in front were fake. Didn't you see it?" Lin Ling asked. The old demons' faces turned cold. They had seen it, but they hadn't remembered it. Since Yadu is familiar with it, Yadu will continue to lead the way, Yuan Wenbing suddenly said. Although they were unhappy with Lin Ling after this incident, they trusted Lin Ling more. Lin Ling continued to move forward at a steady pace. Along the way, they encountered another palace. "Have we arrived?" Shen Yu asked Lin Ling. "No." Lin Ling continued to move forward. Next was the second, third, and fourth palace. Chapter 5028. None of these palaces are real. "Yadu, are you messing with us?" Elder Xie was getting impatient. Every time they passed a palace, Yadu would say no. But to them, each palace was different. Why would Yadu think they were fake? Could it be that Yadu was leading them in circles? However, Lin Ling ignored him and continued to lead the way. "You're courting death." Elder Xie's face turned cold and he immediately reached out his hand to grab Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling did not seem to notice his attack and continued to move forward. At the critical moment, an arm suddenly grabbed Elder Xie's wrist. It was Yuan Wenbing. He said coldly, "The sand fog is very dangerous. Legend has it that there are soul-devouring demons. Now that he is leading the way, we have not seen a single soul-devouring demon. This means that he is on the right path. His path is correct. If you make a move against him, it's the same as killing us." Elder Xie screamed angrily and finally retracted his underworld aura. "But who knows if he's just leading us around in circles?" A man covered in ghostly auras suddenly asked. Hearing this, Yuan Wenbing fell silent. In fact, he did not know what Lin Ling wanted to do. After all, they had passed hundreds of palaces. Why were they not there yet? Moreover, had Lin Ling really memorized the map? "We're here." At this moment, Lin Ling said and stopped in the sky. Everyone immediately looked down and saw the shadow of a huge palace. However, although this palace was different from the ones they had seen before, why was Lin Ling so sure it was this one? One had to know that if they failed, they would enter the underworld and be tortured to death by the 18 levels of hell. After Lin Ling said that, he did not explain and flew down to the ground. The closer they got to the ground, the more the sand fog began to move. Many illusions appeared. There were all kinds of illusions. They were the illusions of the 18 levels of hell. The images were extremely tragic. Some were chopped in half and died. Some were fed to dogs every day. Some were bitten by millions of underworld ants, etc. All around them were hideous yakshas, imps, and other things. They were all letting out strange cries that made one's scalp tingle. However, Lin Ling had cultivated for many years and his Tao heart was stable. He was not moved at all. His gaze was fixed on the pitch-black shadow of the palace. This sand fog actually has such power. Fortunately, we're flying high enough. Yuan Wenbing and the others were following behind him, and they were all terrified when they saw this scene. If not for Lin Ling leading the way, they might have been bewitched by the scenes of hell and lost their way. Not long after, the group arrived at the ground. They saw that the yellow sand here was motionless, so much so that there was no wind. In front of them was a modeled palace. It seemed that no one had entered or exited it for many years. Most importantly, besides the strangeness of the palace, there was actually nothing magical about it. This is the Dizong Palace? Nanwan frowned. If this was a fake Dizong Palace, they would die if they entered. It was inevitable that she would be worried. Fong Du. Xin Yu also looked at Lin Ling. That's right, this is the real Dizong Palace. Lin Ling turned around to look at the group and pointed at the 18 pillars around the palace. Previously, we passed through several hundred palaces, but only this palace has 18 pillars. How did you see it so clearly? Everyone was shocked. The man with the ghostly aura suddenly frowned and said, "You lied to us. Previously, I was also investigating the palaces, but I saw that many of them had pillars." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's eyes narrowed and murderous intent leaked out. Was this Fong Du trying to kill all of them? However, Lin Ling's expression was still indifferent, and he was unmoved. He said to the man, "You saw the previous palace?" "Of course." The man replied coldly. "Then did you see clearly if there were 18 pillars in those palaces?" Lin Ling said again, "I said that this palace is the only one with 18 pillars, but it doesn't mean that the previous palaces didn't have pillars. Can you understand human language?" Hearing this, the man's eyes flickered. He could not answer. He had a powerful dark art and could roughly see through the sand fog, so he saw many palaces. However, he did not notice if those palaces had 18 pillars. Fong Du, so what if there are 18 pillars? Yuan Wenbing walked over and tried to smooth things over. Only when all 18 pillars are activated can the door of the Dizong Palace be opened. If you don't believe me, you can try. Lin Ling said lightly. Hearing this, a black stone appeared in Elder Xie's hand, and he threw it at one of the pillars. The stone was extremely strange. It looked ordinary, but it seemed to be suppressing a powerful spiritual qi. This was the dark stone, an extremely precious item. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He felt that the spiritual qi of the treasure was very dense. If he had a physical body, he could use the stone to quickly recover his cultivation. Previously, he had asked everyone to give him a treasure. These old monsters seemed to be reluctant to part with their treasures, but in fact, they did not take out their real treasures. Rumble. When the black stone landed near the stone pillar, it gradually turned into mist and disappeared. The stone pillar gradually glowed as if it had been awakened from ancient times. Seeing this, everyone's eyes narrowed. It seemed that Fong Du was right. "It's your turn." Elder Xie looked at everyone and said. Everyone looked troubled. In the end, they took out treasures one after another and threw them at the stone pillars. Gradually, the stone pillars also lit up. However, some of the treasures they took out didn't have enough spiritual energy, so some of the pillars were only half lit up. Soon after, these old demons took out some more treasures with reluctance. They looked at the treasures for a long time before throwing them out. Gradually, all 17 stone pillars lit up. There was only one left. Fong Du, it's your turn. There were a total of 18 map fragments and 18 stone pillars. Now, there was only one left, which was Lin Ling's. "I don't have any treasures." Lin Ling shook his head. "No treasures? We gave you a lot of treasures before." Hearing this, the old monsters immediately said coldly, "It's all used up." Lin Ling's expression did not change. "Moreover, I was responsible for leading the way here. This is the treasure I paid. As for the remaining stone pillar, you can do as you see fit." Seeing this, everyone's eyes were filled with murderous intent. However, with the Dizong Palace in sight, they held back. Then, they took out their treasures and threw them at the last stone pillar. Rumble. The 18 stone pillars began to move and slowly revolved around the palace. Although they were not fast, they had a heavy feeling. It was as if any living thing that got close to the stone pillars would turn into ashes. After the 18 stone pillars revolved for a while, they finally stopped moving. Then, the palace's door slowly opened. A gust of wind that seemed to have been sealed for several eras spread out, blowing everyone's robes. At this moment, everyone was laughing. Chapter 50:29. Seeing the door open, the crowd was excited. "Let's go!" It was unknown who took the lead to shout, but they wanted to rush into the Dizong Palace. "Hold on, there are many people here who are just here to make up the numbers. I think we should settle old scores before we enter." But at this moment, someone interrupted the excited crowd and looked coldly at Lin Ling. This person was Elder Xie. Hearing Elder Xie's words, everyone stopped in their tracks. Many of them had bad intentions. Lin Ling had extorted many of their treasures. Now that they had found the Dizong Palace, they felt that it was time to kill this white-haired man. "You want to burn the bridge after crossing the river?" Beside Lin Ling, Nan Wan's expression changed. She was filled with fear and wanted to leave Lin Ling, afraid of being implicated. But in the end, she held herself back. Because even if she left Lin Ling, it would be easy for these old demons to kill her. Interesting. Shen Yu's eyes were also filled with cold killing intent. With his temperament, it was already good that he did not attack immediately. After all, most of the time when he killed people, the other party did not even have time to react. But this time, surprisingly, he did not attack casually. Perhaps he felt that everyone wanted to kill Yadu. If he attacked, it would be too easy for others to guess his intentions. That would not be fun. This man might die in the next moment, but he can still be so calm. However, not everyone wanted to kill Lin Ling. At least, many of them wanted to watch a good show. But Lin Ling's unchanging cold expression shocked them. They were even more certain that this white-haired man had a story. "Can you guarantee that the map fragment will not be used inside?" Lin Ling finally spoke. His voice was cold and unmoved. Hearing this, everyone frowned. "Hee, trying to use the map fragment to scare us again. Let me tell you, this trick can only be used once. If you use it twice, no one will believe you." Elder Xie sneered, ignoring Lin Ling's words. "Elder Xie, he's right. Although we have found the Dizong Palace, we don't know what dangers lie within. If he destroys the map fragment and we need it later, we will have come for nothing." When Yuan Bing said, "Damn it, do I have to watch him be arrogant again?" Without a doubt, Elder Xie wanted to kill Lin Ling the most. He was extremely unhappy with Lin Ling. Caution is the parent of safety. He's right. At this moment, the Black Tower, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke. Seeing that they had said so, the others nodded one after another and began to persuade them. Although they didn't like Yadu, the treasure was more important. They could kill Yadu at any time. "Yadu, you are so King Lucky." Seeing that everyone had spoken up, Elder Xie gritted his teeth and finally strode toward the Xidigarba Palace. The others followed one after another. After they entered, they suddenly realized that the Xidigarba Palace was incomparably huge, as if it was a universe of its own. They couldn't see the end of it at a glance. Moreover, both the ground and the sky were like great halls, except that they were very tall and very wide. There was a stone statue in front of him. It was the image of a bodhisattva with a sharp mouth and sharp teeth. It gave people a strange feeling. It had 6 arms, each holding a whip. This is the Dizong Palace? Everyone was puzzled. They looked around, but they didn't see any rare treasures. "Let's move forward." In the end, all of them didn't want to stay here any longer. Firstly, this place was completely empty without any treasures. Secondly, the enormous stone statue before them caused them to feel extremely uncomfortable, and it was as if the stone statue was constantly staring at them. A total of 19 people carefully moved forward, wary of any sudden changes. However, they didn't encounter anything scary along the way until they were about to pass by the statue. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came, frightening everyone into stopping in their tracks. They subconsciously looked at the huge stone statue and suddenly realized that the stone statue was a stone statue. The 3 heads of the statue were actually looking at them. Not good. Someone roared. Before the voice could finish, the ground shook. A large net rose from the ground and a huge net fell from the sky. The heaven and earth nets were incomparably huge. If they were placed in the void of the 9 states, they would probably be able to cover the entire 9 states. The void! Inside the net, all the old demons' faces changed drastically. Run! They didn't dare to stay. They only wanted to rush out of the net immediately. They all felt that if they were caught in the net, they would probably die. Unfortunately, the heaven and earth nets were too big. No matter how fast they were, they still felt like they were running in the vast universe. Rumble! Behind them, to their left and right, and even in the sky, the huge net was slowly closing in. Snakes, there are so many snakes. Someone suddenly stared at the ground and saw many strange-looking snakes slithering out from the huge net that was rising into the sky. There were so many of them that it made one's scalp tingle. Moreover, these snakes weren't big. They were only as thick as arms and had coxcombs on their heads. It was extremely strange. This is Bodhisattva Shiva. The man covered in ghostly aura seemed to have thought of something and shouted in horror. Bodhisattva Shiva was an extremely ancient giant god of the universe. He wasn't someone they could fight against. According to legend, when the underworld was in chaos, Bodhisattva Ksitigarbha swore that he wouldn't become a Buddha until hell was empty. He led a large number of Buddhas into the underworld to suppress hell. Until now, he still hadn't returned. Bodhisattva Shiva was one of them. Quick, if we are bitten by these snakes, even gods will be poisoned to death. Charge out of the net. The old demons were even more panicked. They rushed forward at full speed. Lin Ling and Nan Wan did the same. However, they were weaker and were at the back. Not good, what is this? However, rushing fast didn't mean safety. This was because the old demon at the front was the fastest. Suddenly, he was entangled by a rope. Upon closer inspection, it was a whip. The whip was extremely long and was connected to the huge statue behind. This was the whip in the hand of Bodhisattva Shiva. Save me. That person panicked and even forgot to use the whip. As he shouted, a few more whips arrived and entangled his limbs and neck. Next, a large number of coxcomb snakes slithered over and crawled all over his body. At this moment, that old demon finally reacted. His body erupted with blood-red flames. His divine power reached 50 billion and killed a large number of coxcomb snakes. However, he couldn't do anything to those whips. When he was bitten, he completely lost the ability to resist and let out a painful cry. It seemed that the venom of the coxcomb snakes not only countered the giant gods of the universe, but could also make gods die in pain. Come here. The one closest to that old demon was Xinyu. She waved her arm and a ray of moonlight shone out. It landed on that old demon and took away a rock fragment. It was the map. Chapter 5030. Everyone hurry up. If you die here, no one can save you. Moreover, it's a small matter if you die. I hope you can hand over the map fragment before you die. When Yuan Bing shouted and rushed forward as well. Although that was what he said, they did not dare to throw their lives away for the sake of the map fragments if there were any unforeseen circumstances. Previously, Xinyu was close to the old fiend, so she took the map fragment. Behind the crowd, Lin Ling and Nan Wan were the slowest. Nan Wan was so scared that her face turned pale. She had never expected Dizong Palace to be so dangerous. Now, it seemed that they were the slowest and would be swallowed by the giant net at any time. Looking at Lin Ling, his expression was cold and he did not show any signs of panic. Most importantly, he had experienced too many dangers in his life and had long developed a fearless character. However, he was also very serious. He knew how terrifying this giant net was. Ah, save me. But at this moment, Nan Wan's voice came from beside him. Nan Wan was blocked by a few coxcomb snakes. Lin Ling pondered for a moment. The sword of faith appeared in his hand, and he slashed viciously, killing the coxcomb snakes. Thank you. Nan Wan thanked Lin Ling. However, before she could escape, among the coxcomb snakes that Lin Ling had killed, a thumb-sized red snake shot out and bit Nan Wan's shoulder. This change happened too quickly, so quickly that Lin Ling could not react in time. Save me, save me. Nan Wan was poisoned and groaned in pain. She fell from the sky and was gradually swallowed by the coxcomb snakes. She looked at Lin Ling pleadingly, hoping that Lin Ling could help her. Lin Ling looked at her deeply and pondered for a moment. Finally, he flew into the distance. It was not that he did not want to save her, but that he could not. Moreover, Lin Ling had already killed a wave of coxcomb snakes for her. He had done his best. However, he did not expect that there would be venomous snakes hidden in the bodies of the coxcomb snakes. "You do, save me, don't go." Seeing Lin Ling disappear, Nan Wan screamed even more painfully. There was even resentment in her eyes. Unfortunately, she didn't know that if Lin Ling helped, Lin Ling would also die there. Moreover, this was the Dizong Palace. No one had 100% confidence that they could survive. If they died here, it could only be said that their lives were not tough enough. Although Lin Ling had abandoned Nan Wan, he did not take it to heart. After all, he was not a kind person. She was just a passerby. If he could save her, then he would. If he could not, then what was the big deal about abandoning her? After cultivating for so many years, he already knew that strength was the only thing that mattered in this world. Good and evil were just personal opinions. Not good. Suddenly, Lin Ling frowned. Although he didn't save Nan Wan earlier, he did buy some time. Now, the path ahead of him was sealed by the giant net. His expression changed as he turned around and flew to the other side. "Lin Ling, let me help you. With your speed, it'll probably be very difficult for you to escape from this heaven and earth double net." At this moment, Guang Qingzi's voice drifted over. In the underworld and hell, he didn't dare to appear casually for fear that he would be discovered by the underworld. However, it was different here. Even if he appeared, the underworld might not be able to discover him. All right. Lin Ling also knew that it was impossible to escape from the heaven and earth double net with the speed of his soul. At the same time, Guang Qingzi appeared in front of Lin Ling. He held Lin Ling's soul in one hand and then flew forward. His speed was 100 times faster than Lin Ling's. Lin Ling didn't have a physical body. Otherwise, his speed wouldn't be that slow. As they flew, Lin Ling realized just how big the giant net was. After a full 3 incense sticks worth of time, they barely managed to break out of the giant net. After a while, Lin Ling stood up and looked at the giant net that was constantly shrinking. His expression was extremely solemn. If he had been a step slower, he would have been sealed in the universe of the giant net and died completely. His personal death was a small matter. However, who would bring Yu and the others back? Who would seek revenge? Thinking of this, Lin Ling's desire to live and become stronger became even stronger. Beware of Shiva's whip. It's best to go further away. Guang Qingzi looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling nodded and flew into the distance. Along the way, Lin Ling was extremely cautious. After walking for an entire day, the ground was still the same as before. It was shocking. A day later, Guang Qingzi returned to the square prison. However, the ground gradually began to change. It no longer felt like they were in the hall. Instead, it felt like they had arrived in another world. The ground was still like a plain. However, there were huge rocks on the ground. Upon closer inspection, they looked like gods standing on the ground. I wonder if they escaped. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Although he was traveling alone, the disadvantage was that it was more dangerous. The advantage was that he didn't have to be wary of Elder Xie and the others. Lin Ling, there are traces of a huge battle ahead. After traveling for a long time, Guang Qingzi's voice sounded. There were large amounts of rubble on the ground. These rubble were clearly different from the towering boulders on the ground. Clearly, they were traces of a huge battle. From the looks of it, the battle didn't last long. It should be that group of old fiends. Lin Ling said after investigating for a moment. This means that there are dangers in the boulders. Be careful. Guang Qingzi immediately said. Lin Ling nodded. He slowed down and proceeded carefully. Before long, a corpse appeared in front of him. The corpse had already turned into a dried corpse. However, through the tattered clothes, Lin Ling could tell that this person was from the previous team. One person. He's dead. Lin Ling's expression was grave. What kind of danger did he encounter? In an unknown land, one was most afraid of encountering unknown dangers. If one had a bad mentality and an unstable Tao heart, it would be enough to scare oneself. His map fragment was taken away by someone else. Do you think it's possible that his own people attacked his own people? Guang Chengzi guessed. That's possible. Lin Ling nodded. He looked carefully at the corpse and found nothing strange. However, from the looks of it, the corpse seemed to be looking into the distance and pointing in a certain direction as if yearning to go there. This feeling was like a thirsty person in the desert looking for water, and there was water in front of him. Lin Ling hurriedly looked in the direction the corpse was pointing and immediately found a huge boulder ahead. This boulder was a little different from the ones he had seen before. It was shorter and bigger, like a nest covering the ground. What's that? Guang Qingzi also stared at the boulder, then said in deep thought, I think I've seen this kind of boulder before. Lin Ling pondered for a moment, then his expression changed drastically. Oh no, let's leave this place immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, he flew towards the huge rock at an unprecedented speed. What happened? Guang Qingzi asked with a grave expression. Previously, they were moving forward cautiously at a slow speed. Now, why did Lin Ling suddenly increase his speed? Was he not afraid of triggering a sudden danger? Chapter 5031. Lin Ling, what you said makes sense. Upon hearing Lin Ling's words, Guang Chengzi's voice turned solemn. Lin Ling, speed up. In fact, there was no need for him to say more. Lin Ling had already flown towards the huge boulder in front of him. Upon closer inspection, the boulder looked more like a fortress. Furthermore, it had a huge door. As Lin Ling approached the fortress, there was a change in front of him. A huge hurricane surged along the ground at an extremely fast speed. Lin Ling did not know what the hurricane was, but he could tell that it was extremely strange. Wherever it passed, the huge boulder did not seem to be affected. It's a living creature. Lin Ling instantly confirmed. After estimating the distance between the two sides, he realized that if he reached the boulder, he would have to face the hurricane. Lin Ling, run or advance? Guang Chengzi's voice drifted over. It was even more solemn than before. Now Lin Ling had two choices. One was to bite the bullet and charge into the fortress. However, no one could guarantee what was in the fortress. Perhaps the fortress was the most dangerous place. The other was to turn around and flee. Without a doubt, turning around and fleeing was safer. Lin Ling was also constantly pondering. Now, he did not have the strength he had in the past. Many things were restricted. Lin Ling, make a decision quickly. Seeing Lin Ling remain silent, Guang Chengzi shouted again to remind Lin Ling. Charge! Finally, Lin Ling made a decision. His intuition told him that turning around and fleeing would be more dangerous. You lunatic! Guang Chengzi's idea was actually to turn around and flee. However, now that Lin Ling had made a decision, he could only let Lin Ling do as he wished. Lin Ling's soul charged forward and gradually collided with the hurricane. At this moment, Lin Ling saw clearly that the hurricane was formed by strange little beasts. These little beasts were about the size of a finger and were shaped like yakshas. It had horns on its head and sharp fangs, but it also had wings on its back. They gathered together and flew, ignoring the inanimate objects and flying towards the living. Bang bang bang. When Lin Ling got closer and closer, he realized that these little beasts were also staring at him, and then crazily bit at him. In the blink of an eye, Lin Ling's entire body was covered with little beasts that were crazily biting his soul. It turned out that these strange little beasts would eat anything other than dead things. They would not even let go of souls. That person must have encountered these little beasts and died in their mouths. But what made Lin Ling feel strange was that although these little beasts were scary, they were not fatal. Gritting his teeth, Lin Ling tried to attack. He activated the universe's three extremes break and swept across a large area of small beasts. Bang bang. A large number of small beasts fell to the ground. After struggling for a while, they stopped moving. Buzz buzz buzz. Strange noises immediately came from the hurricane, as if small beasts were shouting. Lin Ling, it's not good. There are more small beasts coming from that side. Guang Chengzi sensed something and hurriedly informed Lin Ling. Only then did Lin Ling realize that there was a black mass in the distance. The sky was filled with small beasts that looked like yakshas flying over. It made one's scalp tingle. He finally knew how the old demon had died. It turned out that he had killed a lot of small beasts, and in the end, a large number of small beasts devoured his essence and died. When encountering these small beasts, one must not kill them. However, if one did not find a place to avoid the small beasts, even if one did not kill them, it would still be difficult to escape death. It was like being entangled by a vampire. If one did not kill the vampire, one's blood would be sucked dry sooner or later. If one killed the vampire, there would be more vampires coming. Fortunately, Lin Ling was already very close to the fortress. He rushed over crazily, arrived at the door, and pushed it open with difficulty. Lin Ling did not know what was inside the fortress. At this time, he could only gamble. Voila! The door was pushed open, and Lin Ling rushed in. To his surprise, the small beasts outside the fortress did not follow in. Instead, the small beasts were still crawling on his body. However, after entering the fortress, they all fell to the ground powerlessly and trembled all over. It was effective. Seeing this scene, Lin Ling finally relaxed. He knew that he had escaped a disaster. Rumble. Lin Ling did not dare to take the risk. He quickly closed the door and sat on the ground powerlessly. Fortunately, you chose to rush forward. If you retreated and ran away, you would have been entangled by these things. You couldn't kill them, and your soul would have been scattered in the end. Guang Chengzi said admiringly. At that time, he almost chose to let Lin Ling die. His head ran away. It's not much better now. My soul has been devoured by 20%. It's back to 60%. Lin Ling said with a wry smile. In just a short period of time, 20% of his soul had been devoured. If it had been delayed any longer, his soul would have been scattered. I don't know what this fortress is. Those small beasts don't dare to come close. Guang Chengzi checked the fortress for Lin Ling, and then told Lin Ling that there was a second floor. After hearing this, Lin Ling recovered for a moment, and then walked to the second floor. He saw that there were 4 windows on the second floor, and it seemed that he could see the outside world. The area was not big, but there were words on the wall that said, "Young Marquis came here to find the mirror realm." But he couldn't find the key. Here's a note. Young Marquis? Lin Ling's eyes flickered. It seemed that someone had already come to the Ksitigarbha palace. However, the person seemed to have failed and did not find the mirror realm. What is the mirror realm? Guang Chengzi was also puzzled. He guessed. According to legend, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva entered the underworld to suppress the demons and activated the mirror realm. In the mirror realm, the most terrifying demons and ghosts of the underworld are inside. Could this be the mirror realm? This young marquis must have a powerful background. He came here specifically for the mirror realm, but he couldn't find the key. Lin Ling nodded. If he found the key and entered the mirror realm, wouldn't he enter the world of demons and ghosts? Those demons and ghosts could only be suppressed by Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. What's the use of finding the key? Guang Chengzi pondered. I feel that entering the mirror realm is the only way to reach the center of the Ksitigarbha palace. Although it's very dangerous there, perhaps there are greater opportunities there. Lin Ling frowned. Then, he did not think too much about it. He went to the window and looked into the distance. He saw that there was nothing in this ancient land except for huge rocks. There's an ancient castle over there. Lin Ling suddenly realized that there was more than one castle. In the distant horizon, he could vaguely see a similar ancient castle, but it was very far away. Then, he went to another window and found that the small beasts were still wandering outside the castle. Although there were fewer of them, they still did not disperse. Obviously, they were waiting for Lin Ling. What a terrifying thing. It seems that I can only wait now. Lin Ling sighed. After a rough inspection, he did not find anything strange in the castle. He went back to the first floor. Chapter 5032. Die. Lin Ling activated his soul force and killed the little beast. Then, he felt a rich soul force from the little beast. Lin Ling was overjoyed. This soul force was much stronger than the souls of the dead. He immediately swallowed it. Then, he killed all the little beasts on the ground and recovered his soul force. After a long time, most of the little beasts on the ground were dead. There were only a few dozen left. Lin Ling pondered for a moment. He took the little beasts that were not dead and went to the second floor. After killing them, he threw them out. Wang wang wang. The dead little beasts fell to the ground and immediately attracted more little beasts. The sky in front of him was filled with them. It was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, the fort was surrounded again. Although they did not dare to approach, they flew around the fort, unwilling to leave. Attract some more. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. After swallowing a large number of little beast souls, his soul force had recovered a bit. If he attracted some more, his soul force would recover again. Thinking of this, he told Guang Qingzi his idea and got Guang Qingzi's approval. Then, he rushed out of the fort and attracted a large number of little beasts. After they crawled all over his body, he rushed back into the fort. This time, the time he rushed out was very short. But it still caused Lin Ling's soul force to suffer a great loss. However, he believed that after swallowing the little beast's souls, it would be a win-win situation. Sure enough, after Lin Ling swallowed all the little beasts, his soul force recovered to 70%. Then, he rushed out again to attract more little beasts. Gradually, his soul force recovered to 80%. Time quietly passed. Relying on the continuous swallowing of little beasts, Lin Ling's soul force recovered to 90%, 100%. All of his soul force recovered to its original state. His current strength was almost comparable to his past strength. It was just that the number of times he could use soul force was limited. However, Lin Ling did not leave. Instead, he continued to devour souls and increase his strength. Now, he did not have a physical body. His only method was soul force. The greater the increase in soul force, the higher the chance of survival. 1 year passed, 2 years passed, 3 years passed, a full 10 years. Lin Ling continued to devour the little beasts. His soul was more than twice as strong as before. The little beasts that he devoured were simply unfathomable. But what surprised Lin Ling was that these little beasts seemed to be endless. Even after killing so many, their numbers still didn't decrease. As for Lin Ling's soul power, it had gone from 1 million steps to 2 million steps. With his soul force greatly improved, Lin Ling's strength increased by leaps and bounds. Using his Dao regression heavenly position, he could actually sense the Lin Ling universe. Luckily, the Lin Ling universe was well hidden. Grandpa and the others were not targeted by the Silver Moon race. Universe Lin Ling can sense it. Maybe I can bring Universe Lin Ling here. If so, my strength will be greatly improved. After Lin Ling entered the underworld, he had been secretly increasing his strength. Now, he finally felt the return of his strength. However, after his soul power reached 2 million steps, Lin Ling also found that the effect of devouring the little beasts was very weak. Moreover, after he walked out of the fortress, there were very few little beasts that followed him into the fortress. It seemed that he had devoured too many little beasts, causing his soul power to have the aura of the little beasts. Those little beasts no longer paid attention to him. The hurricane whirlpool in the distance has been there for 10 years. I wonder who it is. On this day, Lin Ling stood on the second floor and looked into the distance through the window. There was also a huge whirlpool that had been there for 10 years. In these 10 years, Lin Ling observed it every day and found that the whirlpool had not weakened at all. He guessed that there must be someone trapped in the whirlpool. It was probably one of the 18 people who entered the Dizong Palace. Moreover, the whirlpool was in the middle of the two fortresses. It was really difficult to escape. Let's go. After that, Lin Ling left the fortress. After 10 years, he could finally move forward without fear of the little beasts. Outside the fortress, there were still many little beasts. However, after noticing Lin Ling, they only circled around and gradually ignored Lin Ling. Because half of Lin Ling's soul was transformed from the little beast's souls, he was naturally seen as a little beast. Along the way, Lin Ling was no longer in danger. He slowed down and constantly checked his surroundings but did not find anything. It was only when he walked close to the whirlpool that he discovered that there was indeed someone inside. Moreover, it was a huge crab. Who are you? How about you help me? Moreover, as if sensing that someone was watching from afar, a human voice came from the crab. Looking carefully, this crab had a hard shell. It was relying on this shell to block the little beast's devouring. However, at this moment, the shell was riddled with holes and was bitten beyond recognition. As for the crab, it shrank into the shell like a tortoise. Lin Ling did not speak and continued watching quietly. In fact, if he really wanted to save this person, he could do it. However, why should he save him? If he saved an expert, it would be even more troublesome. I am Elder Xie. Sir, if you help me, I will give you a large amount of treasures. Seeing that Lin Ling was silent, the crab spoke. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. It was Elder Xie? This old man had always wanted to kill him, and now he was in such a state. I am Yadu. Lin Ling finally spoke. The crab was completely silent, as if in disbelief. Yadu was not dead? Moreover, Yadu was watching him being bitten by the little beasts. This scene could be described as a reversal of fortune. You! Elder Xie roared angrily. He knew that Yadu would definitely not help him. I didn't expect you to be alive. However, I won't die so easily. I won't make a fool of myself. Just you wait. When I escape, the first person I kill will be you. The crab roared angrily. Inside the shell, an old man sat cross-legged. A white seahorse appeared in his hand. He looked at the seahorse with reluctance. Little Hai, I have searched for a way to escape, but I still can't. If I hadn't been hiding in the shell, I probably wouldn't have lasted 10 years. Now, I know that it's useless to continue holding on, so I have to rely on you. The white seahorse looked at Elder Xie and understood his meaning. It nodded, but tears flowed out of its eyes. Little Hai, if I rule the universe in the future, I will definitely change your fate and return you a body. Elder Xie said coldly, then threw the seahorse out. The moment the seahorse appeared, it attracted the attention of countless little beasts. Elder Xie used the seahorse as an excuse to abandon the shell and escape. At the same time, he glanced at Lin Ling, and his eyes instantly narrowed. Because he saw the white-haired man not far away, who was watching this scene coldly. The terrifying thing was that the little beasts in the surroundings didn't seem to notice him. Yadu, you're on your own. Chapter 5033. Elder Xie was very weak now. Although he wanted to kill Yadu quickly, he wanted to leave immediately to recover. When he thought of the dead seahorse, he felt like his heart was being stabbed. He felt like he owed the seahorse his life. At this moment, something was thrown at him. When he turned around, his pupils constricted. F***K. Elder Xie could not help but curse. This was because he saw Yadu kill the small beasts and throw them at him. Why was Yadu still not leaving? He suddenly recalled that 10 years ago, when he first met these small beasts, he had killed many of them in a fit of anger. In the end, he was surrounded by a large group of small beasts. Yadu, you are crazy. You will attract a large number of small beasts. Elder Xie's expression changed instantly as he shouted anxiously. If not for his lack of strength, he would have killed this despicable white-haired man. Lin Ling's expression did not change as he said coldly, so what if I attract them? I'm not afraid of small beasts. But I'm afraid. Elder Xie was trembling with anger. What does that have to do with me? Lin Ling replied coldly. After he said that, he threw out a large number of small beasts. In a blink of an eye, the ground was filled with them. Wang wang wang. At the same time, in the distance, behind him, tornadoes began to appear. Clearly, countless small beasts were attracted. This made Elder Xie's pupils tremble. He had been trapped by these small beasts for 10 years and had just escaped. Now, he had to face these small beasts again. If you want to find a safe place, you can only go to the fort in the distance. However, before you reach the fort, these small beasts will hold you back. Lin Ling said indifferently. You? Despicable. Elder Xie stopped in his tracks. He was so anxious that his eyes turned red. He looked around and knew that he could not escape. Lin Ling also stopped and looked at him indifferently. Elder Xie had been targeting him and wanted to kill him. Now, he had finally met his match. Yadu, before I die, I will definitely drag you down with me. Elder Xie kept analyzing and finally decided to go all out, choosing to perish together with Lin Ling. Just you? You are not worthy. Lin Ling said indifferently, do you think I've been keeping quiet because I'm afraid of you? I'm just too lazy to kill you in front of everyone. Shameless boasting. Elder Xie did not believe that a mere soul could be his match. Crab pincers appeared in his hand as he pounced at Lin Ling with a ferocious godly power. The pincers grew in size and came clamping down like two mountains. Although Elder Xie looked weak, he was still hiding his strength. Moreover, death was near. In his anger, he wanted Lin Ling to die with him. Lin Ling's mouth was full of disdain. The sword of faith appeared in his hand, and he slashed out. Rumble! The sword of faith clashed with the crab pincer and instantly broke it. Elder Crab spat out a large mouthful of blood and was stunned. How could this Fang poison be so strong? Wasn't he a soul? Why was the soul also able to activate the divine essence method? Now you should know how foolish you were when you wanted me dead. Lin Ling looked at Elder Xie indifferently and did not kill him. His words stunned Elder Xie, as though he had been struck by lightning. He knew. Back then he had seen Lin Ling bring a map fragment, and it was a soul. Therefore, he wanted to steal Lin Ling's map fragment. He also believed that Lin Ling did not have the qualifications to join them. But now, it seemed that Lin Ling was even stronger than him. Enjoy this final piece of heaven and earth. Lin Ling still did not kill Elder Xie. He left with large strides. In front of him, a terrifying hurricane was approaching. However, Lin Ling successfully passed through the hurricane. The hurricane headed straight for Elder Xie, entangling him. Fang poison, save me. Save me. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have attacked you. Please save me. Only now did Elder Xie know who he had provoked. At this moment, he no longer had any thoughts of killing Lin Ling. He only hoped that Lin Ling could save his life. Unfortunately, Lin Ling was not a kind person. How could he save him? He strode towards the fortress in the distance, allowing Elder Xie to be devoured by the little beasts. After a long time, he arrived at the fortress. Lin Ling entered the fortress and found it empty. However, there was a small line of words in the corner. It was left behind by the marquis. Could it be that the marquis left behind words in every fortress? Lin Ling's eyes twinkled. There are fortresses along the way. I think the next fortress will really have words left behind by the marquis. Guang Chengzi said. Lin Ling nodded. After waiting for a long time, he left the fortress and returned to where Elder Xie was surrounded. He then saw Elder Xie's corpse. He had turned into a mummy, his body as stiff as a rock. Perhaps because he had turned into an inanimate object, the little beasts had scattered. The little beasts had scattered. However, Elder Xie looked miserable before he died. His expression was ferocious and full of desire. It was a desire to live. Lin Ling was expressionless. He searched Elder Xie's body for map fragments and found a large number of treasures. Then he left. After a long time, he reached the next fortress. There were words left behind by the marquis. The marquis seemed to be afraid of getting lost, so he left words in every fortress. Of course, Lin Ling also saw footprints in the fortress. It seemed like someone else had entered before him. Lin Ling guessed that it was someone from the team. Next, Lin Ling left without stopping. When he reached the next fortress, he found the words left behind by the marquis. After finding 3 more in a row, Lin Ling finally felt that something was wrong. According to this direction, I'm following the same path as the junior marquis. However, the words left behind at the first fort are different. That means the junior marquis left those words behind when he went back. The reason he went back is because he didn't find the mirror dimension. Therefore, even if I follow the fortress, I still won't be able to find the mirror realm in the end. Moreover, the large group is also going in this direction. This means that everyone who entered this place used the fortress as a reference point to move forward and eventually went the wrong way. Lin Ling continued to analyze. You are right. Guang Qingzi's voice floated out. Because of the little beasts, most people do not want to stray too far from the fortress. This means that they can only follow the fortress. That is not the path to the mirror realm. Let's go in another direction. Lin Ling immediately suggested, and Guang Qingzi agreed. Although they didn't know what the mirror dimension was, the Marquis had actually entered the Xitigarbha Palace once. This meant that he was extremely strong. He had also come for the mirror dimension. This meant that the mirror dimension was the real location of the Xitigarbha Palace. A great treasure. The fortresses are connected in a line. If we follow this line, we will definitely go in the wrong direction. That leaves two directions. Lin Ling, where should we go? Guang Qingzi said. Go left first. If that doesn't work, go right. Chapter 50-34. The path on the left was very long, and they didn't encounter anything along the way. It was full of boulders, which was a test of their patience. However, Lin Ling had been practicing martial arts for a long time, and his patience had been tempered 1,000 times. He continued forward with perseverance. After walking for 3 years, a large river finally appeared in front of them. The river flowed and blocked Lin Ling's path. Looking at the river, there seemed to be no end to it. It was more like a sea than a river. What was more shocking was that looking through the river, one could see countless demons and ghosts at the bottom of the river. All of them were extremely terrifying. Have we reached the end? Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He didn't get too close to the river. Demons and ghosts are dancing in the river. If I'm not wrong, this river is the mirror realm. Look at the people in our group. Guang Qingzi also stared at the river and suddenly saw a familiar face. It was Xinyu. Maybe it's an illusion. Lin Ling still felt that it was unreal. After all, they were only one river away from the demons and ghosts. This feeling was too strange. No, this is real. Look at the red-haired man. He's very strong, not much weaker than me. Moreover, he's also watching us. As long as we enter the river, we'll probably be attacked by him. Guang Qingzi shook his head and said, but the mirror realm is just below. Are we going to give up? Lin Ling continued to stare at the river, and a thought flashed through his mind. He felt that something was wrong. Xinyu is in the river, and she's in conflict with the demons and ghosts in the river. She's fleeing. When Yuan Bing is also there, and most importantly, the Black Tower is there. TSK, all of this is real, but it's not the real mirror realm. After all, these people went along the fortress and finally reached the river. If I go down from here, I'll probably take the same path as the fortress. The real path is on the right side of the fortress. Right? The mirror realm is on the other side of the mirror. That's right, it must be on the right. Lin Ling became more and more excited as he spoke. It was as if he had guessed the secret. What you said is possible. Why don't we go back and take the right path? Although it's time-consuming, it's better than entering the river and being chased by those demons and ghosts. Master Guangqing's voice trembled. He had never imagined that Lin Ling would have such conjectures. Immediately, they left the river and went back the way they came. After 3 years, they finally arrived at the area of the fortress. Next, they went to the right. After another 3 years, another large river appeared in front of them. This river was exactly the same as the one on the left. The only difference was that this river was still. However, if one looked down through the river, they would still be able to see the demons and ghosts in the river. This is the mirror realm? Guang Qingzi's voice was filled with disbelief. That was because there were still demons and ghosts in the river. Logically speaking, it should be impossible. Lin Ling didn't say anything and continued to ponder. After a long time, he guessed, if we follow the fortress, we can reach the world of demons and ghosts, but we can't enter or leave. If we follow the left side of the fortress, we can see the world of demons and ghosts, but as long as we don't jump into the river. Don't worry, the red-haired man is the only one who can notice us in the river. The others don't seem to notice us. If we follow the right side, although there are still demons and ghosts, they can't find us. Perhaps, this river is the world in the mirror. Hearing this, Master Guang Qingzi fell silent. He felt that Lin Ling's conjecture was too crazy. After a while, Master Guang Qingzi asked, "Do you plan to enter?" Lin Ling pondered and finally nodded. My soul power has surpassed its peak, but the speed of my growth is too slow. Without a physical body, I can't recover my strength. In the underworld, it's not difficult to find a physical body, but it's difficult to find a physical body. It's not easy to find my physical body. I have a feeling that there's something I want in the mirror realm. As long as I find a physical body that's comparable to the past, or even stronger, the underworld won't be able to stop me. Since I've already died once, I might as well go crazy again. Lin Ling's voice was filled with determination and craziness. For Yu and the others, for revenge, even if it was hell, he had to go. He didn't believe that he, the reincarnated soul of the god of creation, would really die in the underworld. You're right. If you don't go down, you might not die, but you'll be trapped in the underworld forever. If you want to open a new world, you have to fight. Master Guangchengzi was also influenced by Lin Ling's determination. Master Guangchengzi, thank you. If you didn't carry my memories, I would still be a lonely soul in the underworld. If you didn't accompany me, I might not have been able to enter this cold underworld. Now, whether it's life or death, I'll create it. Lin Ling said solemnly to Master Guangchengzi. No, we'll create it together. Master Guangchengzi smiled faintly. I'm looking forward to the day when you avenge my disciple, the Yellow Emperor, and bring him out of the underworld. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded heavily and jumped into the river. The river overflowed and drowned Lin Ling, making Lin Ling feel that it was no different from jumping into an ordinary river. But as he sank, this feeling disappeared. It was as if he had come to another space, another universe. The land here was very dark, and there were mountains and plains all around. Terrifying ghost, demonic auras were condensing and spreading everywhere as if they had materialized. Looking up, everything had disappeared, leaving only the blood-red sky. A mere god of the underworld dares to enter the empty hell world. This is the great universe of Blood River God. You're courting death. At that moment, a deep voice sounded out, causing the ground to tremble as a terrifying aura flooded out. A 100-meter-tall giant walked over. He wore heavy armor, and his body was filled with ghostly chi, demonic chi, and devil chi. Inhaling and exhaling seemed to be the combination of these three types of auras. His skin was slightly dark, and there were 2 horns on his head, making him look extremely majestic. Then he pounced toward Lin Ling. Judging from the strength of his aura, he was actually comparable to a Saint Giant Universe god. Oh no, he found me. Lin Ling's expression changed dramatically. He didn't expect to meet such a powerful demon as soon as he entered. Idiot, once you enter my hell's empty realm, you won't be able to hide your nether chi. The demon roared and quickly arrived in front of Lin Ling. The sword of faith appeared in Lin Ling's hand, and he was ready to fight to the death. However, just as Lin Ling was about to swing his sword, he realized that the fiendish demon had passed by him and was chasing into the distance. Upon closer inspection, there was a person in the distance. It was the man with the ghostly aura in the group. He didn't find me. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. I know, Mirror Realm. You've entered the mirror realm in another part of the universe, just like in a mirror. You can see them, you can even touch anything, but they can't see you, they can't even touch you. They can't attack you. Guangchengzi said suddenly. Chapter 50-35. With this thought in mind, Lin Ling couldn't help but look behind him. Then, he realized that the demonic man in the giant armor had killed the man covered in ghost chi. The demonic man was also eating the man's flesh. After a long time, he finally left. Throughout the whole process, he didn't even look at Lin Ling. It was as if he didn't notice Lin Ling at all. I knew it. Lin Ling had always wanted to test if the demonic man could notice him. However, he couldn't. Lin Ling, the Light Marquis, tried all means to enter the mirror realm. Now that you've found him, there must be great benefits in the mirror realm. Now, let's start looking for them. Guangchengzi said to Lin Ling excitedly. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded heavily. He glanced at the man covered in ghostly aura and walked over. He found a large number of treasures on him and even a fragment of a map. Now, he had 3 fragments of a map. He didn't know why, but he felt that the fragment of a map might be useful. Therefore, he kept all of them carefully. Let's go. Then, Lin Ling walked along the ground. Rumble. Soon, the ground shook and the volcano erupted. Demonic chi flames shot up into the sky and covered the sky. Then, the demonic chi flames rained down from the sky. However, Lin Ling found it strange that the flames could pass through him and didn't affect him at all. Sure enough, any attack here is useless against me. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. It seemed that not only the demonic man's attack, but also the attacks of heaven and earth couldn't affect him. Previously, he had collected treasures such as the fragment of a map, which meant that he could attack others. However, this place is too big. We have no clue what treasures we can find. Guang Chengzi said. Lin Ling frowned immediately. He didn't know what treasure the light marquis was looking for. However, at this rate, it would take him a long time to find it. Perhaps, if I can find the strongest person in this universe, then I'll be able to get the information. Lin Ling, I think the strongest person in this universe is that red-haired man. He was able to see us on the left side of the river, but I don't know if he can see us now that we're in the mirror realm. You'll know once you try. Lin Ling knew that since he was already here, he had to give it a try no matter how dangerous it was. And his primary goal was to find the devil cultivator. Then, he looked at the sky in the distance and sensed where the demonic aura was the densest. Finally, he chose a direction and moved forward. The demon dwellers here were very strange. They did not look like ghosts, nor did they look like underworld dwellers, nor did they look like demons. They were more like an ancient race from the universe. But they were very powerful. Among those that Lin Ling had seen, the weakest was at the saint-level universe giant god level. Rumble. There was an intense battle in the distance. When Lin Ling got closer, he suddenly realized that it was the people from the previous team. They were fighting against 2 devil cultivator together. There were more than 10 people here, and only 2 devil cultivator. However, the difference in strength was too great. Even if they joined forces, they could not block the attacks of the devil cultivator. However, Lin Ling saw that Xin Yu, Xin Gu, Wen Yuanbing and the others' strength had increased, and the increase was not small. This meant that when they arrived in this universe, they had obtained good treasures and their strength had greatly increased. Not good, these devil cultivators are too strong. We can't win at all. Let's run. If we continue to stay here, we'll only die. But don't we want the treasures here? They were talking as they fought. Originally, they wanted to retreat, but when they heard that there were treasures in this universe, everyone gritted their teeth and persevered. Save me. However, their strength was inferior. This was a fact that could not be changed no matter what. Another person had been killed. A total of 19 of them entered here, and now there were less than 10 people left. Xin Yu did not dare to continue fighting. She turned and ran. Xin Yu, you're shameless. Seeing that Xin Yu suddenly left, everyone cursed. After all, if they joined forces, they could barely hold on for a while. However, Xin Yu suddenly ran away, causing the pressure to fall on them. Let's retreat. Next, Wen Yuanbing, Xin Gu and the others also ran away. Seeing this, everyone had the intention to retreat. Unfortunately, the people who ran first had the advantage. After all, the devil cultivator's attention was attracted by the remaining people. Rumble. Another person died. One of the devil cultivators chased after the others, while the other devil cultivator was still fighting. Unfortunately, everyone had started to run, causing one of the devil cultivators to be slower and be restrained. This person was Heita. Damn it. The Black Tower also cursed loudly, and his eyes were completely red. Seeing that the devil cultivators were getting closer, he had no choice but to use his trump card. In the sky, a huge bronze bell smashed down. The devil cultivators could not get closer, and could only use their hands to support the sky and block with difficulty. Eastern Emperor Bell. At the same time, Lin Ling, who was in the mirror realm, was shocked. Heita was Xingyi's soul. However, did he not go through 3 baptisms after entering the netherworld? Why did he have the Eastern Emperor Bell? Could it be that he still had memories? Kid, your bell is not bad. Unfortunately, you're still too weak to activate the bell's power. At the same time, the devil cultivator let out a low voice. He actually held the bell with both hands and walked step by step toward Heita. What a powerful devil cultivator! Heita's expression changed slightly, but he soon felt relieved. This devil cultivator had the strength of a giant universe god. He naturally could not block it. However, at this time, a sword flashed and pierced through the devil cultivator. The most terrifying thing was that this sudden sword came without any warning. No one could detect it. Who is it? The devil cultivator still held the Eastern Emperor bell and let out a loud roar. At the same time, Heita's body trembled. He was very familiar with that sword. In fact, when he first joined the team, he saw a familiar face. However, the netherworld was too big, and the white-haired man was very cold, so he was not sure if that man was someone he knew. Therefore, he planned to find a chance to ask after entering the Dizong Palace. Unfortunately, that man was missing. He probably died in the Dizong Palace, so he secretly guessed that the man was not the person he was looking for. Now that he saw that sword, he was sure that the white-haired man was the person he was looking for. Shio. At this time, another sword slashed toward him. This devil cultivator was indeed powerful. He was only injured after being hit by the sword. However, the enemy was invisible. He could not detect him even after using all his divine abilities. Therefore, it was useless no matter how strong he was. He could not see his opponent at all. Shio. Shio. After a dozen consecutive slashes, the devil cultivator finally fell. A large amount of devil chi blood flowed out and dyed the ground red. Sir, I'm Shingi. Are you there? Heita no longer had any doubts after seeing the devil cultivator fall. He shouted to the surroundings. Chapter 5036. However, when Lin Ling wanted to answer him, he realized that his voice could not be transmitted. Instead, Guang Qingzi informed Lin Ling that more demons were coming. Lin Ling had no choice but to go to Saint Gui's side and pat him on the shoulder. He then pulled Saint Gui in a different direction and told him to escape. My lord, you are still alive. You know me. You have memories. Saint Gui was so happy that he cried. Although he could not see Lin Ling, he knew that Lin Ling wanted him to escape. My lord, I will wait for you. Saint Gui knew that it would be more troublesome if he stayed, so he immediately flew forward. Lin Ling watched him disappear. When the devil dwellers arrived, he activated the 3 extreme breaks of the universe and blocked them. Everyone be careful. There is a powerful soul fluctuation. The dozen or so devil cultivators all stopped in their tracks and waited. Some of them even used their soul power to resist Lin Ling. Lin Ling was shocked that their soul power was not much weaker than his. Fortunately, although their soul power was strong, it could not enter the mirror realm. He disappeared? What a strange method. I can't sense his aura at all. He is probably dead. Continue chasing. The demons checked for a moment and wanted to continue chasing. However, Lin Ling used his soul power again to tell them that he was not dead. His purpose was to buy time for Saint Gui. Sure enough, when they saw another soul attack coming, all the demon dwellers reacted as if they were facing a great enemy and were delayed for a long time. However, they could not sense Lin Ling at all. It was as if the soul attack came from another universe. After a long time, they finally gave up. So strange. Let's go back and tell the great god. All the demons began to retreat. Lin Ling followed them quietly. As long as Lin Ling did not attack, no one could discover him. Lin Ling was the only one. After a long time, a majestic mountain range appeared in front of them. It stretched as far as the eye could see, and the mountain range was pitch black. The entrance to the mountain range was a gigantic skeleton mountain. The mouth of the mountain was wide open, and all the demons were sucked into it. Lin Ling, be careful. When Lin Ling was about to enter, Guang Chengzi reminded him. This was because the red-haired man in this universe was very mysterious. He was the only person who could see Lin Ling and the others. If they were discovered, Lin Ling would undoubtedly die. Lin Ling nodded and cautiously followed in. After entering the mouth of the skull, Lin Ling discovered that it was a narrow and winding path. Of course, it was only a narrow and winding path to the devil dwellers. To the tiny Lin Ling, it was like a grand road. Both sides of the road were full of tall rock walls. It gave off an oppressive feeling. After walking along the main road for a long time, the view in front of them suddenly opened up. They had arrived at a huge open space. Upon closer inspection, the open space was actually filled with demons. Some stood on the ground, while others stood on the distant mountain peaks. There were tens of thousands of them. They were densely packed and terrifying. Powerful auras rolled in all directions. Even though Lin Ling was in the mirror world, he still felt a sense of difficulty breathing. At the end of the open space sat a red-haired man. He was 50 meters tall and wore armor. There was a mysterious tattoo on his chest, making him look majestic. He closed his eyes and sat quietly without moving. Great God! The devil cultivator that entered all bowed in respect. However, the red-haired man remained motionless. The entire open space suddenly fell silent. Everyone seemed to be waiting for the red-haired man to speak. Moreover, this was the first time they had seen the red-haired man so silent. Finally, the red-haired man opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the entrance. That place was where Lin Ling was. With just a glance, Lin Ling stopped breathing. He did not dare to move, and his heart pounded non-stop. Could it be that the red-haired man had discovered him? Fortunately, the red-haired man quickly retracted his gaze and looked at the demons that had entered. He asked, "What happened?" The demons immediately told him what had happened. "It's those gods from the underworld again. Kill them all. Every 10 million years, gods from the underworld will enter. Kill them all. They're courting death." Among those who entered last time, only the Light Marquis was strong. It was said that he was the reincarnation of the god of the underworld. He escaped, but now there are still people who dare to enter. Whoever enters will die. Even the god of the underworld will die if he meets God Blood River. Deafening voices came from all directions. The demons raised their weapons and roared. "You're saying that someone is attacking you, but you can't see anyone." However, the red-haired man waved his hand and all the demons fell silent. Then the red-haired man asked. The demons nodded. The red-haired man's eyes flashed. His eyes looked at Lin Ling again. No one knew what he was thinking. Great God, is it the Light Marquis again? Someone saw the red-haired man's serious face and immediately asked. "I don't know. Maybe it's him. He has been eyeing that corpse. After all, that corpse is the only one in the entire universe. It's also the strongest body." The red-haired man said indifferently, "It's a pity that it's not that easy to refine that corpse. Go, find those outsiders and kill them all." The red-haired man stood up, and a terrifying aura filled the air. Under his command, numerous demons rushed out. It was a mighty and incomparably terrifying scene. In the blink of an eye, only the red-haired man was left. He looked at Lin Ling calmly. No one knew what he was thinking. Lin Ling still didn't dare to move. Could it be that I'm hallucinating? It's said that when Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva suppressed us, he left behind a mirror realm to monitor us. But what is this mirror realm? The Light Marquis said millions of years ago that he would come again. Could it be that he's here? He's not only the reincarnation of the god of the underworld, but also the star of the universe. He can't be underestimated. Let's take a look at that thing first. The red-haired man muttered to himself and walked into the depths of the open space. Lin Ling still didn't dare to move, but his heart was in turmoil. The Light Marquis was the reincarnation of the god of the underworld? And he was also one of the 9 stars of the universe? The 9 stars of the universe were the nemesis of the worlds we'll host. It's getting more and more interesting. I didn't expect that the god of the underworld would win and lose. This god of the underworld hates you to the core and wants to torture you. But I didn't expect that he would also help you. Master Guangqing, however, smiled. Lin Ling nodded. If he didn't leave those words unintentionally, I wouldn't know where the mirror realm is. It seems that I should thank him properly. Lin Ling, follow him. The red-haired man seems to be afraid that the treasure will be taken away, so he went to take a look. Follow him and you can find the treasure. Guang Chengzi suddenly thought of something and quickly said, and he said that it's the best meat in the universe. Chapter 5037. The endless demon mountain was silent. It was as if all the demons had left, causing the demon mountain to give off a stifling feeling. The huge red-haired man walked ahead at a moderate speed. He turned left and right as if he was walking in a maze. Lin Ling realized that if he were to walk alone on the demon mountain, unless he descended from the sky, he wouldn't be able to find a way out in a short period of time. Lin Ling, don't follow too closely. Guang Chengzi's voice could be heard occasionally, causing Lin Ling to stop from time to time. Especially at the corners, when Lin Ling didn't slow down, it was easy for him to bump into the red-haired man. Although Lin Ling was in the mirror world, no one knew what would happen if he bumped into the red-haired man. Fortunately, Guang Chengzi had reminded him. Every time he turned a corner, as long as he didn't see the red-haired man, Lin Ling would wait in place for a moment. This person is very strong and can really detect us. However, he isn't sure if it's an illusion or something. Guang Chengzi said to Lin Ling. The red-haired man indeed felt that something was wrong behind him, so he walked very slowly. However, after sensing carefully, he didn't find anything. Is it really an illusion? I should go and see my treasure immediately before it is stolen. After walking for 2 hours, the red-haired man finally sped up. It was obvious that he valued the treasure hidden in the demon mountain. And after he sped up, it meant that he no longer cared about Lin Ling and the others. Lin Ling also sped up. Before long, an even more majestic mountain peak appeared in front of them. It towered into the clouds, and one couldn't see its peak. There was only a valley entrance, and the red-haired man immediately rushed in. The valley entrance was filled with mist, and the red-haired man rushed out. A human figure appeared, and it slowly recovered. Lin Ling, rush in before the mist fuses. Master Guangqing stared ahead and suddenly shouted anxiously. Lin Ling nodded solemnly and hurriedly shot into the fog. He was far away from the red-haired man, and the fog was recovering very quickly. Therefore, Lin Ling had almost missed his chance. This mist is a kind of energy in the red-haired man's body. If someone approaches, he can sense it. Therefore, you can use the mist that he has dispersed to enter. This way, he won't be able to sense you. After entering the valley, Guang Chengzi said to Lin Ling. After Lin Ling nodded, he looked around and realized that this valley was even more majestic than before. A giant was quietly leaning against the wall. This giant was so big that it was unimaginable. His upper body was naked, and there were complicated runes all over his body. His long hair was draped over his shoulders, and his eyes were closed. He looked like a corpse. In front of the giant, the red-haired man stood there calmly. He raised his head and looked at the giant with an excited smile on his face. The red-haired man could be considered huge, but compared to the giant, he was like a little lamb. Lin Ling, don't you think this giant looks familiar? At this time, Guang Chengzi said to Lin Ling in shock. Lin Ling's attention was originally on the red-haired man. After hearing this, he looked at the giant. The more he looked, the more familiar it seemed, as if he had seen it somewhere before. When you use Pangu Strike, the final giant you transform into looks like this. Guang Chengzi immediately reminded Lin Ling when he saw that Lin Ling did not react. Hearing this, Lin Ling's expression finally changed. Pangu. This was the real Pangu. How is this possible? Lin Ling's entire soul was trembling in disbelief. He stared at the giant and suddenly realized that the giant seemed to be looking at him. Even though the giant was a corpse, this feeling was still very strong. The number 1 physical body in the universe, and the only one. No wonder. It seems that the underworld god is also looking for this treasure. Lin Ling, the red-haired man, has left. As Lin Ling stared at the giant, Guang Chengzi's voice drifted over, waking Lin Ling up. Do I have a chance to obtain this giant? After Lin Ling woke up, he immediately asked. His entire soul was trembling. His previous physical body was in fact incomparably precious. After all, Lin Ling began tempering his physical body in the rainforest's sacred land. After so many years, his physical body had been tempered to a terrifying level. However, compared to Pangu's true body, his previous physical body was still incomparable. You can try, but it will be difficult. After all, the red-haired man said that he had not succeeded in refining it for so long. However, Lin Ling, you have cultivated Pangu Strike. Perhaps you have a chance. Guang Chengzi kept saying. Lin Ling floated over and examined the giant's feet. Gradually he reached the knees, then the thighs, stomach, and chest. Suddenly, his gaze fell on the giant's 2 arms. He realized that all 10 of the giant's fingers were present. That's not right. I obtained Panga's finger. That finger was feared by the Universe Toad clan. However, all 10 fingers of this body are present. Could it be that this is not Panga's body? Lin Ling frowned. Very likely. However, it could also be the bloodline of the Panga clan. After all, legend has it that the real Pangu has transformed into the universe. His physical body no longer exists. Guang Chengzi guessed. I will know once I enter his body. If there is a familiar aura in his body, it must be Pangu's bloodline. Lin Ling continued to fly upward and reached the giant's ear. He then entered through the ear. Compared to Pangu, his body was as small as a bug. Naturally, he could enter easily. However, he soon realized that there was a familiar aura in the giant's body. It was the same as the aura of the Pangu strike and Pangu's finger. It was incomparably ancient. This is the bloodline of the Pangu clan. Moreover, it is the purest bloodline. If I can refine him, I will have a physical body in the underworld. Lin Ling immediately became excited. However, how should he refine him? Perhaps, you can try using Pangu's strike. Guang Chengzi said, of course, if you have the Pangu clan's Pangu true movement technique, you should be able to refine him successfully. However, the Pangu strike is an offensive technique of the Pangu clan. The chances are relatively low. Even if you can, the refining speed will not be fast. However, it will definitely be much faster than Blood River God. Alright, I'll give it a try. Wait, take a look at the giant's body first. I believe that the red-haired man has left some energy in the giant's body and is continuing to refine him. Hearing this, Lin Ling hurriedly swam into the giant's body. After investigating for a long time, he finally found a strange power at the giant's heart. The entire giant's heart had turned black, and it was slowly dyeing the surroundings black. That's right, that red-haired man started from the heart. However, the speed at which he refined this body was very slow. Lin Ling, you should refine the other parts of the body first, and then the heart. All right. Chapter 5038. A strange force suddenly emanated from Lin Ling's soul. If this force had appeared elsewhere, it would have quickly disappeared into the void. However, in the giant's body, it immediately infected the surroundings. First, the giant's brain seemed to be assimilated. It's effective. Lin Ling opened his eyes and was extremely happy. It's not very fast, but compared to the red-haired man, it's hundreds of millions of times faster. Lin Ling slowly refined this giant. Guang Chengzi was also happy for Lin Ling. If he obtained this body, there was no doubt that Lin Ling would be able to make a comeback. In the future, he would definitely step into the ranks of the top gods in the universe. Time passed quietly. During this time, the red-haired man also came several times, but he couldn't detect Lin Ling in the giant's brain. Finally, the red-haired man left. After Lin Ling refined the giant's brain, the entire head gradually came under his control. At first, it was very uncomfortable, but after familiarizing himself with it, he felt that the giant's head was like his own. After refining the head, Lin Ling's soul also gained something. It was actually Pangu's true movement technique. This was the universe's #1 physical cultivation technique. And the resource needed for cultivation was actually the universe. It turned out that Pangu refined the universe to increase his strength. As expected of Pangu, directly refining the universe. Lin Ling was excited, and a sense of heroism rose in his heart. After the head was refined, the following speed became much faster. Left arm, right arm, chest, abdomen, thigh, calf. Time seemed slow, but in fact, after 100 years, the giant was finally left with only the heart. Lin Ling could even feel that the entire body was under his control, as if it was his own body. He even had an illusion that he was a baby floating in the vast universe, constantly absorbing the essence of the universe and gradually growing. Lin Ling, the red-haired man, is very strong. Now that you have refined the giant's body, You are probably not his match. So after refining the heart, you must leave immediately. Besides, you're in the mirror world, but your huge body can't enter. So, you can only leave from here. Have you found the way out? Guang Chengzi reminded Lin Ling. I reckon that the way out should be the map fragment. Try burning it. Lin Ling also stopped refining. Before he found a way out, he didn't dare to confront the red-haired man. After that, he used his soul power to refine the map fragments. Lin Ling had obtained quite a number of map fragments. After being burned by his soul power, green smoke rose from the fragments. The strange thing was that the green smoke didn't disperse. Instead, it formed a haze. Moreover, within the haze, one could see. He felt an aura that was different from the infernal universe. It seems like the way out is indeed through the map fragments. However, your physical body is simply too massive. If you want to leave, you'll have to burn all of the map fragments. Furthermore, the timing has to be coincidental. You'll have to burn the map fragments just as you finished assimilating the heart. It's empty. Master Guangqing kept reminding him. Lin Ling nodded. He constantly sensed the time needed to refine the map fragments. After familiarizing himself with it, he began to refine the heart. And now, Lin Ling not only had the Pangu strike, but he had also learned the Pangu's true movement technique. His assimilation speed was undoubtedly much faster. He prayed that the red-haired man wasn't on Demon Mountain. This would buy him more time. At the same time, far away on the ground, the red-haired man was chasing after several outsiders. After sensing a strange feeling, his expression changed. Not good. He immediately rushed towards Demon Mountain. His speed was incomparably fast. In just an incense stick's worth of time, he returned from the distant horizon. Following that, he followed Demon Mountain's path and rushed towards the valley. Lin Ling, he's back. Quick, quick, quick. At the same time, Master Guangchengzi's anxious voice sounded. Lin Ling's expression was solemn. His huge giant body suddenly sat down cross-legged, causing Demon Mountain to shake. He was frantically refining the strength in the heart. And behind him, the map fragments were burning, gradually forming a huge haze. In his body, the originally black heart was rapidly recovering its color. The speed was incomparably fast. At the same time, a figure finally rushed in. It was the red-haired man. After seeing the giant sitting cross-legged, he was furious. Who are you? He never expected that someone would steal his treasures right under his nose. One had to know that he often came to check on the giant, but he never found anything strange. Lin Ling ignored him. He continued to refine the heart and all the treasures on him. His speed was as fast as lightning. You're courting death. Seeing that Lin Ling ignored him, the red-haired man threw a punch at Lin Ling. His godly energy was incomparably terrifying, reaching the level of 10 trillion. One had to know that when the Yellow Emperor broke through to become a Saint Universe giant, he only had 300 billion godly energy at most. 100,000. The difference was too great. Rumble. Seeing the punch coming, Lin Ling knew that if he did not make a move, he would be injured. The huge fist met the attack head-on. Two fists, one big and one small, collided. However, Lin Ling's fist was not a match at all. He was blasted away and smashed into Demon Mountain behind him. If it were any other giant god of the universe, they would have been completely destroyed long ago. But even so, Lin Ling was still injured. At the same time, he sensed that the haze behind him had completely formed and was starting to dissipate. Retreat. Lin Ling did not dare to tangle with the red-haired man. He immediately rushed into the haze and gradually disappeared. Where do you think you're going? The red-haired man obviously did not react in time. When he attacked, his palm grabbed empty air. He was furious and wanted to rush into the haze, but a powerful force blocked him. This was the sealing power of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Damn it! As long as I get this body, I'll be free from the sea of bitterness and turn the netherworld upside down. This person actually dared to steal my body. I'll kill you, kill you. The red-haired man's body became even bigger. His violent aura was tumbling, and his red hair was like a snake, easily breaking through endless Demon Mountain. Lin Ling seemed to have entered the mirror world and was floating toward the sky. However, the red-haired man could not detect him, nor could he attack him. "Wait for me, I'll definitely find you." The red-haired man suddenly looked toward the sky as if he had seen Lin Ling. But Lin Ling knew that the red-haired man did not see him. However, when Lin Ling flew higher and higher, he saw a huge sea of blood floating on the ground in the distant Demon Mountain. Most importantly, Lin Ling had Pangu's body, so he could sense that it was not a sea of blood but the blood of this corpse. No wonder Lin Ling did not see a drop of blood after entering the corpse. It was hidden there. Chapter 5039. A huge suction force brought Lin Ling out of Hell's universe. At this moment, Lin Ling finally felt relieved. His purpose for coming to Dizong Palace was finally accomplished. When Lin Ling disappeared, countless people in Hell's universe looked up at the sky coldly. Their eyes were filled with irreconcilable killing intent. At the highest peak of Demon Mountain, the red-haired man stood there like a javelin. He towered into the clouds as his long hair danced wildly. "I will find you. When the time comes, I will tear you into pieces. I, Blood River God, swear." His voice actually rushed out of Hell's universe and reached Lin Ling's ears. Lin Ling still sneered. Although he knew that the red-haired man was very strong, by the time he came out, the universe would have already experienced a great era. This is still the land of boulders. Following that, Lin Ling's gaze swept around and found that he had returned to the side of the river. In front of him, the river water was still as if it was a huge mirror. However, through the river water, he could see the scene under the river. Lin Ling ignored it and strode away. "Lin Ling, congratulations on finally finding your physical body." Guang Chengzi's voice came at the same time. "I have found my physical body, but it's just that I'm like this now." Lin Ling was speechless. He was still in the form of a giant. Naked, it was as strange as it could get. The universe's #1 physical body. It's just a change in appearance. Don't worry, this physical body's cultivation speed is probably very fast. It won't be long before you return to your previous appearance. Guang Chengzi said. Lin Ling only ran for a moment before he returned to the fortress. Then, with a rumble, he sat down cross-legged. Suddenly, a large number of small beasts appeared around him. However, Lin Ling released his soul force. After the small beasts circled around him a few times, they gradually flew away. As for Lin Ling, he took out all the treasures on his body to cultivate, causing his body to continuously shrink. At the same time, he began to familiarize himself with this body. He had Pangu's body cultivation method, which was the first body cultivation method in the universe. His cultivation speed was indeed fast, especially after this cultivation method was combined with Pangu's body. His cultivation speed had reached a terrifying limit. It was just that the cultivation progress was great, and the consumption was also great. The treasures that Lin Ling obtained before were all used up in less than an incense stick's worth of time. So strong. I've only trained for a short period of time and my physical strength has already reached 1 billion. Lin Ling opened his eyes, and they were filled with shock. Back then, his physical body was only 4 billion, but Panga's body was almost catching up to his back then. Spiritual qi has appeared in my dantian. Moreover, Lin Ling had also started to cultivate spiritual qi. However, he was still in the beginning stages and needed more cultivation resources. Now that he was recultivating and had Panga's body, even the cultivation of spiritual qi was incomparably fast. Pangu's body is actually determined by stars. A 9-star Pangu is the strongest. After surpassing that, one would be a real Pangu. Now, I'm in the 1-star range, and when I reach the later stages of this body cultivation, I need to refine the universe. Through Pangu's cultivation method, Lin Ling roughly knew how the most ancient race determined their strength. Next, Lin Ling began to change his appearance, returning to the size of an ordinary person. However, this time, he did not change back to Lin Ling's appearance. After all, he did not want to be recognized by the underworld too quickly. After that, he walked into the fortress in the distance, pondered for a while, and finally left a line of words, "The underworld is gone." After leaving behind a line of words, Lin Ling finally went back the way he came. Previously, 19 people had entered. Now Lin Ling did not know how many of them had come out alive. He only hoped that St. Yi could leave safely. Before long, Lin Ling arrived at the Shiva Grand Hall. At this moment, the Shiva stone sculpture seemed to have noticed Lin Ling. Several heads looked at Lin Ling with deep meaning. Clearly, it had detected the aura of a demonic person on Lin Ling's body. Lin Ling, it has discovered us. After all, your body has been buried in the demon mountain for many years and more or less has the aura of a demonic person. It will take some time for it to dissipate. The purpose of the Shiva stone sculpture seems to be to stop that group of demonic people. However, it mistook you for a demonic person and will definitely stop you from leaving. This Shiva stone sculpture is amazing. Even the giant gods of the universe will take a detour when they see it. If we want to leave, I'm afraid there will be a lot of twists and turns. That might not be the case. Lin Ling, the scariest thing about this Shiva stone sculpture is actually the coxcomb venomous snake. However, your panga body has the strongest defense and recovery. It might not be afraid of poison. After a round of discussion, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Guang Qingzi's words made sense. Then he rushed forward along the grand hall. At the same time, the heaven and earth net appeared, and countless coxcomb venomous snakes crawled out from the ground. The heaven and earth net instantly entangled Lin Ling. A large number of coxcomb venomous snakes also bit Lin Ling, releasing poison that could kill even the giant gods of the universe. However, after the poison entered Lin Ling's body, it did not affect him at all. Instead, it turned into nourishment, causing a star mark to appear on Lin Ling's forehead. Beside this mark, the shadow of a star also quietly appeared. At the same time, Lin Ling's physical strength was also rising rapidly, gradually reaching 1.5 billion. However, the second star was still not completely formed. Lin Ling kept stuffing the coxcomb venomous snakes into his mouth as if he was eating spicy strips. The coxcomb venomous snakes that entered Lin Ling's body were digested by his stomach. It was as if they had entered a black hole in the universe, finally turning into all kinds of energy. When Lin Ling's physical strength reached 1.8 billion, all the coxcomb venomous snakes were eaten by Lin Ling, leaving not a single one behind. Break! Lin Ling roared. The heaven and earth net was torn apart, and he took large strides forward. After devouring a large number of coxcomb venomous snakes, not only did his physical strength increase greatly, even his cultivation had reached the level of a lower deity. The main reason was that he had used the Chaos Divine formula to cultivate and Pangu's physical body technique to refine it. In addition, although the coxcomb venomous snakes seemed to be venomous, they were actually great treasures. Therefore, Lin Ling recovered very quickly. However, after reaching the level of a lower deity, the increase in his realm began to slow down. It's Nan Wan. Along the way, Lin Ling saw a corpse on the ground. The corpse had been eaten, leaving only clothes. However, Lin Ling recognized that they were Nan Wan's clothes. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Nan Wan's death was tragic. After all, she only wanted to become stronger, but the road to becoming stronger was full of obstacles. Her life wasn't tough enough, and in the end, she died on the road to becoming stronger. Let's go! Guang Chengzi said to Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded and walked out of the Dizong Palace. He came to the sandstorm outside and pondered for a moment where he should go. Now, I have to find Xingyi and then find more cultivation treasures. Xingyi has already recognized me, so he won't be too far away from here. Let's go out of the sandstorm and take a look. Chapter 50-40. There are underworld gods in this level of hell. They can cultivate, which means that they also have many cultivation treasures. I can snatch their treasures. Lin Ling's eyes emitted a cold light. In order to become stronger, he didn't care if he was evil or not. Then he walked along the desert. After a long time, he finally met a god. It was a god from the underworld. Lin Ling didn't say much. He stopped him and said coldly, "Hand over your treasures." The other party was a high-level god and seemed to be from the underworld. After being stopped by Lin Ling, he was stunned. This was because Lin Ling wasn't wearing any clothes and had long hair. Most importantly, his cultivation was only at the early stage of a low-level god. Such a person actually wanted to rob him? Where did this idiot come from? Haha. The god couldn't help but laugh. Boom. Lin Ling's expression didn't change. He punched out. His powerful physical strength cracked the void and a storm surged. Rumble. In the desert, a huge ravine was punched out, and the god's head exploded. Lin Ling found some cultivation treasures on his body and continued on his way. After a long time, on the other side, Lin Ling met another god from the underworld. Boom. He killed with a punch. More and more gods appeared, but they couldn't stop Lin Ling's punch. Just like that, Lin Ling's physical strength increased greatly. The second star was born, and his physical strength reached 2 billion. And to reach 3 stars, Lin Ling felt that he had to have 4 billion physical strength. Moreover, after reaching 2 stars, Lin Ling could also use Panga's attack, which could double his physical strength. As for the domain of spiritual chi cultivation, his realm had also reached the mid-level god level. He had recovered 30% of his strength in the past. Lin Ling could also use more powerful moves. Hence, from then on, Lin Ling continuously attacked the universe giant gods. As time passed, Lin Ling's notoriety spread throughout this hell. Many people knew that a wild man had appeared in this area. He killed his opponents without using a second punch. One Punch Demon Man. This was the title given to Lin Ling by this level of hell. However, Lin Ling had walked all over the vicinity and still did not see Xingyi. Therefore, he guessed that Xingyi must have been forced to go further away for some reason. In the following days, Lin Ling began to travel into the distance. On this day, he finally sensed Saint Gui's aura. Lin Ling was very familiar with the aura of the Donghuang bell on Xingyi. As long as he was close enough, he would be able to sense it instantly. Finally found it. Lin Ling was overjoyed and hurriedly ran in that direction. Although he had recovered more than half of his strength and could fly, his running speed was even faster because of his number 1 physical body in the universe. Boom, boom. After a series of gallops, the earth shook, and he reached the horizon in the blink of an eye. At this moment, in the vast desert, a large number of gods were dealing with a burly man. If Lin Ling were here, he would definitely recognize this man as Xingyi. Kidney Bone, I didn't expect you to be with Xinyu. Xingyi said coldly as he looked at the person opposite him. That person's entire body was made of bones, but they were incomparably stiff. His figure was also very tall. He said indifferently, Black Tower, I know you obtained a great treasure in the Dizong Palace. Originally, I thought you had died in the Dizong Palace. I didn't expect you to still escape. However, the soul-burning emperor said that as long as you hand over the treasure, he will spare your life. Of course, the prerequisite is that you must submit to him. Xinyu, when did you become the soul-burning emperor's dog? Xingyi narrowed his eyes and scanned the people around him. These gods were all at the universe giant god level. Although they were weaker than the kings, there were too many of them. In addition, he had not recovered much of his strength, so the Donghuang bell could not unleash its power. The soul-burning emperor is too strong. Xinyu and I have no choice but to submit to him. Kidney Bone said with a sigh. All right, since we know each other, I'll make an exception and tell you so much. Have you made your choice? Xingyi fell silent. He was a soul with memories and a fleshly body, so he had rich battle experience. He was thinking about how to kill this group of people. Unfortunately, no matter how he calculated, the final result was that he would not be able to escape. Damn it! Xingyi cursed inwardly. He had finally met his lord, but his lord was nowhere to be found. Instead, this group of people had found him. However, at this moment, a rumbling sound could be heard. The ground shook, and yellow sand shot up into the sky as if a giant beast was running toward them. All the gods' expressions changed as they stared into the distance. What a terrifying aura. Who is it? He's probably not weak. Everyone be careful. At this moment, Kidney Bone could not be bothered with Xingyi anymore. When the person in front arrived, he punched out. The wind blew, and the desert exploded. Several gods were killed by this punch. Bang, bang, bang. They fell to the ground and died with their eyes open. Oh no, it's the one-punch demon. Everyone recognized this madman, and their faces turned pale with fright. It was said that the one-punch demon was a cruel and merciless character. Not many people dared to provoke him. Most importantly, as long as they were targeted by him, they would all die. There was no room for mercy. One-punch demon were the soul-burning emperor's men. Kidney Bone's expression changed drastically, and he quickly said, "Rumble." However, the other party did not even bother to talk. He only killed ruthlessly. With each punch, a large number of gods died. No one could block his punch. He's just as the rumors say. The remaining gods were all afraid, and their bodies were trembling. "Go, leave immediately." Kidney Bone gritted his teeth. He could only abandon the Black Tower and leave this place temporarily. But how can we report this? Some people were still unwilling to give up. How can we report this? The Black Tower has encountered the one-punch demon. He's dead for sure. Why do we need to report this? Kidney Bone shouted and fled into the distance. The other gods did not dare to stay and rushed into the distance. However, just as they moved, a figure chased after them. With a punch, several more gods were killed. Why are you chasing after us? Black Tower, kill the Black Tower. Kidney Bone was completely confused. He had always thought that the one-punch demon was a pervert who would kill anyone he encountered. But now, the Black Tower was actually fine. Another explosion sounded, and finally, only Kidney Bone was left. "I'll fight you to the death, one-punch demon, don't think I'm afraid of you." Kidney Bone saw that there was no way to escape. He suddenly enlarged and turned into a huge skeleton. A terrifying aura spread out from his skull. It was terrifying. Although he was only a king-level universe giant, he was definitely one of the strongest. With a punch, all the bones were shattered. One punch killed. In the sky, a figure crashed down. It was the one-punch demon. In the distance, Saint Yi was dumbfounded. He was too strong. Even a king-level universe giant could not block one punch. The one-punch demon was indeed worthy of his reputation. Then, his expression turned ugly. Was it his turn now? Chapter 5041. "Shengyi, I'm back." A familiar voice drifted over with the wind. Shengyi was stunned for a long time. Although the person walking towards him was unfamiliar and even gave him a wild and unruly feeling, the voice was very familiar. No matter how much a person changed, even if their voice changed, the tone would never change. This tone was the kind of tone one would use when talking to a friend or a grave. "My lord." Shengyi was too familiar with Lin Ling. In a short moment, he reacted and rushed over to Lin Ling, kneeling with a thud. Lin Ling stopped in his tracks. His burly body was like a mountain as he looked at the kneeling Shengyi indifferently. His cold face gradually revealed a smile. The two of them, one standing and one kneeling, were frozen in place. The wind whistled past the yellow sand and time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Two people from another world, after going through life and death, finally reunited in the underworld. "Shengyi, it's great to see you." Looking at Shengyi quietly, Lin Ling's eyes were moist and tears fell silently. Even if their appearances and voices had changed, they were still the same people. Lin Ling strode forward and helped Shengyi up. Shengyi was crying his eyes out as he muttered, my lord, my lord." He had known Lin Ling for a long time. They had entered the Dao realm together in Lei Gong's great hall in the void of Jiuzhou. They had faced countless life and death situations together and had cultivated a deep brotherly relationship. Moreover, every time Lei Gong's great hall was in danger, it was Lin Ling who protected them and led them out of danger. Especially this time, when they encountered the Moonlight Clan, he saw how Lin Ling risked his life before he died, and his hair turned white in a single breath. Therefore, when he recovered his memories in the underworld, his first thought was to find Lin Ling. "Shengyi." Lin Ling looked at Shengyi, his emotions were still as agitated as ever. "My lord, how did you become like this? Furthermore, why did you come out of the Dizong Palace?" Shengyi asked excitedly. Lin Ling gave a brief account of what had happened. Although it was simple, Xingyi was still nervous. After all, if Lin Ling died in the Dizong Palace, he might die forever. Who would avenge them then? Although Saint Guyi had recovered his memories and even found his physical body, he knew that he still had to rely on Lin Ling if he wanted to escape from the underworld. Xingyi, how did you find your body? Lin Ling asked. Xingyi also gave a rough account of how he had entered the netherworld. It turned out that after that day, Saint Guyi was killed by the Moonlight clan and entered the netherworld. Furthermore, his soul had been cleansed 3 times. However, when Saint Guyi became a departed spirit, the Eastern Emperor Bel suddenly appeared and sent back memories to Saint Guyi. Guyi started searching for a physical body and gradually reached this step. The Eastern Emperor Bel is indeed one of the top 10 divine weapons in the universe. Lin Ling couldn't help but exclaim. He didn't expect the Eastern Emperor Bel to leave behind Saint Guyi's memories, avoiding the detection of the netherworld and returning them to Xingyi. However, it was a pity that Xingyi's physical body was an ordinary netherworld bloodline. I don't need a physical body. What I need is a bloodline. When the Eastern Emperor Bel returned my memories, it also gave me a drop of the Eastern Emperor bloodline. Xingyi smiled when he saw Lin Ling frown. He then said happily for Lin Ling, "My lord, now that you have the number 1 physical body in the universe, you will definitely be able to bring us out of the netherworld in the future. We will definitely leave the netherworld, but before that, we have to find everyone." Lin Ling nodded and looked into the distance. There was a burning flame in his eyes. "My lord, this is the pearl of Xitigarbha that I found in the Xitigarbha palace. It is extremely precious. Take it." Xingyi took out a pearl and handed it to Lin Ling. "There are 4 pearls in total. Xin Yu, Yuan Wenbing, and I each have 1. Pearl of Xitigarbha? Lin Ling took the pearl and found that it was about the size of a finger. There were mysterious patterns on its surface. It was very magical. However, Lin Ling felt a strong spiritual energy fluctuation in the pearl. This spiritual energy was extremely strange. It seemed to be nether chi. Most importantly, the nether chi was too dense. "This pearl is a treasure." Lin Ling looked up and looked at Xingyi in shock. Xingyi smiled. "Those people who chased after me were after this pearl. However, they were unlucky and were all killed by my lord. My lord, you can have this pearl." Lin Ling shook his head. This pearl was so precious that Xingyi must have gone through a lot of trouble to get it. He was too embarrassed to take it. "My lord, you don't have to be so polite with me. Only when you become stronger can you lead us out of the underworld. If I become stronger, I can only fight against the underworld." Xingyi saw Lin Ling's rejection and quickly said, Xingyi, am not weak. However, I know very well that I will always be below Lord Lin Ling in this life." After hearing Xingyi's words, Lin Ling hesitated for a moment before accepting the pearl of Xitigarbha. Indeed, he urgently needed to increase his strength. Only then could he lead Xingyi to find the others. "Xingyi, you have been here for so many years. Have you found the whereabouts of the others?" Lin Ling sat down cross-legged and asked. Xingyi shook his head. "The underworld is too big. There are 18 levels of hell and the highest level of the underworld. We have too many people, almost 100,000. It will be difficult to find them. However, if my lord can obtain the reincarnation of King Yanluan, you will be able to find their whereabouts from the Book of Death." Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. He knew that if he wanted to obtain the Book of Life and Death, the most important thing was to recover his strength. He began to refine the pearl of Xitigarbha while Xingyi protected Lin Ling not far away. He looked at the man sitting cross-legged. The man who looked different from before did not diminish in his excitement. One had to know that the underworld was so big. Finding the people of the past was like finding a needle in a haystack. However, he had met the lord he wanted to find the most. "My lord, you have returned. With your personality, you will definitely be able to bring us back for revenge." Xingyi laughed excitedly. Others might not be able to fight against the ancient races of the universe, but he believed that the lord above him could definitely do it. Lin Ling continued to refine the pearl of Xitigarbha. This pearl contained dense underworld energy. If one was not a god of the underworld, it would be difficult to refine. However, Lin Ling had the #1 physical body cultivation technique in the universe and the chaos deity formula. This was not a problem for him. Moreover, his refining speed was incomparably fast. The Pearl of Xidigarbha was indeed a great treasure. It continuously increased Lin Ling's cultivation in 3 areas: soul power, cultivation realm, physical body. Chapter 5042. However, Lin Ling's soul power was strong to begin with, so his progress was not obvious. Instead, his cultivation realm improved the fastest. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the pinnacle of the mid-level celestial realm. He was only a hair's breadth away from becoming a high-level celestial. However, Lin Ling did not cultivate all 8 dantians at the same time this time. He had only reached the required level. This was because he had a feeling that although his physical body was destroyed, as long as he could find a trace of flesh, he could use it to recover his cultivation. Moreover, although he did not have 8 dantians, Lin Ling relied on his physical body in the netherworld. At this moment, with the help of the Pearl of Xidigarbha, his physical body was improving rapidly. Gradually, his strength reached 4 billion, the same as before. However, the Pearl of Xidigarbha still had a lot of netherworld energy, which allowed Lin Ling's physical strength to increase rapidly. Gradually, it reached 10 billion. On his forehead, the 4th star was born. The body of a 4-star Pangu. Around Lin Ling, who was sitting cross-legged, yellow sand rose into the air and formed a vortex. The area of the vortex was extremely large, as if the entire yellow sand ground had been stirred up by Lin Ling. Rumble. The earth began to shake, causing the netherworld to become unstable. What's going on? There seems to be an old demon cultivating in the north. Let's go and take a look. The Yakshas in charge of guarding this realm received the news at this moment and flew in Lin Ling's direction. Rumble. The shaking continued. The huge vortex was like a bottomless pit, sucking in all the yellow sand nearby. However, the shaking gradually weakened. At the same time, a figure floated out from the depths of the vortex. He was bare-chested and had a wild aura. As he walked out, his body kept changing. Silver-white hair slowly grew out. His rugged face gradually became delicate and handsome. His aura gradually turned from wild to cold. "My lord!" In the distance, Saint Guy looked nervously at the man walking out. When the figure became clearer, he smiled excitedly. The man who walked out was also bare-chested. His muscles were not burly, but they were streamlined. His hair was white, and his aura was as cold as ice. It was Lin Ling's original appearance. "Your original appearance is much better. I, Saint Guy, have traveled the entire universe, and you are the most handsome person I have ever seen." Saint Guy muttered to himself happily. Maybe it was because he worshipped Lin Ling, or maybe it was because Lin Ling was really handsome, but in Saint Gui's eyes, Lin Ling was the most perfect man in the universe. Only such a perfect and flawless man had the qualifications to be the lord above his head. "The era of the universe will belong to you, my lord." Saint Guy walked over and knelt down in front of Lin Ling. Not only did his reverence for Lin Ling not decrease, it actually increased. "Xin Guy, you said that Xin Yu and the others also obtained the Pearl of Xidigarbha?" Lin Ling asked after experiencing the benefits of the Pearl of Xidigarbha. "Yes, I think they have too." Saint Guy nodded. Lin Ling's eyes twinkled. His cultivation had reached the early stage of high god, and his physical strength had reached the 10 billion mark. However, he was still far from being able to resist the netherworld. He needed more treasures. "What's the strength of the person behind them?" Lin Ling asked again. "It's the Burning Soul Emperor," Saint Guy replied. "He's one of the strongest king-class universe gods. He has 80 billion units of godly energy." "Not 1,000? Lin Ling shook his head. In the Tao Tower, he had met a super-strong king-class universe god who had over 1,000 units of godly energy. He didn't expect the one in the netherworld to be so weak. "Your Excellency, this is only one of the 18 hells of the netherworld, so the Burning Soul Emperor isn't the strongest of the king-class universe gods. However, he can still dominate the area," Saint Guy said. "All right, let's go find him." Lin Ling's words made Saint Guy tremble. It was as though he had seen the days when Lin Ling had led them to conquer the universe. For you. Hey, that's Heita. You escaped from the souls of the dead. You're a major criminal of the netherworld. At this time, a large number of yakshas flew over from afar. When they saw Saint-Yi, their killing intent soared. For you. Do you know who Heita is? He's a soul of the dead. Without the permission of the netherworld, he cultivated a body without permission. He's a major criminal. You're his accomplice. Now, I'll give you a chance. You'll be punished for your crimes. Those yakshas stared at Lin Ling and shouted angrily. Lin Ling couldn't help but smile. He exchanged a glance with Saint-Yi and shook his head. Saint-Yi might be a major criminal of this level, but they didn't know that Lin Ling was a major criminal of the entire netherworld. Lin Ling didn't bother to say anything more. He and Saint-Yi flew forward. You're courting death. Seeing Lin Ling's silence, the yakshas were enraged. But at this time, Lin Ling threw a punch forward. The yakshas' expressions changed, and they became vigilant. However, after the punch, everything returned to normal. Deliberately mystifying. The yakshas reacted and laughed disdainfully. They were about to attack. Rumble. But at this time, a terrifying sound wave suddenly erupted. The entire netherworld was affected by this sound. Some souls were even shaken by the sound. Bang, bang, bang. The yakshas in the surroundings exploded under the power of this sound wave. Lin Ling killed hundreds of yakshas with the power of sound waves from his body. From this, one could see how terrifying his body was. As for Lin Ling and Xingyi, they flew toward the soul-burning Emperor's city. Saint-Yi was excited. Lord, you're so strong. No wonder you have the strongest body in the universe. He felt that after Lord Lin Ling obtained Panga's body, he was reborn. The netherworld wanted to control him, but in reality, it was like releasing a demon. Lord, we're here. After a long time, Saint-Yi pointed to the front and said, in the distance, there was an ancient city. Cultivators from the netherworld were entering and exiting the city. There were even some souls. However, the souls were like slaves in the city. They were responsible for working for the people in exchange for rewards and slowly cultivating. This is the soul-burning city. Saint-Yi said. Lin Ling nodded. His powerful soul power spread out and scanned the entire city. Then, he found that there were no powerful beings that were worthy of his attention. Saint-Yi, tell them to get out of the city within the time it takes 3 incense sticks to burn. Lin Ling said to Saint-Yi. Saint-Yi understood and quickly flew forward. Then he shouted, people of the soul-burning city, listen up. You have 3 incense sticks to burn to get out of the city. Otherwise, all of you will die. His voice was loud and clear. Everyone in the city narrowed their eyes. Destroy the city? This person is so arrogant. At the same time, the soul-burning emperor also heard the voice. His eyes turned cold as he walked out with a large number of powerful beings. Chapter 5043. Let's go and meet them. The soul-burning emperor's face was cold as he led a large number of experts out of the ancient city. Then, they saw a burly man floating above the city, looking down at them. Emperor, this is Heita. He has the pearl of Xidigarbha. Shen Yu said to the soul-burning emperor. Shen Yu was weaker than the soul-burning emperor, so no matter how arrogant he was, he did not dare to go against the soul-burning emperor. It's you. The soul-burning emperor stared at Xingyi and frowned. Go, capture him. Then, he said to an expert behind him. At this moment, a man was hiding in the yellow sand far away from the soul-burning city. When he saw Xingyi, his expression changed slightly. I didn't expect Heita to still be alive. He should have run away after getting the pearl of Xidigarbha. Why did he come to the soul-burning city to die? He was one of the original team members, Yuan Wenbing. He had also gotten the pearl of Xidigarbha, but he was unwilling to hand it over, so he had been avoiding the soul-burning emperor. As the saying went, the most dangerous place was also the safest place. Everyone thought that he had run far away, but he was actually hiding in the vicinity of the soul-burning city. Die! Xingyi sneered when he saw the experts flying out from the sky. He activated the Donghuang bell and suppressed them. He had always been afraid of being discovered by the netherworld, so he rarely used the Donghuang bell. But now that Lin Ling had returned, he was no longer afraid of anything. Rumble. The gods were unable to resist the suppression of the Donghuang bell and were smashed into meat paste. What power! The soul-burning emperor and the others were shocked, especially the soul-burning emperor. He stared greedily at the Donghuang bell as if he wanted to take it for himself. How dare you kill the soul-burning emperor's men? Shen Yu shouted and was about to attack, but the soul-burning emperor stopped her. He looked at Shingyi and said, "You're quite strong. Are you interested in following me? As long as you follow me, the Pearl of Xidigarba will belong to you. You can do whatever you want in this level of hell." Ha! Hearing this, Shingyi laughed. His laughter was filled with disdain. If he recovered his strength, these people wouldn't even have the right to talk to him. Trying to recruit him? Only they could think of such a thing. You want to be my lord? You're not qualified. Besides, I've already found my lord. Shingyi said proudly after laughing in disdain. Your lord? The burning soul emperor frowned. He didn't like Shingyi's attitude. He was looking down on him too much. Shingyi also looked behind him and saw a white-haired man floating there, coldly looking at everyone. The man was very cold, and the strange thing was that if Saint Yi hadn't pointed him out, they wouldn't have noticed him at all. It's him. At the same time, Yuan Wenbing's expression changed drastically. Wasn't this the arrogant Soul Fangs? He actually made it out alive. Moreover, when had he become a lord of the Black Tower? He remembered that Fangs was the weakest existence in the team. This guy is too crazy. In the Dizong Palace, no one dared to touch him because he had the map fragment. After coming out, he still dares to act recklessly. It seems like he's used to being arrogant and won't change anytime soon. Yuan Wenbing shook his head and said, "It's you, Fangs." Xin Yu recognized Lin Ling almost as soon as Yuan Wenbing recognized him. Her expression was full of shock. "Xin Yu, you know him?" The Burning Soul Emperor looked at Xin Yu and asked. "Of course, I know him." Xin Yu nodded excitedly. "He's just a very arrogant soul. When he entered the Dizong Palace that day, he relied on the map fragment to act arrogantly. However, I didn't expect this guy to still be so arrogant after coming out." "Soul? You mean a reincarnated soul? What the hell? A reincarnated soul dares to be so arrogant. Where's his physical body? He dares to challenge us without a physical body." A large number of gods around the Burning Soul Emperor laughed with disdain. They weren't souls, but gods born in the underworld. They had a physical body and could cultivate the underworld's cultivation techniques. In their eyes, souls were just slaves. "Ha, Black Tower, don't tell me that the slave without a physical body is your lord. Are you blind, or am I blind?" The soul-burning Emperor Lord asked Shingyi after laughing heartily. "You're all courting death." Saint Yi's face turned cold. They could laugh at him, but not at his lord. "I guess the Black Tower is blind." Shen Yu flew out and walked slowly towards Lin Ling. He smiled faintly and said, "Fangs, I've always been curious. From the first time you saw me, you wanted to kill me. What's going on? If I remember correctly, you and I should be the first. Let's meet again." In the sky, Lin Ling's white hair fluttered in the wind. His expression was cold as he stared at Xin Yu. His eyes were filled with dense killing intent. Xin Yu, a god of the Silver Moon race, how could he not want to kill him? He didn't say anything and suddenly punched out. Rumble. This punch exploded the sky and flew past Xin Yu, causing Xin Yu to be stunned. A mere soul dared to attack her? No, the punch wasn't aimed at him, but at the other side. What was Fangs doing? Was he deliberately mystifying things? Xin Yu didn't believe that a soul like Fangs could be powerful. Rumble. However, at this moment, a terrifying explosion came from behind him. A ferocious gust of wind blew at Xin Yu's hair, causing his expression to freeze. Then, he turned around in disbelief and saw the most unbelievable scene in his life. That was because the vast burning soul city had been destroyed by a single punch. There were countless casualties. It was estimated that hundreds of thousands of people had been killed by that single punch. "Ah! Save me! What's going on?" Some of the more powerful people had escaped death, but at this moment, they couldn't react. Then they all looked up at Lin Ling, especially the Burning Soul Emperor. His pupils constricted and his heart was beating rapidly. A single punch had killed most of his people? You're courting death. The Burning Soul Emperor and the others were furious. They all pounced on Lin Ling and attacked Lin Ling one after another. Xin Yu was still frozen in midair. Perhaps things had happened too quickly, so fast that he couldn't react. After the Burning Soul Emperor and the others rushed toward Lin Ling, they all exploded with powerful strength. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. Even if there were a king-tier cosmic giant god here, not many people could stop them. The dazzling light and fierce wind blew at Xin Yu's hair. He was still frozen in place, unable to react. Rumble! Xin Yu's eyes flashed when the powerful attacks ended. He completely woke up. That's right, Fangs had indeed destroyed a city with a single punch and killed many gods. Chapter 5044. Thinking of this, Xin Yu stared ahead and saw a white-haired man floating in the sky. He had his hands behind his back and was motionless. All the previous attacks had landed on him, but not only was he not injured, he was also completely unharmed. Not dead? How could a soul have such power? One had to know that souls were afraid of light, cold, and sunlight. Even if a soul was more powerful, it would only be able to resist more attacks. However, the defense of the soul was naturally weaker than the physical body. This was something that everyone knew. Could it be? Shen Yu's pupils trembled violently as she suddenly shouted, "It's a physical body, a physical body." What, a physical body? Soul Burning Emperor and the others were also trembling. This was the first time they had seen such a terrifying physical body. Previously, they had mocked Yadu for not having a physical body, but now, Yadu's physical body had given them a hard slap. "Senior, I was impulsive before. I hope you can forgive me." Soul Burning Emperor pondered for a moment, then immediately bowed and apologized. When the others saw this, they knew that they had met a powerful god and hurriedly bowed and apologized. Seeing this, Xin Yu, who had just regained her composure, froze in the sky again. Lin Ling had his hands behind his back as he walked step by step towards Soul Burning Emperor and the others. Now, he had the number 1 physical body in the universe and was also a 4-star Pangu. How could these insignificant universe gods hurt him? He arrived in front of Soul Burning Emperor and looked down at him. "You want my people to become your people?" Soul Burning Emperor trembled. Previously, he had wanted to recruit Xingyi, but now, it seemed that he was not qualified. "Me," Soul Burning Emperor said anxiously. However, just as he said the word, "me," Lin Ling punched him. Boom! Soul Burning Emperor's body exploded, and he could not be more dead. Unlike Xin Yu and Xingyi, he was a god born and bred in the underworld. They were both gods who had forcibly taken over other people's bodies to cultivate, but they still couldn't withstand a single punch from Lin Ling. Great Emperor! All of the gods trembled when they saw that the Burning Soul Emperor had been killed by a single punch. The Burning Soul Emperor is very close to the Yaksha King. Someone said uneasily. Soul Burning Emperor was able to walk freely in this level of hell because he had the support of Yaksha King. Boom! Lin Ling did not even look at him and killed him with one punch. Cold. Extremely cold. Everyone was trembling. They were so afraid that they did not dare to resist. Bang bang bang. Lin Ling's fists continued to blast out, ending the lives of these gods. Then he walked step by step toward Xin Yu. And when Xin Yu saw Lin Ling walking over, he was so scared that he couldn't say a word. It was too scary, so scary that he didn't dare to resist at all. Only, when did Yadu become so strong? In the previous trip to Dizong Palace, if he wanted to kill Yadu, it would be a piece of cake. Yadu Xin Yu, he Xin Yue, Xin Yu Xin. Yayu. However, Yayu Xin Yu, Lin hearing Lin Ling's words, Xin Yu could only raise his head and look at Lin Ling nervously. Lin Ling's appearance was clearly reflected in his eyes and even in his heart. It had to be said that Lin Ling was not ugly. Compared to the strange appearances of the underworld gods, he was extremely handsome. However, Lin Ling was very cold. It was as if his entire body was formed by killing intent and ice. The most terrifying thing was that Lin Ling had a physical body and not a soul. After taking a look, Xin Yu did not dare to look again. He looked away. Lin Ling's coldness was truly terrifying. "You are afraid of me?" Lin Ling said coldly. "I am." Although Xin Yu did not say anything, his expression said it all. "Do you know why I have such a strong killing intent towards you?" Lin Ling said again. His words made Xin Yu very curious. After all, when Yadu was still a soul, he was already full of murderous intent. This murderous intent was very deep, and Xin Yu could feel that it was an irreconcilable hatred. "Because you are from the Silver Moon race. Your ancient race of the universe killed all my friends, my wife, and my family. Therefore, when I see you, I cannot wait to kill you." Lin Ling said coldly. "I, Lin Ling, admit that I am not a good person. I have killed countless people. However, every debt has its debtor. When I kill a murderer, as long as the murderer's family and friends do not help me, I will not touch them. However, the Yin Wan Guang of the Silver Moon race is exterminated. There is no principle to speak of." The Silver Moon race?" Xin Yu shouted. "I really don't know what Yin Wan Guang is. I also don't know about the Silver Moon race." After he entered the underworld, his memories had long disappeared. Naturally, he did not know who Yin Wan Guang was. Then, his eyes trembled violently. Yadu actually knew about the Silver Moon race and Yin Wan Guang. Could it be that he had memories? A soul with memories? How could this be possible? His heart was pounding nonstop. Only now did he know that Yadu was not an ordinary person. "Lord Yadu, I am innocent. I don't even have memories. Although I am from the Silver Moon race, I definitely did not participate in that matter when I was alive." Shen Yu kept begging for mercy. Lin Ling looked at him indifferently. His eyes were still cold. Who could be sure that Xin Yu was not that group of people? After all, at that time, Lin Ling had also killed many people from the Silver Moon race when he fought back. Even if he was not, so what? Yin Wan Guang could kill Lin Ling's family and friends because he wanted to kill him. He, Lin Ling, could do the same. There was no right or wrong in this matter. There was only a difference in position and strength. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being from the Silver Moon race. Lin Ling muttered to himself and punched out. "Don't!" Shen Yu shouted, but his body still exploded in the end. Lin Ling looked at the dead Shen Yu with cold eyes. He then looked into the distance and sneered, "Yin Wan Guang, now that I have begun to grow, I will definitely find you soon. Wait for me." "Lord, I found another pearl of Xidigarba on them." At this time, Xingyi flew over. Lin Ling took the pearl of Xidigarba and left with Xingyi. Now, there was probably no one he knew on this level of hell. He had to go to the next level to find Yu Yu and the others. Yadu is actually so strong. After Lin Ling and the others left, Yuan Wenbing trembled on the yellow sand. He thought of Yadu in the Xidigarba Palace and the current Yadu. He never expected that among the people who had entered the Xidigarba Palace, those who had died and those who had been injured, the one who had luckily escaped was Yadu. Especially when he thought of Yadu killing a group of gods with a single punch, he was even more shocked. This was something he could not do. Perhaps he would never be able to do it in this lifetime. Chapter 50-45. Holding the pearl of Xidigarba in his hand, Lin Ling sat on the scorching desert. Gradually, his body sank into the desert and disappeared. A huge sand whirlpool appeared and engulfed Lin Ling. "My lord!" Seeing Lin Ling disappear, Xingyi couldn't help but smile. He flew back to Seoul Ceiling City and started looting the corpses of the dead. But at this time, there were some who wanted to take advantage of the situation. But when they saw Xingyi, they were all shocked and quickly ran away. "Senior, you come, you come." They had seen from afar that the lord above this white-haired man's head was so powerful that he could destroy soul-burning city with a single punch, including the soul-burning emperor. It could be said that no one could withstand a single punch from the white-haired man. Now, how could they dare to fight with the white-haired man for the spoils of war? "At least you know what's good for you." Sheng Yi ignored them and started searching for treasures in the city. After Lin Ling sank into the ground, he continued to refine the pearl of Xidigarba. His cultivation realm gradually reached the peak of the higher god realm, and he was only a step away from the giant god realm. His physical strength had increased from 10 billion to 18 billion, and he had finally attained the 5-star Panga body. But the power of the pearl of Xidigarba didn't weaken. It was still increasing, and Lin Ling's physical strength gradually reached 36 billion. This was the body of a 6-star Pangu. Time passed slowly. After a long time, Lin Ling floated up from the underground whirlpool. 6 stars hung on his forehead. "My lord!" When Lin Ling came out, Sheng Yi was already waiting for him. And Lin Ling could sense that Sheng Yi's strength had increased. "My lord, where are we going next?" Sheng Yi looked at Lin Ling happily. He could also sense that Lin Ling's aura had changed. It was much stronger than before. "To find King Yen Luo." Lin Ling pondered and then said, now that his strength had increased greatly, and he had recovered almost 80% of his strength, he could probably fight King Yen Luo. "All right." Sheng Yi immediately nodded and left with Lin Ling. Sheng Yi was very familiar with this level of hell, so he brought Lin Ling along. After a long time, a rolling whirlpool appeared in front of them, forming an incomparably huge sandstorm. Everything within the sandstorm could not be seen clearly. There was only one path leading into the sandstorm, but that path was heavily guarded. Yakshas were constantly escorting the souls of the dead into the sandstorm. These souls of the dead were criminals, just like Lin Ling when he first came to the netherworld. Moreover, other than the souls of the dead, there were many more in this prison of hell. As long as any god committed a mistake, they would all be imprisoned here. However, it was clear that this prison was not very advanced, so the prisoners were not strong. Of course, the yakshas guarding the prison were not strong either. "My lord, this is the prison of this level of hell. King Yen Luo is the Night King Yen Luo." In front of the rolling sandstorm, Sheng Yi said to Lin Ling, "If you want to enter here, the only way is through the gate. However, if you go there, you will inevitably be discovered. Enter through the sandstorm and find King Yen Luo first. Think of a way to find out the whereabouts of Yu and the rest. If we get the news, we will wreak havoc in the prison and then leave." Lin Ling looked ahead and said, "Enter through the sandstorm? I heard that the sandstorm around this prison is even more terrifying than the one in Di Zong Palace." Sheng Yi's expression changed. Lin Ling looked ahead quietly, constantly estimating the power of the sandstorm. He nodded and said, "I think we can enter." With that, he rushed into the sandstorm with Sheng Yi. Rumble. The sandstorm here was incomparably terrifying. It was like a knife, and every grain of sand contained the might of the universe. Clang, clang. When the sand hit Lin Ling's body, it produced a metallic sound. However, Lin Ling couldn't block the blade-like sandstorm. His body was cut open, and fresh blood dripped from his body. However, Lin Ling's expression didn't change. Under Lin Ling's protection, Sheng Yi was safe. However, when he heard the rumbling outside, he was extremely worried about Lin Ling. Lin Ling didn't say a word. Blood poured out of his body, and then the sandstorm tore his blood apart and turned him into nothingness. After an unknown amount of time, the heavy feeling in his body finally disappeared. His vision suddenly opened up. He saw a huge mine in the middle of the sandstorm, and he could vaguely see a large number of people mining there. And in the middle of the mine, there was a palace made of black rock. "He's out." At this moment, Sheng Yi reacted and couldn't help but let out a light breath. When he looked at Lin Ling, he saw that Lin Ling was covered in blood and jumped in fright. "Sir," Sheng Yi anxiously shouted. "I'm fine." Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. The wounds on his body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Panga's body, defense, and recovery were both top-notch. As long as he didn't die, he could quickly recover from any injuries. "Sir, your injuries?" Sheng Yi was incomparably shocked. Lin Ling's injuries had healed in the blink of an eye. This speed was too fast. Lin Ling was still looking ahead, searching with his powerful soul force. Finally, he found a huge crystal rhombus-shaped stone in the palace. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed, and he investigated even more. Soon, he discovered that there was a mysterious aura coming from the rhombus-shaped stone. He guessed that the rhombus-shaped stone recorded the whereabouts of countless souls. It was similar to the 3 Lives stone, which recorded the soul's 3 lives and 3 lifetimes. If I'm not wrong, this is the thing I'm looking for. Lin Ling withdrew his soul force and looked around. He found a large number of souls mining, and the ores were extremely precious. It seemed like they were being sent to another underworld. If he could obtain it, Lin Ling was confident that his body's strength would increase again. But for now, Lin Ling didn't want to act too quickly. This was because he discovered that there were many underworld powerhouses in the main hall of the palace. Yama King was a white-haired old man. He wore a large cloak and held the Book of Life and Death in his hand. Lin Ling waited there with Xingyi. At the same time, in the main hall, the white-haired old man frowned. Earlier, he had sensed a strange force attacking him. It was very strange, but when he carefully investigated, he didn't discover anything. Could it be my misperception? The old man muttered to himself. Then he ignored it and said, "Men, is the underworld ore ready?" "Sir, it's ready, but the aura of the underworld ore is too strong. Hundreds of people have already died in the process." A Yaksha king respectfully replied. "Send the underworld riders to send them off." The old man waved his hand and said. Everyone accepted the order and left. The old man walked to a corner of the palace and looked at the huge rhombus-shaped stone. Then he muttered to himself, "It's shown in the Life and Death stone. It won't be long before another batch of souls comes." He sat down cross-legged and slowly cultivated. After an unknown period of time, a figure suddenly appeared outside the window. The old man opened his eyes and stared at that person. His expression changed instantly. Chapter 5046. Who are you? The old man stood up abruptly, his aura surging. This was Hell's prison. How could random people enter? Moreover, he had been in the underworld for many years, and this was the first time he had seen someone barge into Hell. King Yenluo, right? I only have one request. I want the stone that records souls. Deal. The newcomer walked into the hall and spoke coldly. At the same time, the old man saw that this person had a head of white hair and wore a black robe. He was incomparably cold as ice. Most importantly, the killing intent on his body was extremely dense, as if it had materialized. Stone that records souls? Insolent. This is a life and death stone. There are only 62 pieces in the entire underworld. How dare you touch it? Hearing this, the old man angrily shouted. The aura of King Yenluo rolled out. Since Senior is unwilling, then don't blame me. The white-haired man lightly shook his head and walked forward step by step. His body didn't seem tall, but it seemed as if he had turned into a giant. You're courting death. The old man coldly shouted, Men, men. However, no matter how much he shouted, no one could hear him. This was because the entire hall was sealed by the white-haired man's soul force. Bang! The white-haired man and the old man collided, causing the entire hall to tremble. Impossible! My divine force is so powerful, why aren't you afraid of it? Could it be that your body is invincible against divine force? Moreover, your attack doesn't contain any divine force. Why is it so powerful? This is your physical strength. The old man's frightened voice came from the hall, but it soon quieted down. Time seemed to have stopped. Looking carefully, the old man was frozen on the spot. The white-haired man walked past the tables and chairs and slowly came to a corner of the hall. He picked up the rhombus-shaped crystal stone and began to investigate it. Break for me, the white-haired man said in a low voice. His fist landed on the crystal stone, shattering it. Then, countless fragments floated up and revolved around the man, gradually disappearing. The man was using his soul force to refine the crystal stone. After a long time, the man opened his eyes. There were whirlpools in his eyes. All the information about the crystal stone poured into his mind. Found it? The white-haired man revealed an excited smile. Although he had not found his family, he had met a few friends. After that, the white-haired man stood up and left with large strides. The hall was still silent, and only the dead old man was still standing on the ground without moving. A moment later, the white-haired man came to the balcony and looked down at the countless mineral veins below. With a single step, he disappeared from the spot. The white-haired man appeared in the mine. He stopped in his tracks, and endless amounts of nether ore floated up and swirled around him. "Refine," the man growled as he continued to refine the nether ores. Gradually, his entire body was covered in nether ores. What happened? In the mine, all the miners were shocked, but they didn't dare to get too close to the man. After all, the nether ore here was too strong, and they would be in danger if they got too close. Usually, when they were mining, they would only bring along a small ore each. How would they dare to approach so many ores at once? "Milord." Gradually, some yakshas arrived and looked at the scene in shock. A few powerful underworld knights also appeared. They were riding tall horses and wearing heavy armor. They were also looking at the vast pile of nether ores. For a moment, they didn't understand what had happened, and they felt extremely strange. "Not good, Lord Yenluo is dead." But at this moment, a voice came from the palace, causing the entire prison to panic. "Lord Yenluo is dead. What happened? I wonder who killed His Excellency King Yenluo without anyone noticing. This person's strength is too strong." After so many years in the underworld, this is the first time someone dared to attack Lord Yenluo. Voices kept coming, and the yakshas and underworld generals looked serious. They naturally knew that this matter was going to shake the underworld. After all, no one had dared to kill Lord Yenluo in the underworld for so many years. After all, this was equivalent to provoking the entire underworld. No matter who it was, in a place like the underworld, could they go against the entire underworld? Could it be him? Suddenly, a yaksha king looked at the pile of nether ores in front of him. This time, everyone looked at the pile of nether ores with a serious expression and murderous intent. However, when they thought of Lord Yenluo's death, the underworld generals didn't dare to act rashly. Boom! But at this moment, the nether ores exploded, and a white-haired man walked out. His body was surrounded by dense fog, making him look like a dream. His aura was extremely strange. It looked ordinary, but it gave people an extremely grand and ancient feeling. "You are the one who killed Lord Yenluo?" A underworld general said solemnly. Although his voice was majestic, the demon horse he was sitting on trembled when it saw the white-haired man. They stared at the white-haired man, unable to believe it. After all, who in the underworld would dare to kill Lord Yenluo and cultivate in the nether ores? For a moment, everyone looked at the white-haired man and didn't speak for a long time. The white-haired man looked at the crowd indifferently, but his eyes were calm, as if he was looking at a group of ants. Finally, the white-haired man spoke. When he spoke, it was as if he had announced the line between life and death. All the yakshas and underworld generals trembled. Even if they were backed by the underworld, even if they were powerful, they still felt their scalps go numb when the white-haired man said the word, "Die." Who is this person? Is he really going against the underworld? As for the prisoners in the mine, they looked at this scene uneasily. But at this moment, the white-haired man finally made his move. He had already obtained the life and death stone, so everything else had nothing to do with him. Boom, boom, boom. He punched out continuously, and with every punch, several yakshas died. He even blew up the underworld cavalry with a punch, killing both the rider and the horse. The scene turned into a one-sided massacre. Countless prisoners looked at this scene and trembled in shock. However, the one-sided massacre ended as quickly as it started. In less than 3 incense sticks' time, all the yakshas and underworld generals were killed. The white-haired man brought a burly man with him and strode out of the prison, taking away a lot of nether ores. "Ah, who are you? How dare you cause a ruckus in the prison? This is hell. Who gave you the guts to cause a ruckus in hell?" Along the way, they naturally encountered many yakshas and underworld soldiers. However, they were all killed by the white-haired man with a punch. A path to the outside world was successfully opened, and all the underworld soldiers in Hell Prison were killed. Free, we are free. Kill, kill, kill. In Hell Prison, all the prisoners gradually came to their senses. Then, they rushed out of the prison with murderous intent. Hell Prison was destroyed, and the underworld was in chaos. Lord, interesting. Chapter 5047. Walking along the yellow sand, Lin Ling's mood finally improved. Ever since the incident at the Dao Tower, Lin Ling had been suppressing a knot in his heart. He was afraid that everyone would disappear. He was also afraid that it would be difficult for him to make a comeback. But now, after his hard work, he was finally getting stronger. He was even beginning to find the people of the past. Previously, when he looted the underworld and hell, his physical body's strength had reached 60 billion. If he used the Panga Strike, his strength would reach 120 billion. Moreover, he would also have 100% speed boost and godly power, making him invincible. Therefore, the King of Hell was no match for Lin Ling. With Lin Ling's current strength, it was not much different from back then. The only difference was that he did not have the 8 dantians. If he could find the 8 dantians that he had lost back then, Lin Ling's strength could increase even more. Lin Ling continued to move forward with Saint Guy. After a long time, he arrived at a market. There were all kinds of people here. There were gods of the underworld and many souls. However, the departed souls that could appear here were all existences that had committed all sorts of crimes. Found it. Looking at the lively market in front of him, Lin Ling could not help but smile. He had refined the life and death stone, so he naturally knew the whereabouts of Emperor Xuanxu and the others. Just like the mark of the underworld that was sealed in Lin Ling's body, the underworld could find Lin Ling's whereabouts through the life and death stone. Even many unrelated souls could be found by Lin Ling. He could know their origins, whereabouts, and so on. Lin Ling's soul was strong enough. Otherwise, he would not have been able to devour so much information. Saint Guy, do it? Lin Ling said to Saint Guy. Saint Guy nodded excitedly and activated the Donghuang bell to suppress the market. Rumble. This suppression did not kill anyone. It was just to prevent unrelated people from meddling. The effect was very good. When the Donghuang bell appeared, the faces of the people in the market changed drastically. After dodging the attack, they saw Lin Ling and Saint Guy walking over. They did not dare to breathe loudly. Him and those people. Lin Ling said to Saint Guy as he swept his gaze across the crowd. Come out. Saint Guy smiled excitedly and hurried over to those people. What is the meaning of this? Those who were pointed at by Lin Ling had vigilant looks on their faces, as if they were deeply afraid of being killed by Lin Ling. Don't worry, we're friends. I'm here to save you today. Xing Yi explained. However, the more he explained, the more nervous those people became. Because everyone who wanted to kill them said the same thing. Seeing this, Lin Ling shook his head and didn't waste any time. He released his powerful soul power and enveloped those people. Then he forcefully stuffed the memories in the life and death stone into their souls. The life and death stone not only recorded the past and present lives of the soul, but also recorded when and where the soul was reincarnated, including the memories of each life. It was a precious treasure of the underworld. The Yama King of the underworld was able to control the souls of the underworld because he had the stone of life and death. Since Lin Ling had swallowed the life and death stone, he naturally possessed everything within it. Those people's souls trembled in pain as their memories were forcefully stuffed into them. The onlookers sucked in a breath of cold air. What was going on? I'm Great Emperor Xuanxu. Lin Ling, it's you. However, a moment later, one of the souls let out a loud roar and looked at Lin Ling excitedly. Lord Lin Ling, Great Emperor Xuanxu. The others gradually regained their senses and their faces were filled with shock. Found you. Lin Ling smiled faintly. Ha, I have my memories. Everything that I lost is back. Great Emperor Xuanxu looked at the people around him and danced with joy. The surrounding people's faces changed drastically. They could clearly see Great Emperor Xuanxu hugging an enemy. One should know that not long ago, they were life and death enemies. But now, they were as close as brothers. Memories, they actually obtained their memories of the past. Before they obtained their memories, they were life and death enemies. But after they obtained their memories, they realized that they were on the same side. How can the souls of the underworld possess their memories? The surrounding people gradually reacted and shouted in horror. You will have your memories too. Lin Ling smiled faintly as he looked at them. His soul force spread out, found a large amount of memories, and forcefully stuffed them into everyone's souls. Relax, if you want your memories, then let me handle it. Lin Ling's voice floated out at the same time. Those souls wanted to resist, but gradually, they allowed Lin Ling to do as he wished. Everyone wanted to regain their memories of the past. As long as their memories were restored, they would know a lot of cultivation methods. If they could find a physical body, it was possible to restore their strength. My memories are restored. I am from the Tung family village. Dead and resurrected, dead and resurrected. Damn the underworld, you want to control us? Dream on. After a long time, everyone regained their memories. When they recalled the bits and pieces of their past, they all shouted excitedly. The underworld had robbed them of their memories. Now that they had finally regained their memories, they naturally wouldn't let the underworld take back their memories. While they were excited, Lin Ling had already led everyone away. Lin Ling, how did you find us? Great Emperor Xuanxu and the others were still very excited. When they saw Lin Ling, it was as if they had seen their family. Back then, they had gone through life and death together. Now that they had met again, their feelings for each other were even deeper. Moreover, they didn't expect Lin Ling to be so powerful that he could escape from the underworld's shackles and find them. They rejoiced because they knew Lin Ling. After all, without Lin Ling, they could only reincarnate and become mortals. Sure enough, everything was different when they followed Lin Ling. It's a long story. Let's find the others first, Lin Ling said with a smile. He had already decided to find the others first, then find a physical body for them to restore their strength. Finally, they could escape from the underworld. It was like being resurrected from the dead and escaping from the underworld's control. My lord, we have to find our people and restore their memories. That's what we must do. But why did we restore the memories of those people from before? Saint Yi asked curiously. Hearing that, Lin Ling explained with a smile, now that this level of hell is in chaos, the underworld will know about us sooner or later. To prevent the underworld from targeting us, we need the water of this level of hell to make it even more chaotic. My lord is right. Saint Yi and the others were enlightened. Before long, Lin Ling found many of his friends and restored their memories. Then he released his powerful soul power and restored the memories of all the dead souls in this level of hell. I, Hu Hansen, am alive again. The underworld is nothing. Today, I will wreak havoc in the underworld. This level of hell was completely destroyed. Not only were there criminals released by Lin Ling, but all the dead souls had also recovered their memories. They went on a killing spree, killing everyone in the underworld. Chapter 5048. The Silver Moon Clan was related to the underworld. Therefore, Yin Wangguang could enter and leave the underworld at will. After all, the Silver Moon God ancestor was extremely powerful. Even the underworld had to give him some face. Lin Ling has reincarnated. We have not found his reincarnation location yet. I estimate that it will be 100 years later. The deities of the underworld looked at each other and one of the kings of hell said faintly, "Ha, reincarnated? Do you know what he is now?" Hearing that, Yin Wangguang's eyes were filled with sinister light and he could not help but laugh. Although Lin Ling was dead, he had sworn that he would not let Lin Ling off even in death. He would torture Lin Ling forever and play him in the palm of his hand. Beast path. The king of hell said calmly. Beast. That's great. Yin Wangguang laughed even louder and crazier. In the end, he kept coughing. Obviously, he was extremely happy and satisfied. Since he is a beast, I will let him off in this life and let him suffer the pain of reincarnation. I will come and see him again in 100 years. After laughing, Yin Wangguang seemed to be talking to himself. Your Excellency, as the saying goes, a dead man is like a lamp being extinguished. Lin Ling is dead and he is no longer a deity. Why not let him go? The king of hell advised after thinking for a while. This was the first time he had seen someone with such deep hatred. Even in death, he would not let him off. Let him off. Yin Wan Guang's pupils constricted, and his face turned ferocious. Impossible. He killed my son. I want him to be tortured for eternity. Not only him, but all of his family and friends will be tortured. Right, I know that he has a universe in which he is. There are still some people hidden in it. I will find them sooner or later and kill them all. Sighed. Hearing that, the king of hell sighed. He knew how ruthless Yin Wanguang was. Of course, the reason why he advised Yin Wanguang was not that he wanted Yin Wanguang to stop. It was because Lin Ling's fate was unknown. Therefore, he wanted Yin Wanguang to stop pursuing Lin Ling. If your son dies alone, countless people will be buried with him. Sigh, this goes against the harmony of the universe. That Yama king said again. Humph, I asked you to find my son's soul, but you said that my son's soul was destroyed and he died forever. I haven't settled this with the underworld yet. Yin Wanguang snorted and strode away. I'll be back in 100 years. At that time, you can let Lin Ling reincarnate as a mortal. I'll torture him. As the voice drifted out, the silvery light gradually disappeared. Upon seeing this, the gods of the underworld revealed a troubled expression. Now that Lin Ling's whereabouts were unknown, and his soul had probably dissipated, how were they going to hand him over after 100 years? 100 years later, I'll just say that Lin Ling's soul was erased by an expert. Hopefully Yin Wanguang will be appeased. Looks like it's going to be difficult. Let's talk about it after 100 years. Now that the local hell is in chaos, the prison has been broken, and countless evil souls have rushed out. Moreover, the life and death stone in the prison has been taken away by an expert, causing countless souls in hell to have memories. This is going to be troublesome. We need to mobilize the underworld general to suppress them. We must trap them in that level of hell. Otherwise, if they get separated, things will be even more troublesome. I don't know who did it. He's too bold. The underworld will definitely not let him off. The gods of the underworld continued to discuss with furrowed brows, looking extremely worried. At this moment, on the rolling yellow sand, a large number of people were walking forward on the scorching yellow sand. These people all had physical bodies and weren't afraid of the heat. Lord, that's the gate to another level of hell. One of them pointed ahead and said, he was Saint-Yi. In front of them, yellow sand was flowing and waves of heat were blowing against their faces. The air was also surging, but they could vaguely see a huge gate. The gate was carved out of mottled rocks and was a few thousand miles tall and 1,000 miles wide. It was extremely majestic. In front of the gate, a large number of underworld experts were guarding it. The security was even tighter than usual. There were underworld soldiers, underworld generals, underworld knights, and even an underworld general. In front of the gate, countless souls were piled up like a mountain. They were densely packed and wanted to rush out of the gate to another level of hell. Now, these departed souls all had memories and knew that this level of hell had been sealed. It wouldn't be long before the experts of the netherworld would come and wipe out all the souls. Therefore, they had to escape, cultivate, and grow stronger so that they could escape from the netherworld. However, the experts guarding the gate to the underworld were too powerful. They couldn't rush out. Lord, more and more souls are coming. There are billions of them. This level of hell has completely collapsed. I think it's time for the great reshuffle. Under the gate, a man in armor stood there. He had a powerful aura. He was the underworld general. The underworld general's strength was only below King Yenluo. He was extremely powerful. Someone beside him said respectfully, "Damn souls. Why didn't they just wait for their reincarnation? Why did they have to cause trouble? Now that the great reshuffle has begun, all of their souls will be destroyed." The pitiful thing is that some souls who are about to reincarnate are also implicated. After all, the great reshuffle has begun. Because all souls will be destroyed, regardless of good or bad. The man said coldly, "Lord, now that many souls have killed the underworld gods and killed many underworld soldiers, they have cultivated their physical bodies. Their strength is not to be underestimated. It will be difficult for us to stop the attack." The underworld soldier said again, What's there to be afraid of? They are just punks. Without 100 years of cultivation, they won't be able to cultivate anything. Now that they are attacking, they won't be able to break through this gate. The man said disdainfully. A good wine appeared in his hand. He drank it calmly. At the same time, he ordered the underworld soldiers to attack the souls in front of the gate. Of course, this attack was just a drop in the bucket. After all, there were too many souls. They couldn't kill all of them. They could only use the great reshuffle of the underworld. Open for me. However, at this moment, more than 100 figures flew in the sky and attacked the gate of the underworld. The leader was a white-haired man. His aura was extremely powerful. He was like a giant. Oh no, souls with physical bodies. Seeing more than 100 people, the underworld soldiers at the gate frowned. The underworld commander who was drinking threw down his wine bottle and shouted, "How dare you attack me? Kill them. How dare you?" Hearing his voice, a large number of underworld generals rushed out. Reverse break. However, a cold voice came from the sky. Then, a terrifying soul power turned into a universe and sealed everything. Bang, bang, bang. The souls of the underworld generals who attacked were all sealed. They fell from the sky and were dead. Then, a large number of souls took over their physical bodies. What? The underworld commander's face changed. So strong? He suddenly enlarged. He had 3 heads and 6 arms. Moreover, his 6 arms were extremely long, reaching 1,000 miles. He attacked the white-haired man. Pangu strike, primeval strike. The white-haired man shouted and threw out a punch. It exploded the air and wreaked havoc in hell. Chapter 5049. Why is my god power ineffective against you? The Netherworld commander shouted. Then he thought of something and rushed to the stone door. Seal. Seal this level of hell. Don't let anyone in or out. Go. Hearing that, the Netherworld soldiers guarding the door were shocked. If the door was sealed, even they would not be able to get out. However, they had no choice but to seal this level of hell. After all, if these dead souls escaped, the entire Netherworld would be in chaos. Rumble. At the same time, the stone door emitted a black light that fell from the sky like rain. It was extremely fast. Wherever the black light passed, the aura of the stone door was sealed. It was like a dead object. Oh no! The door is about to be sealed. Seeing this scene, the countless dead souls roared loudly. Ha! All of you have to die. All of you have to die. In front of the door, the Netherworld commander looked like he had gone mad. Swoosh. However, at this moment, a strong wind surged. A figure shot toward the door at the speed of light. It was too fast. It was beyond imagination. The Nether generals simply couldn't react. The Nether soldiers that were responsible for sealing the door were still sneering. It wasn't until a figure appeared in front of them that they finally reacted, and their pupils began to tremble. The person who appeared was Lin Ling. He had activated the last level of Pangu's original gambit. Not only was his attack and defense doubled, but his speed was also doubled. Bang, 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 bang. Lin Ling kept punching and killing the Netherworld soldiers at the door. Finally, he came to a black stone that was as tall as a man and kicked it like a whip. Bang. The hard black stone was kicked into pieces. At the same time, the door that was turning black suddenly calmed down. The seal was stopped. You! At this moment, the Netherworld commander noticed the change behind him. His eyes widened and his face trembled. It was too fast. He did not notice the white-haired man's arrival. After all, he had planned to block the white-haired man's attack from behind. This meant that the difference in strength between him and the white-haired man was too big. Bang. Sure enough, as soon as he made a sound, his chest was pierced. Then, his soul was pulled out and kept struggling. However, Lin Ling did not even look at it. He clenched his hand and the soul was crushed and absorbed by Lin Ling. As for the Netherworld commander's body, it was naturally snatched by a large number of dead souls. Lin Ling walked to the door and placed his palms on it. His power exploded. Rumble, rumble. The thick and heavy door was slowly pushed open, and a wisp of ancient nether wind blew over, passing through the door and reaching the bodies of all the deceased souls. The area in front of the gates suddenly became quiet. Only the wind in the distance was blowing, and the yellow sand was dancing wildly. Is free. Finally, someone yelled out loud. Following that, more and more shouts were heard, and the entire yellow sand was shaken. These dead souls all had memories. Some were gods, and some were old monsters who had cultivated for many years. Therefore, they all knew that if they wanted to survive, the only way was to escape from this layer of hell. As long as the dead souls were scattered in all the hells, the netherworld would not be able to hunt them down. They would not be able to massacre all the hells. Everyone, follow us to the other hells and release more people. Only then will we be safer. At this time, a Yaksha king appeared in front of the door. However, everyone knew that this was not a netherworld general but a Yaksha king whose body was possessed by a dead soul. He was Great Emperor Zhuanshu. We will listen to you. Yes, you are the one who helped us regain our memories. We will listen to you. The dead souls were extremely excited. Our Lord intends to enter the next hells and destroy the prison there to release more dead souls. Do you want to come with us? Great Emperor Zhuanshu shouted. Yes, we will go together. Overturn hells and create chaos in the netherworld. All the dead souls agreed. They knew that only by releasing more dead souls could they become stronger. Rumble. At this time, the huge door was pushed open. It was white inside. Lin Ling turned to look at the crowd and waved his hand. Come with me. After saying that, Lin Ling was the first to step into the huge door. Let's kill our way in. The group of dead souls followed him in with a murderous aura, disappearing into the white mist. Moreover, there were many dead souls. There were tens of billions of them. In the distance, there were even more dead souls flying over. They were densely packed. Of course, not all the dead souls entered the next hells. There were still many dead souls in this hells. On the other side, Lin Ling and the rest appeared. This hell was called the Hell of Soldiers. It was bigger and more ancient. Of course, it was crueler. As long as the dead souls were caught in the Hell of Soldiers prison, they would have to face trials and tribulations all day long. The Hell of Soldiers. Lin Ling looked ahead calmly. The scene in front of him was not a desert. Instead, it was a dark and dense forest. However, it was eerily silent. It was as if there were many monsters that devoured souls hidden in the forest. There are even more underworld gods in this hell. They cultivate with the dead souls. Lin Ling had devoured a piece of life and death stone before. He was familiar with all the hells, especially the Hell of Soldiers. This was the nightmare of the dead souls. Kill them. Lin Ling stepped out and walked towards the largest Hell of Soldiers prison. Kill them. The dead souls behind him also shouted. In the silent forest, those underworld gods who had bad intentions were frightened. They did not understand what was going on and could only secretly escape. What's going on? Why are there so many dead souls suddenly? Could it be that they escaped from somewhere? But there are too many of them. Inform the King of Hell. Otherwise, things will be troublesome. These underworld gods were all talking as they escaped. This Hell of Soldiers prison was located in an abyss. This abyss was incomparably dark. From time to time, there would be painful groans that would make one's scalp tingle. Lord King of Hell, in the Bloodhouse Forest area, many dead souls suddenly appeared. In the dark abyss, a voice suddenly rang out. Why are there dead souls escaping? Send someone to investigate. An old voice replied. However, very soon, an anxious voice broke the silence of the abyss. Lord, not good. There is news from the underworld. There are souls from other hells coming to our hell. What? Without permission, souls secretly came to our hell. How presumptuous! This is looking down on the rules of the underworld. How many souls are there? Send out Oxhead and Horseface to capture them. According to the news from the underworld, the number of dead souls that entered our hell is hard to calculate. There are at least 100 billion of them. 100 billion? Moreover, the underworld ordered us to be on full alert to prevent the dead souls from attacking our hell prison. Are they crazy? After the underworld created their own hell prison, when did the dead souls dare to attack? Isn't the hell prison a nightmare for the dead souls? They can't even escape. Chapter 50-50. Not good. But at this time, another voice sounded. This anxious voice surpassed all the previous voices. What is happening now? What is going on today? Bad news comes in waves. The Yama King let out an angry voice. He was obviously impatient. The souls of the dead have come to the prison and are attacking the prison. The anxious voice finally shouted. His words caused the entire abyss to fall silent. Attack the prison! Moments later, several Yama Kings shouted in unison, as if they couldn't believe it. This level of prison was no small matter. There were many Yama Kings guarding it. Rumble! At this time, a voice came from above. A dense group of souls of the dead rushed down. They were surrounding a white-haired man with a magnificent aura. All the gods of the underworld looked at the sky, especially the Yama Kings. Their pupils trembled fiercely. A thin man suddenly pointed at the white-haired man and shouted, "It's him!" That year when the underworld wanted to capture Ning Qingshin, that person fought against the underworld. It's him. How could it be him? What? Thatched Yama King, you know him? I'm not the only one who knows him. You all know him too. Do you still remember the person who angered the underworld god? Lin Ling? He's Lin Ling? But didn't the underworld say that Lin Ling's soul has been scattered? Quick, report to the underworld. Say that Lin Ling isn't dead and has broken through hell. The Yama Kings kept shouting. Then, a great battle broke out in the abyss. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. This level of hell was also shaking because of it. After a long time, a large number of figures rushed out from the abyss. The leading white-haired man looked into the distance and said, Grandpa Treasure God Nan Wufengyu, Sakura, Young Yao, White Water Pure Maiden, and the others are over there. This man carried a huge nether ore in his hand and flew forward. At the same time, he was refining the nether ore and his strength was increasing crazily. Gradually, his physical strength reached 100 billion. On the man's forehead, 7 ancient stars appeared. 7-star Pangu's body. The white-haired man faintly smiled. After landing on the ground, his powerful spiritual strength enveloped everyone, allowing them to recover their memories. Clearly, following the continuous plundering, Lin Ling's strength was also rising. Not only had his physical strength improved, but even his spiritual strength had also skyrocketed. His current strength had already surpassed that of the past. After all, his physical strength alone had attained a strength of 100 billion. After all, physical strength was even more formidable than divinity. Powerful king-level giant universe gods, on the other hand, only had 200 billion godly power at most. If they were to engage in a real battle, they would be on par with Lin Ling's 100 billion godly power of the fleshly body. Moreover, this was under the premise that Lin Ling hadn't used the Pangu strike. Once he used it, his physical strength would double. Lin Ling, it's you. Haha, Grandpa Treasure God, second brother, Young Yao, everyone is here. I didn't expect that we would reunite again. After a long time, he had found all his friends on this level. Many of the gods below the 4 ancient emperors were also found. Lin Ling's numbers gradually reached 50,000. However, you, the Yellow Emperor, and Emperor Shun were ignored. Great Emperor Jun and the others were still nowhere to be found. Most likely, they weren't on this level. Of course, Lin Ling had also released countless departed souls on this level, causing chaos on this level of hell. Countless departed souls escaped with their lives. After a long time, Lin Ling began to search for the door to the next level of hell. Finally, after slaughtering a large number of underworld gods, he successfully entered the next level of hell. This level of hell was called the level of darkness. After 2 levels of hell were broken, the entire underworld was in chaos, as though it was about to collapse. Countless netherworld powerhouses had gathered together for a meeting to discuss the netherworld's great chaos that was rarely seen in billions of years. Who is breaking the laws of hell and disrupting the order of hell? Why are the laws of the underworld ineffective against him? I'm afraid this person isn't someone to be trifled with. He has the ability to evade the great laws of the underworld and infiltrated hell, disrupting the order. Now, countless souls have escaped and killed the underworld generals and Yama kings of hell. It's going to be difficult to subdue all of them. I reckon that hell will remain undisturbed for at least 10,000 years. Voices rang out, and all the kings of hell had grave expressions. The kings of hell were of even higher status than the kings of hell. There were a total of 8 of them. At this moment, their faces were dark, as though they were thinking about something. Logically speaking, how could an ordinary person disrupt hell and ignore the laws of the underworld? This meant that the culprit was extremely powerful, or had a terrifying origin that was beyond the control of hell. I just found out that the culprit is Lin Ling. All of a sudden, an old man walked in with a halo in his hand. The halo shone with multicolored light, forming images of the white-haired man slaughtering the prisoners in the hell prison. Lin Ling. At this moment, all the kings of hell stood up, and their eyes were trembling. They naturally knew about Lin Ling. It was said that this person had been opposing the underworld for a long time. He was even specifically named by the god of the underworld. If Lin Ling entered hell, he would give Lin Ling great trials and tribulations. However, before the trials and tribulations could begin, Lin Ling suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, the entire underworld was in chaos. Why is Lin Ling not dead? How did he escape from the mark of the underworld? This Lin Ling, it is said that he was incomparably powerful when he was alive. I didn't expect him to have such skills after death. Kings of hell, I think you will be mobilized. If the god of the underworld knows about this, he will be furious. It is possible that he will wash the underworld with blood. At that time, the laws of the underworld will come, and all the departed souls and deities of the underworld will be reshuffled. We will also die. Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, you are truly formidable. Our underworld taking you in is like releasing a rabid dog in our own home. The kings of hell continued to speak. 8 kings of hell stood up at the same time, their powerful auras filling the air. Not good, Lin Ling has brought many departed souls into the underworld of Crow Dusk. He is attacking the prison there. The kings of hell are asking for help. They probably won't be able to hold on for much longer. At this time, a frightened voice rang out. Then, an underworld marshal rushed in and said to the crowd. As these words fell, the hall fell into a deathly silence. An oppressive atmosphere filled the air. Bastard! One of the underworld kings slammed the table, causing the entire hall to sway. Lin Ling, how does he know the location of our prison? He seems to be familiar with the laws of the underworld. It is the life and death stone. He has devoured the life and death stone of every hell. Someone immediately guessed. Quickly stop him. If he's allowed to run amok, then the netherworld will be turned upside down by him. Several underworld kings prepared to leave the hall and head to the underworld of Crow Dusk. Chapter 50-51. The 3 hells have been destroyed. When the voice drifted out, the entire hall became even more silent. Cold sweat dripped down everyone's forehead. In such a short period of time, 3 hells had been destroyed. Was this Lin Ling really a dead soul? Or did he enter the underworld with the same cultivation level as before he died? There's no time to lose. Kill him quickly. The underworld kings solemnly said, knowing that this matter could not be delayed any longer. At this time, Lin Ling led everyone away from the hell of Black Man. The entire hell prison had been destroyed by him, and his cultivation level had increased once again. Moreover, he had refined the life and death stones, so Lin Ling was more familiar with the underworld. The amount of nether ores in this hell prison was beyond imagination, allowing Lin Ling's physical strength to reach the 200 billion level. However, what shocked Lin Ling was that Panga's body was still at the 7-star level. It seemed that breaking through to the 7-star level was no longer easy. However, Lin Ling was still satisfied. After obtaining Pangu, his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Now, his overall strength had not only surpassed that of the past, but he could also kill any king-level universe god with his full strength. He could even kill many saints. Everyone, come back. Moreover, after devouring the 3 life and death stones, Lin Ling's soul power had also increased. It had reached the 3 million level. His powerful soul power spread out and returned the memories of all the dead souls he met along the way, causing the entire hell prison to be filled with wandering dead souls. Lin Ling. Ah, it's Lin Ling. The Yellow Emperor, Emperor Shun, and the others had been found by Lin Ling, and they were all incomparably happy. After that, Enyuer, Xian Yuanga, and the others were also found. Everyone come back. Lin Ling was also incomparably happy. After careful calculation, he found that there were still many souls that could not be found. There were 2 reasons for this. First, they were not in this layer of hell. Secondly, the other party had already reincarnated. This also caused Lin Ling to frown slightly. If they were not in this layer of hell, then he would have to travel through all the hells to find the remaining people. At that time, he would definitely have to face the entire underworld. Even though his current strength was very strong, he was clearly aware that it was utterly impossible for him to go against the entire netherworld by himself. Lin Ling, we have to charge out of the netherworld. Otherwise, if we stay here, we will be killed by the netherworld sooner or later. The Yellow Emperor said to Lin Ling. Even though the underworld was in chaos right now, the Yellow Emperor knew that if the underworld really attacked, all the dead souls would be suppressed. There was no way they could fight against the underworld. Disregarding everything else, just the underworld's great law alone was not something that anyone could resist. Now, let's try to enter the next level of hell and save as many people as we can. Lin Ling nodded. He felt that time was of the essence. Moreover, even if he saved everyone, leaving this place was still a huge problem. After spending a lot of time, Lin Ling released all the dead souls and left this layer of hell. Among the countless dead souls released by Lin Ling, there were some that Lin Ling knew. These people came from the rainforest sacred land. When they saw Lin Ling, they were undoubtedly shocked. Back in the rainforest sacred land, Lin Ling was their legend. Who would have thought that after his death, Lin Ling would still be able to lead them against the underworld? Unfortunately, Lin Ling knew that time was of the essence, so he did not have time to greet them. After charging out of this layer of hell, they arrived at the next one. This was hell where light resided. Not only was this layer of hell larger, but it also had a large number of underworld deities. When Lin Ling and the rest appeared in this layer of hell, a large number of underworld deities were also looking at them. Among them, 4 powerful underworld kings floated in the sky, looking at each other coldly. Lin Ling, we have been waiting for you for so long. A low voice floated out. These 4 underworld kings were all comparable to a Saint Giant Universe god. Their deity energies were incomparably terrifying, reaching the 300 billion mark. Of course, if placed in the Dao Tower, this level of strength would only be considered above average. However, this was the underworld. Any deity who entered this place would not have the strength to face a Saint Giant Universe god. Moreover, if Lin Ling was still alive, he might not be able to win against a Saint Giant Universe god. Underworld kings. Lin Ling had devoured the life and death stone, so he knew the origins of these 4 underworld kings. Lin Ling, it's time for your tricks to end. Are you going to surrender or let us kill you? The 4 underworld kings had different appearances and wore different armors. Some had long arms, while others had horns on their heads. With just you guys? Let your underworld gods come. Lin Ling secretly informed the Yellow Emperor and the rest, telling them to prepare for a fight to the death. After all, apart from Lin Ling himself, the others on his side were very weak. Perhaps only Saint Yi was a bit stronger. The Yellow Emperor and the rest were very strong when they were alive, but they had just regained their memories, so their strength had not recovered at all. Impudent! You've stirred up hell and still dare to speak such arrogant words. Wait until we suppress you in Suffering Mountain, then you'll regret it. Living is such a painful thing. The 4 underworld kings shouted. With a wave of their arms, a large number of underworld deities behind them rushed toward Lin Ling and the rest. These deities were born and bred in the underworld. They were also from an ancient race, and there were many yakshas and underworld soldiers among them. Fight! Lin Ling shouted. His white hair danced wildly, and his physical strength erupted as he was the first to rush forward. The departed souls behind him were originally trembling with fear, but in the end, they knew that if they lost, their souls would be scattered, so they all fought with their lives on the line. Although in terms of strength, they were no match for the underworld deities, they had the advantage in numbers. Rumble. In the sky, a terrifying underworld war broke out. In a short period of time, countless departed souls fell, and countless underworld deities were killed. Blood rained down like rain, and white bones were piled up everywhere. The souls were as dense as mist. This battle was as fierce as the great war of gods and demons. It was estimated that millions of years later, no one in the underworld would forget this battle, and it would be recorded in the annals of history. Of course, what would be recorded in the annals of history was more about how the demon Lin Ling stirred up the underworld, and how he was killed by countless underworld deities in the end. Bang bang bang. Lin Ling's physical strength erupted, and 7 stars appeared on his forehead. His body grew infinitely taller, and he turned into a towering giant. Rumble. He punched out, and countless underworld deities were killed by his punch. Apart from the underworld kings, no one could stop Lin Ling. Hee, that's all you've got? On the opposite side, a underworld king's body also grew rapidly, and he turned into a giant. His body was pitch black, as if he was condensed from black gold, and his black was dazzling. As he punched, a black hole appeared, and 81 hells also appeared, blasting toward Lin Ling. Humph, in the underworld I am the great law. You want to fight me head-on? You're courting death. Chapter 50-52. At this moment, Lin Ling also used the primeval gambit. His physical strength doubled, his speed doubled, and he even gained immunity to the power of divinity. His fist seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth apart. After colliding with the Nether King, it actually broke through his opponent's black hole and shattered it. What's going on? You don't have pure physical strength. The Nether King roared. When his fist collided with Lin Ling's, he immediately sensed an unstoppable force. He originally thought that Lin Ling was only formidable in terms of physical strength. In terms of physical strength, he didn't fear him at all. Moreover, this was the underworld. The great laws were there to help them. However, after they collided, he discovered that Lin Ling's strength didn't come from the strength of his mortal body. There was also a strange strength hidden within his body that seemed to be able to split apart the heavens and earth, unaffected by any laws. Kakaka. The Nether King's arm emitted the sound of breaking bones as it was shattered by Lin Ling's fist. Help me! He roared out loud. The other 3 Nether Kings' complexions changed. They didn't think that Lin Ling would be so strong. How was this still a spirit? This was more like a god from the Dao Pagoda. They instantly realized that relying on ordinary methods wouldn't be able to harm Lin Ling. They turned into streams of light that shot towards the Nether King with the severed arm. Then they fused into his body. Some turned into thick armor, some turned into a black saber, and some turned into a severed arm. The 4 Nether Kings fused into one, causing the original Nether King to grow even larger. Lin Ling, the Yellow Emperor, and the others were fighting the underworld gods. As they saw this scene, they were incomparably worried. They wished they could fight alongside Lin Ling. However, they knew that the current them simply didn't have the qualifications to participate in such an intense battle. Lord Yellow Emperor, Lord Lei Gong, Lord Lin Ling has been searching for us ever since he entered the underworld. Now that we've been reunited, it's all because of him. Shengyi was also watching the battle. He knew that this battle was incomparably critical. It concerned whether or not they could escape the underworld. Lin Ling, and Yuer, Xian Yuanga, and the others were extremely worried. They never thought that they would be able to reunite with everyone in this lifetime. However, they knew very well that the person who gave them this opportunity was that fearless man who fought the heavens and fought the earth. Especially when they saw the white-haired man fighting with all his might, their hearts ached even more. It was this man who had found them. It was this man who had supported them. Even if the merciless laws of the universe descended upon them, this man still dared to go against the universe for them. Rumble. Under the joint attack of the four Nether Kings, Lin Ling was sent flying. He vomited blood continuously, and a large amount of blood gushed out from his body. While he was flying backward, he smashed a large number of underworld deities and souls to death. This was just like the most ancient war between giants. If ordinary people got close and were implicated, they would only have a slim chance of survival. Lin Ling, what are you being arrogant for? You dare to go against the underworld? We'll let you be proud for now. The gigantic Nether King, who was formed by the four Nether Kings, roared in disdain. He pounced on Lin Ling, and a gigantic black blade descended from the sky, wanting to slash Lin Ling. Lin Ling had just crawled up from the ground when he sensed the terrifying slash in the sky. His expression changed drastically, and he raised his hand to block. Rumble! The huge saber smashed down, but it was blocked by Lin Ling's arm. The black saber was stuck in his bones, and blood continued to gush out. Bang! 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 Behind Lin Ling, the black saber's power did not decrease, and it cut through countless mountains and forests. Oh Lin Ling, how can you be so weak? The giant Nether King said disdainfully. The black saber in his hand released a terrifying aura, and his divine power turned into 8,000. Swoosh! An ear-piercing sound rang out. Lin Ling's arm was cut off, and blood spurted out like a river, splattering on the earth of hell. Rumble! Lin Ling's body flew backward, and he smashed through countless mountains. Lin Ling and Yuer and the rest were among the countless dead souls, and they were even more worried. Emperor Xuanxu and the rest were also anxious. Lin Ling was their backbone now. If Lin Ling died, all of them would die. Everyone, don't be distracted. Block the attack of the underworld. The Yellow Emperor also stared at Lin Ling in the distance, but he also shouted to the crowd, "Don't worry, Lin Ling will win." When the dead souls heard his voice, although they were still uneasy, they knew that it was their responsibility to fight against the underworld deities. They were no match for the Nether King of the underworld, and they were not qualified to face him. A bunch of idiots. Originally, you were doing things according to the rules of the underworld, and you wouldn't have died. Now, you have been bewitched by Lin Ling, and all of you are going to die. The giant Nether King sneered disdainfully. You are so reliant on Lin Ling, right? Fine, I will cut off Lin Ling's head in front of all of you. After saying that, he strode towards Lin Ling. His footsteps rumbled, and the earth continued to tremble. In the distance, Lin Ling was still smashed on the ground, breathing heavily. He was seriously injured, and his body was covered in blood. It was about to turn into a huge lake. However, after his arm was cut off, it looked like he had no strength to fight back. The giant Nether King came in front of Lin Ling and looked down at Lin Ling. How pitiful! If you had obediently endured the torture of the silver light, at least you wouldn't have died. At most, you would have been reincarnated continuously. But now, you have offended the underworld, and your soul has been scattered, disappearing from the universe forever. Silver light. Lin Ling, who was lying on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes, and a murderous aura filled the air. He thought of the crazy Silver Moon Patriarch. He thought of the lunatic who killed his family and friends in front of him. He also thought of the fact that if this powerful giant god of the universe didn't die, they would never have a good life. Die for me. Universe 3 Extreme Destruction, Reverse Extreme Destruction. Lin Ling roared, and the soul force that he had been hiding suddenly burst out, sealing the giant Nether King. The sudden soul force undoubtedly caught the Nether King off guard. He was instantly sealed, and his consciousness went blank. However, the combined bodies of the four Nether Kings were indeed powerful. Lin Ling's strongest Universe 3 Extreme Destruction couldn't kill them instantly. Bang! But at this time, Lin Ling's right hand slammed on the ground, and his body soared into the sky. Then, he smashed down like a meteor, and his other hand slammed down, ruthlessly landing on the giant Nether King's head. Die for me! Lin Ling looked down from above, and a powerful force poured into his palm as he crazily attacked. Lin Ling, you still have strength. The giant Nether King roared, and his eyes alternated between black and white. His body kept twitching as he fought against Lin Ling. At this moment, the battle in the distance stopped. Everyone held their breaths as they watched the battle between the two giants in shock. Silverlight, you didn't die. How can Lin Ling, die here? Lin Ling, who was in the air, activated all his strength and suppressed the Nether King. Moreover, his powerful soul force was also activated. He and the Nether King were in a race of life and death. They wanted to see who could last longer. Without a doubt, the one who could last longer would be the winner today. Boom. Chapter 50-53. Boiling brains and blood fell from the sky to the ground like the water of an ocean, dyeing hell red. A huge headless corpse stood on the ground like a pillar, but it had no aura. Above its head, another giant maintained its posture of grabbing down. A terrifying force surged out from the giant's palm and landed on the headless corpse, causing the thick nether armor to crack. Rumble! The headless corpse's saber fell to the ground, spreading dust everywhere. Puff, puff, puff. The headless corpse's body began to melt, turning into water that flowed into the giant's palm. Whether it was the dead souls or the gods of the underworld, everyone was staring at this scene. For a moment, hell was silent. It was as if they had seen the most unbelievable thing. Four Nether Kings working together had actually been killed. The underworld is in chaos. Moments later, the gods of the underworld roared. Everyone was in a panic, trembling in fear as they fled in all directions. My lord! Shingyi, the Yellow Emperor, and the others finally reacted and roared in excitement. After all, everyone knew that this battle was crucial to their survival and whether they could escape from the hands of the underworld. However, the white-haired man won. Although most of the dead souls did not know the white-haired man's background, no one expected him to be so powerful that even the underworld kings were no match for him. Lin Ling and Yuer and Xian Yuange looked at each other, tears welling up in their eyes. Now that they had defeated the underworld kings, it had bought them a lot of time. As long as they found Yu and the others, all that was left was to figure out how to leave this place. Boom! At this moment, the headless corpse exploded, its flesh and blood being absorbed by the white-haired man. The white-haired man roared at the sky, shaking hell and causing countless ghosts to tremble. Kill! After an unknown period of time, the white-haired man stopped roaring and led everyone into this level of hell's prison. Without a doubt, this level of hell could not stop them. Not a single soul was left, and the entire hell was in chaos. Lin Ling swallowed the fourth life and death stone and finally found Yu and the others. What shocked Lin Ling was that Yu and the others had reincarnated. They were not in the underworld, but in the human world. Damn it! When Lin Ling heard the news, he was in a bad mood and released all the dead souls on this level. However, just as he was about to rob the next level of hell, a huge army suddenly appeared and stopped all the dead souls. Another expert from the underworld was on the move. All the dead souls looked at the figure that suddenly appeared with a serious expression. They all knew that the underworld had set their sights on them ever since the infernal realm had been breached one after another. They were constantly sending people to kill them. The Yellow Emperor and the others were beside Lin Ling, looking ahead with a serious expression. The clouds in front of them were boundless, occupying more than half of the sky and earth. In the thick clouds, a large number of indistinct shadows appeared, slowly moving forward. There were tall and short shadows, but they were incomparably huge. That feeling was as if there were countless mountains moving in the fog. Very strong, Shingyi suddenly said. Although he didn't know where they came from, those shadows gave him a dignified feeling. This feeling had not appeared even when he faced the Underworld King. The Underworld is vast. Other than the gods led by the Underworld God, there are many unknown ancient races and the most ancient universe god. Lin Ling also stared ahead and muttered. The fog was still rolling, but the world was very quiet, so quiet that it was oppressive. Only the huge shadows were approaching. Finally, the shadows walked out of the fog. What was shocking was that what appeared in front of them was the shape of 100 beasts. The reason why it was called 100 beasts was because these shadows were not only huge, but they were also half human and half beast. Their size was terrifying. If they were in the 9 prefectures, 100 beasts would be as big as a prefecture in the 9 prefectures. Not to mention, there were so many beasts here. It's the underworld beasts, a mysterious race of the underworld. Lin Ling had devoured the life and death stone and knew some of the history of the underworld, so he said in a low voice. At the head of the 100 beasts was a huge mammoth. This mammoth was covered in fur and its size was comparable to the universe. Compared to it, the dead souls were as small as flies. The mammoth had 2 long tusks that emitted a white light. When the dead souls stared at the white light, they immediately felt their souls become unstable. Only with a physical body could they barely resist it. Destructive divine mammoth. Staring at the huge mammoth, Lin Ling's voice became more serious. The destructive divine mammoth was said to be an incomparably terrifying existence in the underworld. It was not under the jurisdiction of the underworld god and specialized in devouring dead souls, suppressing evil spirits, and guarding the order of the underworld. Rumor had it that the destructive divine mammoth was not an underworld beast, but was formed by the laws of the underworld. Some people said that the destructive divine mammoth was the mount of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. After Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva disappeared, it was responsible for guarding hell and clearing the hell of demons. Lin Ling, do you have to violate the laws of the universe and disturb the underworld? The huge mammoth stared at Lin Ling and suddenly spoke in human language. Its voice was very strange. It was neither male nor female, neither human nor beast. No one could tell what it was. This voice floated over like the wind, causing the dead souls behind Lin Ling to tremble and show signs of collapse. Natural enemy, this is our natural enemy. Many dead souls roared and already had thoughts of retreating. In the face of their natural enemy, no matter how powerful they were, it was useless. It was like facing the laws of the underworld. No powerful god could resist the laws of the universe. Everyone leave. Go wherever you can. Lin Ling stared ahead. He knew that this was a calamity even greater than the underworld king, so he roared. Go to other hells. We can't win at all. Many dead souls were restless. They wanted nothing more than to escape from this level of hell immediately. Then some dead souls fled. Gradually, more and more of them fled in all directions like locusts, causing the heaven and earth to be incomparably spectacular. Of course, there were also many dead souls who did not escape. They were still behind Lin Ling, swearing to live and die with Lin Ling. Lin Ling had broken through hell, released them, and given them precious memories, so they did not want to leave. There were still more than 300 billion souls left. Of course, compared to the dead souls that fled, this was already a very small portion. However, the netherworld beasts led by the destructive divine mammoth did not care about the fleeing dead souls. To them, the devil of hell was Lin Ling. As long as Lin Ling was destroyed, the underworld would definitely be peaceful. As for the fleeing dead souls, they could not escape for long. The underworld and hell would be cleansed, and these dead souls would also die. Lin Ling, you have violated the laws of the underworld and disturbed the order. I will suppress you. Do you submit? Chapter 50-54. How can I accept this? Lin Ling said coldly, I want to find my family and friends. If I can't find them, I'll turn the underworld upside down. If I can't find them in a year, I'll make the underworld suffer injustice for a year. You might be able to suppress me, but if I find a chance, as long as I don't die, I'll still turn the underworld upside down. Lin Ling's voice was very loud, and it was filled with determination. How dare you? Loud roars came from the destructive divine mammoth. However, Lin Ling's white hair danced wildly. He was unmoved. He stood in the sky and stared at the destructive divine mammoth. His eyes were cold, like the combination of ice and fire. It also represented his burning heart. You want me to let you leave the underworld? Finally, the destructive divine mammoth spoke. That's right. If you don't let us leave, the underworld will suffer injustice. Lin Ling replied coldly. Impossible. You Lin Ling are already dead. How can you leave the underworld? If you want to break the rules of the underworld, let's see if you have the strength to do so. Suppress him. The destructive divine mammoth's voice became dignified. Countless underworld beasts began to attack Lin Ling. "Everyone be careful!" Lin Ling shouted at the Yellow Emperor and the others. He didn't let them escape because Lin Ling knew that they could escape this time, but they definitely wouldn't be able to escape the next time. As long as they were in the underworld, they would never be able to escape. Therefore, this battle was the real key. It was even more crucial than the previous battle with the Underworld King. Lin Ling activated the Pangu's true body and turned into a giant to fight against the countless underworld beasts. Now, he'd refined the Nether King and countless nether ores of hell. His physical strength had already reached the 400 billion mark. If he used the Pangu's true body, his strength would double. In fact, if Lin Ling hadn't been in a hurry to leave the underworld, his strength would have increased faster if he had stayed in the underworld to grow rapidly. After all, he could be unscrupulous in the underworld and plunder whatever he wanted. Rumble! The underworld beasts teamed up to fight Lin Ling, causing the heavens to fall and the earth to rend. The Yellow Emperor and the others in the distance all stayed far away, deeply afraid of being implicated. After all, if they were implicated, they would all be wiped out, and no one would be able to stop it. Fight. Lin Ling's white hair danced wildly. He was like an ancient giant, relying on his fists to bombard the underworld beast. However, these underworld beasts were also extremely powerful. They could withstand Lin Ling's punch head-on and remain unscathed. It should be known that with Lin Ling's current strength, there were probably not many saint-level universe giant gods who could withstand his attack. Even if Lin Ling had Yin Wanguang, he would still be able to hold his own against Yin Wanguang with his powerful physical body. He would not be at a disadvantage at all. This meant that these nether beasts were not much weaker than Yin Wanguang. It's that corpse. The gigantic destructive divine mammoth did not move as it watched the intense battle calmly. Its eyes flickered with shock. It knew that the most ancient bloodline was hidden in the netherworld, and it was the only one. However, it did not expect that such a well-hidden corpse would be obtained by Lin Ling. Could it be that Lin Ling had gone to the Dizong Palace? Wasn't he a soul? How could he have obtained such a valuable treasure after entering the netherworld for such a short period of time and being chased by the netherworld? Even the underworld god was looking for this corpse, but he failed. However, he obtained it. What did he rely on? The destructive divine mammoth was getting more and more shocked. It realized that Lin Ling was really powerful. If he was given more time, the netherworld might really be overturned by him. Lin Ling! The destructive divine mammoth roared. It finally decided to attack. It stretched out its trunk and swept it fiercely at Lin Ling. Rumble! Hell shook. The terrifying thing was that although the trunk was not fast and looked very ordinary, the moment it was thrown out, it had a ferocious demonic power. Lin Ling's pupils shrank, and he immediately punched out with both fists. He sensed that although the trunk seemed ordinary, it actually contained the profoundness of the netherworld's laws. A light movement was actually infinitely profound. It was a symbol of all things changing, of life and death. Rumble! The two fists collided with the huge trunk. Lin Ling immediately felt his fist shatter. His bones cracked and blood spurted out. So powerful! Lin Ling was shocked. Suppress it! At the same time, the destructive divine mammoth roared, making the surrounding underworld beasts attack Lin Ling crazily. As a result, Lin Ling could no longer resist. However, at that moment, Guang Qingzi, who had been watching from the sidelines, finally attacked. The terrifying flipping sky seal appeared and fought against the surrounding underworld beasts. With a smash, it killed a huge underworld beast. Indeed, someone is helping you. The destructive divine mammoth roared angrily. It had long found it strange. Lin Ling was a dead soul and had been cleansed by the netherworld 3 times. It was impossible for him to recover his strength and memories. Now, all the mysteries were clear. It turned out that someone was helping him. Old Taoist, are you still not coming out? Haven't you waited so long for this moment? After Guang Qingzi appeared, he said indifferently, since you've spoken, I have no choice but to come out. Another stream of light appeared on Lin Ling's body and turned into a human figure. It was a Taoist in a long green robe. He had an arrogant aura, his hair was tied up, and his eyes were sharp. The moment he appeared, the destructive divine mammoth's eyes changed. The two gods who had suddenly appeared gave it a very, very strong feeling. Immortal slaying. The green-robed Taoist was mysterious and unfathomable. His strength was even more heaven-defying. With a swing of the flying knife in his hand, he killed two underworld beasts. One had to know that these underworld beasts were not much weaker than Yin Wangguang. To kill two underworld beasts with a flying knife, this heaven-defying strength was hundreds of times stronger than Lin Ling and Yin Wangguang. So strong. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. He knew who the green-robed Taoist was. He was a prisoner in one of the 3 highest-level cells in the square prison. The 3 cells belonged to the Monkey King, Guangqingzi, and the last one belonged to the green-robed Taoist. Your Excellency, you must be the ruler who created the world. The destructive divine mammoth also stared at the green-robed Taoist. Its voice turned serious. However, Lin Ling has disrupted the order of the underworld. He must be suppressed. Even the ruler here can't do anything. The destructive divine mammoth targeted Lin Ling. It seemed to know who was the cause of hell's unfairness. As long as this factor was suppressed, hell would have eternal peace. It stuck its nose out and inhaled at Lin Ling. A powerful suction force erupted, as if it was the power of the universe. Oh no! Lin Ling's arms had just recovered when they were immediately enveloped by the powerful suction force. Even though he resisted with all his might, he could not break through the suction force. When the surrounding underworld beasts saw this, they frantically pounced at Guangqingzi and Guangqingzi in an attempt to stop them. Although they were killed until blood flowed like a river, and their huge bones continued to smash to the ground, they were still fearless of death. Without the help of Guangqingzi and Guangqingzi, Lin Ling could no longer resist. He was sucked into the nose. Universe. I've entered the destructive divine mammoth's universe. Just as it entered the nose, Lin Ling sensed that something was amiss. He discovered that he was constantly shrinking, turning into dust and entering the universe. In the universe, countless fiends and wraiths were suppressed. They were all the wraiths in the history of the underworld. The destructive divine mammoth's universe specializes in suppressing fiends. How can I resist it? Chapter 50-55. Deafening elephant trumpeting sounded, causing Lin Ling to feel as though his body had become extremely heavy. His soul felt like it was about to explode. It's the elephant trumpeting. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. These elephant trumpeting are used to suppress the evil spirits of hell. Legend has it that once the elephant trumpeting is used, any evil spirit's soul will dissipate. Although I'm not an evil spirit, I'm still affected. However, I have the strongest physical body, so why should I be afraid of the elephant trumpeting? Lin Ling's expression was cold as he floated forward. Worlds appeared in front of him, and each world represented a level of hell. And around the hell's tribulation, white mist filled the air, as though there was no end. Lin Ling's brows were tightly furrowed. He did not rush forward but instead flew forward along with the white mist. At the same time, he was constantly recovering his strength. During this process, the deafening elephant trumpeting constantly sounded. It was deafening as it wreaked havoc on Lin Ling's body. In the beginning, Lin Ling found it unbearable. However, with his powerful physical body, he gradually adapted to it. Lin Ling even felt that although his physical strength did not increase, it was more condensed. He did not know how long he flew for. He did not know if it was a year or 10 years. However, there was still no end in the white mist. Only the elephant trumpeting continued, and the sound gradually became louder. It seems that if I want to leave this place, the only way is to enter hell. Finally, Lin Ling stopped and looked at the endless hell beneath him. Hell was like a spherical universe. It was surrounded by thick white mist. When ordinary people came here, they naturally did not want to enter hell. They wanted to escape through the white mist, but the result was that it was not the way out. Instead, under the constant elephant trumpeting, they would be blasted to death. And the reason why Lin Ling could last so long was because of his powerful physical body. Without any hesitation, Lin Ling shot into the endless hell. Save me, save me. Just as he entered, a large number of hoarse voices sounded. Looking down, the ground was filled with withered demons. It was extremely terrifying. Scram! Lin Ling punched out, constantly smashing apart these demons. These demons had experienced the torment of hell for many years and were already on the verge of death. More than half of them were killed by Lin Ling's punch. And just like that, Lin Ling slaughtered his way through. It was as if he had slaughtered his way through hell. However, this place was indeed worthy of being called the Endless Hell. There were endless amounts of demons. In the end, Lin Ling felt his hands go soft from all the killing. He activated the Panga body and continued to attack. Time passed just like that. 1 year, 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years. Only then did Lin Ling realize why he couldn't come out after entering hell. It was because he could only fight for the rest of his life after being imprisoned here. Otherwise, he could only turn into those withered demons. However, no matter how powerful a god was, it was impossible for them to fight forever. Moreover, even though he was in hell, the elephant's trumpeting continued to resound, affecting Lin Ling. If this continues, I'll be trapped here forever. Once I'm weak and turn into one of these demons, I won't be able to turn over a new leaf. Lin Ling's gaze swept around. There were withered demons rushing towards him from all directions. Although they weren't fast, they filled the sky, making it impossible for him to avoid them. Facing such a situation, Lin Ling didn't dare to waste too much energy. He could only keep dodging. Only when he had no other choice did he start a massacre. Moreover, Lin Ling discovered that soul power was ineffective against these demons. It was as if they didn't have souls. Right, the sword of faith. Let's see if I can cut open this world. Lin Ling thought about all the magical powers he had learned in his life. Finally, his attention fell on the sword of faith. This was his final trump card. Come out. The sword of faith appeared in Lin Ling's hand. Without further ado, he ruthlessly slashed forward. After all, the longer he stayed here, the more dangerous it would be. And if the sword of faith was ineffective, then Lin Ling could only turn into a demon and be suppressed here forever. Swoosh! The white sword was even more powerful than before. The main reason was that Lin Ling had destroyed the underworld and released countless souls of the dead. He had long become the faith of the souls of the dead. Therefore, compared to before, the sword of faith's power had more than doubled. As the sword slashed forward, heaven and earth were sliced apart. Countless demons turned into nothingness. What was strange was that cracks appeared in just a 10-meter radius. This meant that this universe wasn't very big. It was only a 10-meter radius. However, it moved along with Lin Ling, creating an illusion that it was infinitely magnificent. As soon as the crack appeared, Lin Ling hurriedly rushed over and shot into the crack. When he reappeared, he was in front of a cave. In front of the cave was an open space with a chessboard. 2 figures were sitting there playing chess. Upon closer inspection, he saw that they were an old man and a young man. They were motionless as if they were statues. Looking at the surroundings, it was actually full of corpses. It was extremely strange. What's this? Lin Ling frowned. He entered the destructive divine mammoth and saw 2 people playing chess. Was this still hell? As a precaution, Lin Ling didn't move around carelessly, nor did he enter the cave. This was because he realized that the entrance to the cave was also full of corpses. He looked at the 2 people playing chess and realized that they hadn't moved at all. They were really like stone statues. 1 year, 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years. Time here was very slow. However, when everything stopped, it felt like it passed very quickly. What's going on? Lin Ling kept looking at them but realized that they still hadn't moved. It wasn't until this day that Lin Ling realized that the old man had made a move. He had made a move. They're alive. Lin Ling's heart trembled violently. For a long time, he thought that the old man and young man were stone statues or even illusions because they hadn't moved at all. But now, he finally knew that they were real people. Following that, Lin Ling looked at the corpses around him and pondered. His eyes became brighter and brighter. These people are all demons. Like me, they found a way to rush in here and then played chess with the young man. However, in the long process of playing chess, they all died here. These corpses are the losers. And the only one still playing chess is that old man. The more Lin Ling thought about it, the more astonished he was. His intuition told him that the corpses that had died here were probably here since the underworld first opened. I've lost. At that moment, the old man sighed and finally stood up. Following that, his body began to wither as though he had reached the end of his lifespan. He looked at Lin Ling and shook his head. Young man, you're the last person. Remember, you have to be patient. Don't make a careless move. Find a way to resist your opponent before you make your move. I've been here for many years. I've seen many people think about how to play chess but forget how to resist. After saying that, the old man gradually disappeared and turned into a pile of bones. It's your turn. At that moment, the young man looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Lin Ling pondered for a moment. He walked to the side of the chessboard and looked at it calmly. And this was chess, and it was the end game. Chapter 50-56. I can beat him in 5 moves. However, the old man said not to take a single move. This means that the seemingly certain win situation can change at any time. There are so many corpses here. Their chess skills are higher than mine, but they all died in the end. This explains everything. Am I going to lose? That's not right. With so many people playing chess, someone must have the idea of losing, but they still died. Lin Ling's eyes kept flickering, and he did not take a single step. The young man opposite him smiled at Lin Ling and urged, "You go first." Lin Ling ignored him. "You go first." The young man opposite him kept urging him, neither slow nor slow, like a gentleman. Lin Ling was not stupid. He let him call him. Anyway, he could not see anything now, so he might as well just stay there. With this thought in mind, Lin Ling also secretly cultivated. Time continued to flow. 3,000 years had passed, but Lin Ling still did not take a single step. The young man opposite him also kept asking Lin Ling to take a move. His mouth was dry from all the talking, but Lin Ling still did not move. He did not know if the young man was a human or a law. If he was a human, he would probably be cursing in his heart. After all, regardless of winning or losing, you should at least take a step. What's the point of wasting time? No matter how I move, I'm sure I'll lose. By the way, the old man said that I have to find a way to resist. Only then can I take the first step and the way to resist. Could it be that this is the universe? This young man has the ability to change the chessboard because he's in his own universe and is omnipotent. If I want to resist him, I have to have my own universe and be omnipotent. Only then can I resist him. On this day, Lin Ling's eyes quietly focused. All these years, although he had been cultivating non-stop, he had also been constantly thinking of various methods. He had thought of all kinds of methods. Now, he thought of the universe. But this is the netherworld. How can we find the Lin Ling universe? Lin Ling fell into deep thought again. He suddenly thought of the Tao Origin Heavenly Mandate. Currently, he was the only person in the entire netherworld who possessed the Tao Origin Heavenly Mandate. What if he used the Tao Origin Heavenly Mandate to find the Tao Pagoda and then used the Tao Pagoda to find Lin Ling's universe? Thinking of this, Lin Ling hurriedly comprehended the Heavenly Tao. Of course, if he wanted to find the Tao Pagoda with the help of the Tao returning to heaven, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. However, Lin Ling had enough patience. If he couldn't find it in one day, then he would wait for 10 years. If he couldn't find it in 10 years, then he would wait for 100 years or 1,000 years. Sooner or later, he would find it. You go first. You go first. The young man continued to urge Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling had already entered the Grand Mist energy, searching for the Tao Pagoda. He could not hear what he was saying at all. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling finally sensed the Tao Pagoda. It was as if he had found his own thread among the thousands of threads. It's here. Lin Ling used the heavenly Tao returning to heaven to rush into the threads. When he reappeared, he found himself in the cemetery, under the snow maple tree where he had buried the heavenly Tao returning to heaven. I'm back. Lin Ling was shocked. Looking at this familiar scene, he became excited. He was finally back. He was also the first person to reach the Tao Pagoda from the underworld. Of course, what appeared in the Tao Pagoda was a trace of his consciousness. Since I'm back, I can use the heavenly Tao returning to heaven to try my luck in the Lin Ling universe. After a long time, Lin Ling continued to search. In the cemetery, he continued to comprehend. After an unknown period of time, he finally found a trace of familiarity. It was the Lin Ling universe, and this feeling was getting stronger and stronger. He saw his grandfather, Lin Yi, and everyone in Lei Gong's hall. However, the Lin Ling universe was still safe and sound. Everything was as usual. Fellow Taoist, return. Lin Ling's consciousness had returned, so it was difficult for him to control the Lin Ling universe. He called out to the universe, "Fellow Taoist, you're back." Doppelgangers appeared and looked at Lin Ling in shock. "Bring the Lin Ling universe to my consciousness." Lin Ling did not want to waste too much time here, so he said anxiously to his doppelgangers, "Fellow Taoist, we will help you with all our strength." The doppelgangers nodded. Now, these doppelgangers had reached the peak of the superior deity level. Moreover, the laws of the universe were incomparably powerful. Then, these doppelgangers followed Lin Ling's consciousness and left. After a long journey, they returned to the Tao Pagoda graveyard, then rushed into the underworld from the graveyard and directly into the body of the Elephant Suppression Divine Prison. Lin Ling had the heavenly Tao returning to heaven and had memories. If it were a demon, they would not be able to do all this. At the same time, on the side of the chessboard, Lin Ling finally moved. His palms slowly stretched out and landed on a chess piece. The eyes of the young man opposite him flashed, and the corners of his mouth revealed an imperceptible smile. After Lin Ling's chess piece fell, the smile on his face became even wider. Sure enough, when Lin Ling's chess piece fell, the chessboard that he originally had the upper hand suddenly changed. It was the universe that changed the chessboard. Everything was as Lin Ling had guessed. The old man from before had died in such a situation. After spending countless years, he finally knew that he could not fight against the universe, so he sacrificed his life. "Hee, do you think you're the only one with a universe?" Lin Ling sneered, and his consciousness called out to his doppelgangers to control the Lin Ling universe. At the same time, the huge universe seemed to pass through countless universes and appeared in Lin Ling's soul in countless ways. This was also the first time Lin Ling had brought the universe with him, and it also appeared in other universes to fight against them. All along, Lin Ling had wanted to do this, but he did not expect that he would succeed in the underworld. Under the change of the Lin Ling universe, the chessboard quietly changed, and the previous situation was restored. What? The young man opposite him changed his expression. He knew very well that to change the chessboard, only the power of the universe could do so. However, the demons sealed in the universe could not have their own universe. Even if they did, how could they bring it into the underworld? "You Lin Ling." The young man suddenly raised his head and stared at Lin Ling. "You lost." Lin Ling also raised his head and looked at the young man coldly. "But you're really an anomaly. You have memories in the underworld, you can obtain Panga's body, and now you have a universe. Aren't you already dead?" The young man stood up and moved his feet. The surrounding scene changed, turning into a white zone of dense mist. "Destructive divine mammoth, you can only let me go now. Otherwise, the underworld will be uneasy. I know that the god of the underworld is very strong, but the underworld can't suppress me. Even if it can, the 18 levels of hell will be destroyed. When the underworld collapses, you can bear the responsibility." Lin Ling did not answer. Instead, he said calmly. The young man fell silent, as if thinking about something. After a long time, he said calmly, "Even if I agree, the god of the underworld and the many gods of the underworld will not agree. Because, in the history of the underworld, only 2 people have left alive. I want to be the third person," Lin Ling said coldly. Chapter 50-57. I want to be the third person. The voice floated into the young man's ears, and his eyes flashed. He could hear that the voice was filled with determination, and even more so, it was filled with the madness of a volcano. Either he did not compromise, or he would wreak havoc in the underworld. He knew very well that if the underworld god or the powerful gods of the underworld were here, they would definitely refuse. After all, the underworld could not be humiliated, but the consequence would be chaos in the underworld. This was different from his mission to protect the underworld. Okay, I agree. The young man finally looked up and looked deeply at Lin Ling. Go to the Sea of Misery, there is a way out of the underworld. The Sea of Misery? Lin Ling frowned slightly. What if you lie to me? Oh Lin Ling, you underestimate me. The young man laughed proudly. As the Mount of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, why would I lie to you, a mere Lin Ling? Lin Ling, I know you are the host of the world's will, but your tribulation is not in the underworld, but in the ancient god realm. There is no karma between you and me. If you want to leave, I will not stop you. Okay. Lin Ling nodded. After all, it would probably take a long time for him to find a way out. By then, the powerful gods of the underworld would have arrived, and a great battle would be inevitable. Now, he had found most of the people he was looking for, and the rest had been reincarnated. There was no need for him to stay here. Only one person was left in another hell, and this person was young Lin, who was once a powerhouse in Lei Gong's hall, the strongest powerhouse under Lei Gong. You are the first person to leave my universe alive, and it is also because of this that you are the third person to leave the underworld. The young man said to Lin Ling again. Then, a huge suction force was born, and the surrounding white clouds rolled and turned into a vortex, sweeping Lin Ling away. Lin Ling did not resist and let the suction force take him away. At this moment, the fierce battle was still going on in the outside world. Countless underworld beasts were fighting against the two super-powerful gods, and on the ground, the corpses of the underworld beasts were piled up like mountains. There's no end to these underworld beasts. Guang Qingzi activated the heaven-flipping seal and continuously smashed the nether beasts. These are underworld beasts formed from the underworld great laws. Indeed, they can't be killed unless we can go against the entire underworld great cosmos. The green-robed Taoist said calmly. His immortal slaying flying saber was even more powerful. But no matter how powerful he was, he still couldn't kill them all. If this continues, I'm afraid Lin Ling will be in danger. Master Guangqing frowned and looked deeply at the green-robed Taoist. The green-robed Taoist smiled. Everything is destined. Hearing this, Guang Qingzi's eyes lit up. Could it be that this mysterious green-robed Taoist knew something? He quickly asked, how do you know Lin Ling will be fine? How would I know? I just feel that if Lin Ling is sealed in the underworld, then the two of us will be free. The green-robed Taoist shook his head. F*CKU. Master Guangqing couldn't help but curse. In the distance, Yuer, the Yellow Emperor, and Lei Gong were floating there. None of them had left, but they were looking ahead with grave expressions. The battle there was very intense. A mammoth as large as the universe stood there, giving them a tremendous pressure as if it was a brilliant heavenly might. Will Lin Ling be fine? This question floated in everyone's mind. It doesn't matter if he's fine or not. If he fails, we'll accompany him on his journey. When we died last time, we were separated. If we die this time, we should be able to die together. Xing Yi said with a smile. He was more than willing to die with His Excellency. Xing Yi, what nonsense are you talking about? The others smiled bitterly. They were about to die, but Xing Yi was still smiling so happily. Rumble. At this moment, hell shook, and ripples spread across the sky. The mammoth moved, and then it suddenly exhaled. Billowing smoke shot out from its long nose and lingered in the surroundings, making the mammoth even more so mysterious. A man's figure stood in the smoke. It was Lin Ling. The law of the underworld is much more powerful than the destructive divine mammoth. After Lin Ling appeared, he immediately sensed the omnipresent law of the underworld. In the past, he could roughly sense it, but now that he had the universe, this feeling was even stronger. His Lin Ling universe was thousands of times weaker than the underworld. Lin Ling, this elephant tusk is for you. It can lead you to the sea of bitterness. The mammoth said. The huge elephant tusk broke off on its own and floated to Lin Ling. It then shrank until it was as thick as a finger and fell into Lin Ling's palm. I hope you remember your promise and leave immediately. Because if I fail, the underworld god will definitely come. When that time comes, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. The mammoth said again. Then, with a flick of its trunk, it left with the countless underworld beasts. Thick clouds and mist filled the air. A large number of underworld beasts seemed to have turned into dark shadows. They walked further and further away and gradually disappeared into the distance. Heaven and earth quieted down again. Under the ground, the corpses of the underworld beasts disappeared. Everything returned to normal as if nothing had happened. Everyone stood there in a daze, not understanding what was going on. Lin Ling. At this time, Guang Qingzi looked at Lin Ling in shock. The green-robed Taoist smiled and said nothing. He turned into a stream of light and disappeared into Lin Ling's body. I reached an agreement with him. As long as I don't cause trouble in the underworld, he will let me leave. Lin Ling explained to Guang Qingzi. Guang Qingzi trembled in disbelief. Lin Ling could actually fight against the mammoth? He knew very well that the mammoth's strength in the underworld was not much weaker than his. It might even be slightly stronger. Of course, in the outside world, Guang Qingzi was naturally more powerful. Well, there's no time to lose. The underworld god is coming. Let's leave this place. Then, Lin Ling looked at everyone and said, We can leave? Where are we going? Lin Ling, are we leaving the underworld? Oh my god! The Yellow Emperor and the others were shocked. They stared at Lin Ling, as if they were afraid that Lin Ling was joking with them. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. Seeing this, everyone was excited. Although they were dead souls, and even if they had obtained a physical body, it was still the body of a deity of the underworld. However, they still had their memories. With time, they could recover their original strength. The premise was that they had to leave the underworld. Let's go. Lin Ling saw that everyone was excited. His mood gradually changed. After so many years, the killing intent and coldness on his body had finally begun to fade. Of course, although they could leave, the underworld would definitely lock onto them. They had to leave immediately. Lin Ling held the elephant tusk in his hand and found that it could point in the direction automatically. It was like a compass.